Test one, two.
Some dreams, daydreams, some dreams come true.
Hey, I was fired. Test one, two. Some dreams stay dreams, and some dreams come true. Gotta love it.
I am at the point where, remember the conversations we had around music theory?
Yes, yes.
With the circle of fifths and everything like that. So I'm putting together, now that I've helped other people. And by the way, before I go any further, what's up, Kay? What up, Meta? Kay, have we spoken before?
Hello, I'm on an Android phone, which I sadly can't understand the subtitles. Oh, they're not at the second, but they were blocking everyone's profile pictures and names, so I couldn't tell who was speaking just then.
Not a problem. We're just touching base with Matthios today. So Matthios, hold on, let me just see if I can do this here. Whoops. All right, go. So Matthios, remember how we were talking about uh, the the circle of fifths and the geometry of music?
Absolutely.
So now I'm just writing that up because now tomorrow I'm actually presenting to the school. So it's like, all right, I never thought, like, now we have the ability to kind of take the explanations off of Fruity Loop Studio, add some video, and now you have the content that you can register, right? So now I'm like, oh man, I've been doing it for all
Oh
these other people. I'm just gonna do it for
wow.
myself now. Fuck it. So I just been like, okay, major chords, minor chords, the scale. Then we do the numbers of six, sevenths, ninths, 13ths, 11ths, and then we move on to augmented, diminished sus, and that's it, right? All with pictures. So I was imagining like how I would explain it to you, because I have these archetypes of like people, right? So there's like one is a teacher, one is a teacher that I'm trying to teach. So I guess like you would be one of those teachers that I'm trying to teach, right? To see if they want to add it to their repertoire, right? And I guess for you, I should start with the gray matter, eh? You think that's where someone like you would want to start?
What's the gray matter? But I feel like
So,
probably.
so gray matter is matter in the brain, and let me see here. So I'm accurate. Brain does what? What does it do? Uh, the gray matter has a large number of neurons present, which allows it to process information and release new information through axon signaling found in the white matter. The gray matter throughout the central nervous system enables individuals to control movement, memory, and emotions.
Oh wow.
So the question is, what type of education fosters the creation of gray matter density?
Damn.
Music. So yeah, that makes sense, right? I was thinking for you, it would either be the brain or the history, divinity of number, right?
Yeah, no, no, agreed. The context helps me count. I actually don't do well with fucking what they call them specifics.
Okay, good. Yeah,
Like
so
that takes rote memorization. But when I get the
right,
context around, it's like, oh fuck yes, okay.
right. Okay, so this would yes. So you would start off with Pythagoras and the divinity of number,
Hell yeah.
and maybe
Oh yeah.
Euclid. So Pythagoras, then have you ever seen how Euclid created his universe?
His His Pythagorean cosmology from the 1, the 2, the 3.
Yes. From the 1 dot to
Yes.
2 dot, you have a line, rotate line, you
Yeah,
have a
yeah.
circle, rotate the other one, equilateral triangle.
Gotta love it, dude.
Right. Okay, so there's the Pythagoras, the Euclid. There is, what story I was going to use? I was going to use the story about, was it, what was it? Mark Antony gives gift to Cleopatra. Was that it? Cecilia. When Mark Antony announced he was giving her the territory of Sicilia. Right,
Oh, nice.
right. So I wanted to start with that story where it's actually a Paul Mooney joke about how when Mark Antony offers the gift to Cleopatra, he says, "What could you possibly give me that Egypt hasn't already given me?"
I
Right.
didn't realize that was a Paul Mooney joke. Shit.
Yeah. Yep. And so, yeah, inside the decadent love affair with Cleopatra and Mark Antony, what could you possibly mean that Egypt hasn't already? I wonder if it's in Shakespeare. Antony and Cleopatra was the play? Interesting. Maybe he got it from the play. This smart motherfucker.
Who wrote that? Shakespeare?
Yeah.
William?
Yeah. Bill. Old Bill.
Guillermo? Guillermo Shakespeare.
Nay, but this dotage of our generals o'erflows the measure, those his goodly eyes, that o'er the files and musters of the war have glowed like plated Mars, now bend, now turn the office and devotion of their view upon a tawny front, like his captain's heart, which in the scuffles of great fights hath burst the buckles on his breast, reneges all temper, and is become the bellows and the fan to a cool a gypsy's lust. Jesus.
Man.
This is powerful shit. So I wonder if it's called Sicilia? Is that Sicily? He gave Sicily to Egypt? Whoa. This guy was in it to win it.
That actually explains a lot.
That was like the number one trick attempt.
Hey, they have like that's interesting, dude. I don't know
Yeah.
what they're capturing by saying that, right?
Those
But
guys are offering you a purse. I'm giving you a fucking boot.
dude, and the more northern areas make fun of more southern areas for being darker. One could almost assume it was Etruscans and Egyptians all along those hills and mountains.
Cilicia. So let's see. Because I'm trying to. Okay. Caesar says, in the common show place where they exercised, his son he there proclaimed the King of Kings. Great Medea, Parthia, and Armenia he gave to Alexander to Ptolemy, a son in Syria, Cilicia, and Phoenicia. So we trying to take Ptolemy's shit away? I dare
No,
you.
oh my bad.
Uh,
Wait. Are you reading from the play right now, or is this
from the
a?
play, yeah, no, from the play.
Yeah, because when Alexander the Great, when his empire split, it broke into 3 parts. So there was Ptolemaic Egypt, the Seleucids, or some shit like that. I don't remember what they broke into, but then Cleopatra was of the lineage of the Greeks in Egypt because
I think what
Alexander
I
the
could,
Great made himself
I
a
think,
pharaoh.
I think what I can say is that according to the great bard of old, Paul Mooney,
Boom.
as he told the
Oh,
story,
you motherfucker. Brilliant.
that's how I'm gonna do it.
Brilliant.
Right?
According
Right?
to
That's
the
how I'm
old
gonna do it.
bard.
That's
Oh
how I'm gonna
man.
do it. Paul Mooney is the fucking Black Homer. What do you think? I think so.
He is the old bard. Oh,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. Paul Mooney is the old bard.
Come on.
Jeez.
Come on. So this is great. So I'm just thinking about like all these angles that I should approach this with, and it's kind of like, I think if I'm able to preserve the non-linear gameplay of it, so you can get in where you fit in. You want to start with Pythagoras, great. You want to start with Euclid, great. You want to start with Cleopatra, fantastic.
Nice. Modular.
Yo, Michael. What happened to Matt?
What do you mean?
His profile's down. I can't even message him. Everything's blank in his profile. It looks like he was like taken off of Twitter.
Oh, I'm sure he'll come back. I wonder how Remy's doing.
That's weird, man. I fucking went to his space, and I got kicked out of his space because the space closed, and then I went back to try and join via his profile, and it's just down. It's everything's blank. His tweets aren't showing up.
Hmm.
I hope nothing happened.
I'm sure he's fine.
Yeah, this is Matt we're talking about.
Yeah,
I just got a little worried, man.
I'm sure he's fine. He's in cybersecurity, right?
Yeah.
It's
That's
like, you gotta understand, like the stuff that he's working on.
Mm-hmm.
We fuck around with shitcoins. That guy's actually working on something, right?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
in the right circles with the right people with the right applications. You know what I mean? Like I've come across companies where the inventions or the paradigms that they're proposing become a subject of national interest. Let's say, does that make sense?
A little
And
bit.
at that, right, and at that point, there are things you can and cannot do. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
In a lot of ways, like, Matt might be, you might see Matt in a year from now. You might see him tomorrow.
Hmm.
You know?
Yeah, absolutely. But he's still a friend of mine, so I just like to make sure everything's okay, you know? On this different subject, I'm having fun trolling this guy with terminologies.
Oh
This
my God.
account called
So, is that what happened
Chris.
when we gave you the language? You're now trolling people? That's what you did with it? Jeez. Sure, they
No, I'm
never
just
gave you a
basically
dictionary. No, I'm just sure.
I'm trying to short circuit this guy's brain to like basically just see where he was wrong. He's not wrong, and I do individually align with his belief, but I'm more so trying to point out the flaws in such a generalized verbiage. Um, so it's not too long. I'll just read to you. So he said, King George III thought he was doing the right thing by using government violence to squash rebellion in the 1700s America. Just like many leaders today think they're doing the right thing by using government violence 250 years later. The road to hell is forever paved with good intentions. I said, good intentions are widely subjective. To further this interpretation, one can ask what is the definition of good? How does this vary from another's interpretation? Through this series of questioning, you can end up trotting through the individual system of values or lack thereof. He just completely went over that. He went, any justification of using government violence to improve people's lives is quote unquote good. Doesn't matter what it is, it always ends with hell. I said, is justification the interpretation that you've developed from my previous statement? How does nature provide justification? Violence is a tool bestowed upon the capabilities of every human. Violence is both indiscriminately applicable and subjective in use. He said, my point was that good intentions in this case are not subjective because it translates to any justification for government violence. I said, I understand. Furthermore, my point is that good intentions are absolutely subjective due to the intrinsic diversity of interpretations and the way we value what is good and bad from an individual sense. Wouldn't you agree?
And now we meet ratiocentrism.
What does that mean?
So where you believe that divinity is in the relationships with things, not in the things themselves.
How does that tie in to what we were just talking about, or what I said?
So what you're talking about is knowing absolute truth, right? But when you look at things like music, the absolute truth is in the shape of things, not in the name of them. So, for example, you could have Despacito, which is that sounds like Despacito, but you could also have right. Does that make sense? So, both are Despacito, but they're in different keys. Now, both sound the same until you play with a band. And if that band is playing in B minor, you're going to want to start on the B, right? If they're playing, right? Does that make sense? And so
Yes.
C minor, right? And so it's one of those things where it's the relationship between things that make things larger things, right? And so I think you're right. And what you're pointing to is that the truth is not to be found in absolutes, but in the relationships between these things that we affectionately call objects.
Wow. Just blew my fucking mind. I'm glad you used the music reference. That definitely helped me understand what you were saying. And yeah, wow. So the absolute truth is in the relationship that we hold with these things, and that, or the absolute truth is a consequence or reaction.
It's a discovering as well. An emergent thing. Yeah.
Fucking love talking to you, man.
But yeah, that other guy's tripping, right? Because it was him who was saying that violence is justified because it ends in hell.
No, it's basically him saying that any quote unquote justification of violence is wrong, and I just merely I don't disagree with his, and it's more so this is a political figure, so it's more so politically incentivized from this alignment of of political parties. So in my belief, and the reason I've disassociated myself from both is because I believe that when you pick a side that is not the truth, you become biased to information that you receive and also deliver. So as you can tell, when I asked him the questions, in my form of applying the Socratic method, by asking questions to kind of open his mind to the interpretation of my words, he just completely short circuited and skimmed right over that and felt the need to defend himself instead of actually open his mind to the words that I was saying. And then the last thing I said, wouldn't you agree? He is yet to respond to because I forced a decision there. And he's in a standpoint of defense more so than educational conversation, so to speak.
Well, are you caught in a situation where you're throwing pearls to swine?
Most likely, but throwing those pearls in front of a couple other people and letting them see how the swine behaves.
All men are created equal. Some are more equal than others. Swine.
Is that an actual quote, or is that can I just quote Michael?
Shit. Have you ever read Animal Farm?
Animal Farm? No. Who's it by?
Matthias, can you tell Captain about Animal Farm?
Bro, Animal Farm is by a guy named George Orwell. Capo, were you in here earlier or earlier this week? There was a talk with Dr. Carey, Wonder Woman, And then there was another lady who was saying that she was like 60 something years old. I can't remember her name. Were you in? Okay. It's because she brought that up exactly. That's from that's from a page. Basically, Animal Farm is a story about these farm animals, and they rise. So this shit was written like I think the 30s or the 40s. I'm not too sure, but basically they start working together to overthrow humans because of the way humans are treating them. But then as the animals start to get more power, conundrums start popping up. Now you're faced with these hard decisions. And exactly to your point, it's like, look, man, violence 100% absolutely is justified sometimes. The problem is how sticky that is. So, like you, I don't want to go and tell every motherfucker that, but I will argue against someone who's like, no, there's no such thing as, because I think you're taking us straight into the mouth of the wolves when you start thinking like that. But anyway, Animal Farm is just talking about all the animals, all the roles that they take, and then after they overthrow everything, they start to ask themselves, "Was this worth it?" And then when they bring the concerns up, that's where you end up getting that line where it's like, "Oh no, like all men are created equal. It's just some are more equal than others." And yeah, I mean, I'm positive you'll read it, even if you get it on an audiobook.
Yeah.
What he does with the imagery on that is just fucking
Come on,
out
Ricky.
there.
Sorry, brother.
No,
Guys,
you're good. You're good.
I gotta run for like 3 minutes real quick. My neighbor down the street, his husky, is in my yard, so I gotta take him back
Nice.
home real quick.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
you're good.
Beautiful dog, but if my shepherd sees him, he's done.
This ain't Alaska no more.
Nah, bro.
All right.
Nah, bro. It's the land of wolves.
Yeah, for real.
All
All
right, give
right,
me a
bro.
couple minutes, guys. Be
Yeah,
right back.
you're good. You're good. I hope he's not listening right now. I didn't want to fuck it up for him. Hold on, give me 1 second. But yeah, I didn't want to fuck up the part where the pigs start practicing walking on their hind legs behind the barn.
Oh yeah, what an image!
Shit, man.
What an image!
Shit. And I was like, bro. And see, and this is what I'm saying, bro. Not to go all French sell on us, but there we see the same. Like we're coming from, I've never felt more affinity towards France than I do now, dude. It's insane. I see that our political philosophy is stemming from similar places and just a lot. And it's actually interesting if we consider France as ahead of where the US is by 200 or 300 years. It's like, fascinating. But anyway, yeah, man, that whole thing, just having it get flipped on its head. Brilliant book. And it was a fable, dude. That's where it's up.
I will. Yo, when they carted off that horse, I was fucking done, dude.
Yo.
Oh my God.
Hey, man, adhesive's got to come from somewhere. Dude, yeah, it's just like it. Oh, it was just, and he was the dopest one, man. He was our guy. He had our back the whole time. Took up more work for others, and then look at how they thanked him, dude. R.I.P. to Mr. Ed.
He was, you know what? He was a worker till the very end.
You feel me? Even in death, man, he was still being applied.
Reminds me of a funeral home.
Jeez Louise.
Even death is a capital event.
Damn, dude.
Jesus.
It's just too good. Yeah, see? Sorry, go ahead.
SquareSpace. Degenerate conversation.
I don't like this one. They caught us too sincere, man. It was too early. I wasn't ready. I had no way to deflect. I wasn't defensive. You know, I'm just pouring out my
The
heart, fucking reflecting now. Damn it.
that Bisociation of matrices thinking, the guy who interviewed the Nobel Peace Prize winners called it homospatial thinking, thinking in these multiple domains. And what I found was dangerous in moving between domains is if you keep on working with the metaphor, you don't know what it's going to do about meaning in the initial domain you started in. That's the scary part.
That part.
That's where the discovery is, because you're like discovering all these things that you wouldn't technically think about, but because you're swimming in another domain, you can be like, okay, now what if that worked here? What if that worked here? And you're like, oh no. And you start finding all these like hypotheses pouring out when you start taking these similar domains and trying to port over tools and, you know, over one to another. Like, what would it look like if Spider-Man was in the Batman world? Right? How would that operate, kind of thing?
Yeah, you can't even even though these two things are coming together in this one image, they end up deviating. Like you're not capturing all the implications.
No.
You're capturing where they overlap, but trying to stuff one into the other. Yeah, that's fucking fire.
When you get it wrong, sometimes that's where the laugh comes from, when it doesn't port over. Because hold on, if that's true, wouldn't that mean this, right? You know, and it ends up being some absurd comedy at that point.
Dude, that is Foucault's madness. When the images that we select, and he says this, they are derived from a network of meaning, a network, like a spiritual network, all these connections. And
that's what I need to ask you. Sorry, before I forget, what if I was teaching kids, what songs would I play from either Fortnite or Minecraft, or what would you say?
Fortnite or TikTok, dude, whatever.
Oh, imagine I taught them TikTok.
Yeah,
The hits of
all the
TikTok.
dances
You're
and
a genius. You're a
yeah,
genius. The hits of TikTok. I'm gonna learn that right now. Just gonna go on TikTok where
dances,
the most
clips, and
popular.
memes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. So imagine now we went from filming music to now we have a music video. Hey, you want to play music? Hey, you want to dance? All right, you do the dance. We'll do the music. Meet back in 15 minutes. Shoot the
Yeah,
video.
that part.
Bang! You're a genius. You're a genius. I'm gonna learn the TikTok songs. And they're just 15 seconds. They're just like, what? Like, right? 30 seconds? It's perfect.
Yeah, and they're what's that word? Diverse, but they are. They span generations. You know, these kids are doing random shit to random shit, and it works. Like listening to the Cranberries, motherfucker skateboarding. But anyway,
That's genius.
but
I'm
yeah.
gonna look up all of these TikTok songs because I'm trying to think about what to play them as they walk in. Right? Kind of because you always think about like what do they hear as soon as they walk in. I don't want to just have them walk in and seeing us, you know, with our hands clasped, ready to, you know, give them the appreciation.
Funny.
I want them to come into music.
Damn, that's
So
a fire analysis.
the top 10 trending songs, TikTok, like are they dance? Let's see the top 50 TikTok dance songs. So right now, Laxed Siren Beat by Josh685 and Jason Derulo. Okay. I'll say what that sounds like.
I'm sorry, I'm out of the loop. Are you going to be teaching children? I just found out that you played music. I didn't know that. I played well.
Yeah. Oh, amazing. What do you play?
Awesome.
I played French horn for like 12 years, and I play
Yes.
guitar. My brother's a drummer. My whole family just played guitar. I have like a ukulele and a kalimba, and if I had more instruments, I'd play them. I want like a house full of instruments, right, where I can just grab them and play. But yeah, so that's really awesome. What do you play? What are you going to be teaching kids? I need to get caught up really quick.
Sure. So I've been playing a steel drum for 20 years.
Oh
So
my
yeah, yeah. So so I'm teaching about 9 classes worth of steel pan and the geometry of music theory this week. So Matthios came up with the idea of me playing these TikTok songs as a way to get everyone engaged. So I found one. It's
Yeah, exactly.
right. Where's the chorus? Okay. Where are we? All right. What is that?
I literally remember
F
that
minor.
dance.
All right. Yep. All right. D major, B minor. Yep. Beautiful. All right. So I just need to do 9 more of those and play them one after another in a mix. All right. I'll put the 10-song mix together. Play them one after another as we walk in. Yeah. So meta maybe I'm teaching math, the alchemy of music, the geometry of the music, 9 classes to high school and elementary students for summer school starting tomorrow, Wednesday, Friday. So I want to open the space, and because I imagined what it would be like to kind of show people music theory through my lens, right? And the lens of everyone from the Caribbean, rather than using staff notation, so to speak, and sus major 2, 4, 5, 6, sigma delta, right? That's the language they use in you know, the music schools, and we don't use that over here. We do, but we see the shapes differently, let's say. No, you're back.
Yeah, you started sounding like a robot and then you went away. So you're teaching
Oh,
yeah, so
shit.
you're teaching the children about the circle of fifths and musical geometry?
Yeah, that's right. And I'm going to use their favorite TikTok songs.
I want to be
I
included
see.
in all of this. I want to hear it. Record it.
What I see, the thing is, unless I figured out a way to mic this phone, I wouldn't be able. What I'm going to do is record everything, right? And so now what I'm doing is kind of working out the table of contents. So okay, so I have the gray matter, and I have Euclid's elements, and I have the circle of fifths, and I have the Pythagorean like divinity of number, and I have Cleopatra turning down Mark Antony's gift, because what could possibly Mark Antony give Cleopatra, given that she was the queen of Egypt? You know, so I'm just kind of organizing all of these different rabbit holes that lead to each other. Like, I've realized that while I'm going to have a table of contents, I want anyone to be able to start with any one of those table of contents, depending on where they are in their journey. So I'm just kind of working out the table of contents by chatting with you guys.
This would be really fascinating to hear about because it's always intrigued me. But I would say about 5 years ago, I put like my music aside and I started jumping down code. And I went to like the other side of my brain, right? And we had a dog. I named her Lydian. That was my favorite modal scale and all this kind of stuff. So I would. This is going to be really interesting. I'm excited that you brought that up. I would love because music. I often I say people like resonate. Music means so much to me. And I feel it so much, and it's everywhere, and it relates to things in interesting ways. So I'm curious to see. I've went down several of these rabbit holes at different points in my life, and so I'm curious to see like your thoughts on it and what you've learned. I'm really excited for that.
The probably the guy who went down the rabbit hole as exhaustively as I've seen is a guy named Richard Merrick. What was the book that he? Oh yes, Interference Theory. This guy wrote a whole theory of everything, based on music and on audio waves. So let me, if I go site colon file type PDF harmonic interference theory. This is madness. Hold on. Let me see if this is the right one. And it was like freaking 700 pages of just diagrams. And here are the platonic solids, and here's how they relate. And actually, Matthias was there. This is how we started off our conversations, is trying to understand the geometry of music. I can post some of the rabbit hole that we went on that kind of brought us together. We actually started not talking about philosophy, but of music theory. And so we have the linear theory of music, and then we have the circular theory of music, and then we have the triangular theory of music, and they're all valid, right? So I'm going to post the triangular theory of music to the top. This guy created a whole map of music by looking by, you know how you have like a triad? Come on, Lulu. Oh, you mean kiss?
Yeah, I'm just coming for hugs.
Hey, you come for hugs? I'm getting hugs. So, a chord is usually like D major is, right? That's D and F sharp. That makes it D major. And if you play them together, right? So that's the chord, right? That's the line. You know, in math, we think of a chord as being the connection of two points on the edges of a circle, right? A chord is a line that connects 2 points on the edge of a circle. Same thing in steel drums. Chord is when you play 2 notes at the same time, right? And the triad is when you do 3, and the 7th is when you have 4, so on and so forth. And if you run out of hands, then you share the chord with other people. So I found a document. I got the documents. Black helicopters. All right, sorry. So the music rabbit hole by Richard Merrick. So this is as exhaustive. Oh my God. Like, I haven't seen anyone take it to this level. Oh, let me share this with you. All right, it's called The Music Rabbit Hole by Richard Merrick. Man, I want you to take a look, because if you're like a music nerd, right, then this is going to be right up your alley. This is kind of what validated all of my intuitions. Like, yeah. Music is much more important than we ever thought.
Validating my intuition. That was a lovely set of words. Thank you.
Sometimes you think you're just yelling into the wind, right?
Oh my God, this is a rabbit hole. Oh, this is great.
That's it. Yeah. It's looking up. Yeah. Okay. If we look at Lydian, Lydian is starting on the 4th. Yeah. Okay. So if you were looking at Lydian, it would be. So if we have a major scale, which is so Lydian would be the 4th. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So that's the move from the major to the Lydian. So the Ionian mode is the major scale, right?
Yeah.
The Phrygian mode is when you start the major scale on the 2nd note. The Phrygian is when you start the major scale on the 3rd note. The Lydian is the 4th, the Mixolydian the 5th, the Aeolian the 6th, and Locrian the 7th. Right, and that's yeah. So it's so again, we use the same language, but because we have geometry in front of us and not a line, it feels differently in our hands.
I just had to save this the rabbit hole power presentation. This is just cheese, man.
What do you think? What's the impression you get from that?
Oh man, I can't even I can't even tie it down. I was thinking earlier about what you'd said about once you start moving things between the worlds or moving things between their domains, that I didn't want to go full complexity cell on you. But that's like one of the things that they talk about, or you could have an engine. I don't know, or not an engine. I don't even know how to describe the mechanism, but let's call it an engine. You could have a wooden one, and you could have a metal one, and they could have the same output. They could serve the same function, but then once they start operating, you find out real quick that it isn't the same thing. So in my mind, that is a sort of resonance. And just so looking at the structures from this math, I'm just like, fuck, man. Jeez. I can't. So yeah, like I was saying, I can't
No,
tie it down yet.
it's okay. By the way, just to kind of leave you some breadcrumbs down this rabbit hole, I put down some of the other stuff that I tweeted up before. So yeah, if you thought that was the rabbit hole, imagine you had the book. So there's the book, and me teaching some other music and theory of
Oh
everything based
man.
on music. Yeah. So if you want the drink from the fire hose, it's all at the top.
I love this sentence. Could perception be a harmonic function? You know how they talk about truth resonating and the words that you resonate with and things like that. Our intuition builds upon that. Like when I hear
Mm,
it makes me wonder too about how like when I hear Lydian notes, like they resonate with me. They make me feel better. I like the way that they sound. There's certain people in these spaces I can't listen to the tones of their voices. I have to choose my spaces by what the sound of people's voices and what it feels like, honestly, or I can't listen to them. I can't understand them. So it's really interesting to see, to think about it in this light, right? And to
mm.
see how those tie together.
It the way I think about teams is the same way I think about music. You can have people that can play songs, but sometimes they can't change the key that they play it in, right? So you have to surround them by only D major people because they don't know D minor. And they don't know that, even though they might know even though it's true that the 7 notes in D major are the 7 notes in B minor, that doesn't mean that people who know D major are going to operate well in a B minor band.
Oh, that was perfectly put. Yes, exactly. It's like you don't resonate. Those people that if you are an Ionian person, we are probably not going to mesh well.
Unless you maybe tease it in with the bridge, right?
Just
Like
a
if you can
tad.
read the room and you can say, you know what, that first song, maybe it was the key it was in, right? Maybe oh man, I started in E flat major. Let me go back to a C major, F major, or D major, and give them some bubble gum before I give them, some wasabi.
What if you could, when you're teaching children, right? What if you could find their keys that they were attracted to? What if you could base your teaching and the things that they listen to around the keys that they enjoy inherently? I wonder if that resonates with how they learn.
That
Good
was
point.
Matteo's suggestion. Matteo suggested that we could play what they loved by knowing what TikTok songs were trending right now among dancers. So, for example, to your point, that song, what was it called? How's it go? So I think that's was he playing? Hold on, what key is it? This song. So like these bubblegum songs, right? I'm using one here.
Google says it's C minor.
See mine? Right. Okay. Gotcha. So then. Oh, okay. Mm. Interesting. All right. I need your hands to do this. I'm like trying to use one hand to do this. Yeah. Gotcha. So, there are going to be some students who are attracted to that song. Go ahead, Bilal.
I was just gonna ask, like, can we measure what hertz that was on? Because right now everyone is tuned to a certain frequency, and that frequency was set
Yeah.
as a standard a long, long time ago,
Yeah.
and
This is
it's
you're
not
getting
harmonious with
into.
our body. Sorry.
I mean, you're getting into, and it's another thing I should include. I think it was called Box. It was a thing where it just cycled through scales, right? The entire composition was actually just a cycling through scales, going from I think like C major, G major, D major, whatever. And he was doing that not to so much make a symphony, which although it was, but he was using as a tool so that everyone could tune their instruments the same. So that the way you tuned your piano in France was the same way we did in Germany, so that you could experience the same type of experience in the same key, with the same length of string on the hammers and the piano. So, when people talk about the 432 hertz and the 440 hertz and all that stuff, it's
Yeah.
you can do those calculations. I mean, I think it's an interesting research paper if someone in the future listening to this wants to do it, is if you took a random sampling of the top 100 or 1,000 TikTok songs, what keys are they in?
Yeah,
What
and
frequencies do
we're
they
gonna find
resonate in?
something very. We're gonna find something very sinister. We're gonna find something very sinister.
Imagine
Yeah.
the Born Identity song was written in 432 hertz.
No, dude, it was yeah.
Right?
Okay. But dude, the when you play that piano, it's very gentle. It's very nice on the
Oh,
ears.
you know what it is? It's not a
What?
piano.
What is it?
It's a steel pan. It's a steel drum.
Whoa, it's very nice.
Thanks.
They're lovely. They're so lovely.
I appreciate it. So at the top of all, if you want to drink from the fire hose of music theory, Richard Merrick is the guy that did probably the most exhaustive, like mathematical, quasi mystical, if you want to look at it that way, like look at music. And this is the stuff that like brought Matthias and some of the rest of us together like a few years ago, is trying to understand the nature of reality through music, and this is where it led us.
Wow. No, I was looking at the quarks, and what is that right above? Uh, Shit, where'd it go? What is that? The strings, and then it's like there's like, what does the string mean? Like, what does that end? It's
Which one are you looking at? The
I'm looking at the
white
picture.
the G-ball model of the genetic codon?
Yeah, the one with the quarks and the atom molecule.
Okay, Ali, Bilal was asking, can you explain the significance of this model?
The where the string is, like the end of it, like in the life cycle or whatever. It seems like there's some type of thing, a signal resonating. What is that?
I don't know what Mike is showing me. So he's
Yeah.
showing me this. This. Are we looking at the pentagon that turns into this model? Is that what we're looking at?
Mm-hmm.
And you're wondering what the string is that's going around the ball?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just the edges.
It's the one beside the girl climbing.
Oh, sorry, you're looking
I
at
was gonna say, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense.
let me show
What
you.
he's saying and what you're showing me are different
Okay, one
things.
sec. So, this model here.
It starts molecule, then atom, then neutron.
But isn't that
then
representative? The strings are representative of the frequencies, sort of, on which we vibrate. Because the Earth, correct? I don't remember exactly, but like Nikola Tesla tuned like the North American power grid to a certain frequency one time a while back. So isn't like string theory? I haven't looked into it, but doesn't that tie like where we resonate or something like that? Like those strings tie us. I could be so wrong.
No, that sounds right.
Like my physics, I've read physics stuff and it's a lot of internalized stuff, but I don't articulate things. And then I read it and I'm like, oh, yeah. Words for my intuition. Isn't that what Michael said? Like,
Take the words very lightly.
one of my favorite quotes is, I believe in nothing I profess. And I feel like that's a really great quote for lifelong learners. I'm always.
I mean, I think I'd have to read what the description was of the diagram, but what I can understand from, okay, can you?
Sorry.
What I can understand from it, so what it's saying is that all matter is made of molecules, and inside a molecule are atoms. Inside an atom, you've got subatomic particles. So from what I can see, one is colored blue, which would then represent the electrons. So I'm guessing this is the electron cloud. And then it parts down to a neutron. So this is where the matter in atoms basically come from. Because when you look at the weight differential between an electron and its nucleus, it's negligible. So what I'm thinking is what they're saying is that there is a connection between the electron and the nucleus of what it's made of. And that would go into the whole, what is it called? The whole electron cloud and the what is it called? My brain is not coming up with the words. But the likelihood that an electron is anywhere So it's connected to its original nucleus, no matter where it is existing in space and time.
Yeah, because it seems like there's something going into a different plane, shifting away. I think.
Right? Because what we
were saying that.
understand with an electron cloud is that it's just its probabilities. So sometimes it's there, most of the time it's there, but sometimes it's on the moon and sometimes it's in another dimension, but most of the time it's here. And it's always, what it's saying is there's some connection between it and its nucleus that keeps it mostly focused around the nucleus.
That is madness. I didn't know that electron positions could vary that far. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Into other, oh
It's
my
kind of
god.
like
Guys,
the
you know what this means,
Aristophanes
right?
model of physics.
Aristophanes model, what is that?
Remember the beast with the two backs being separated and they're in love when they find each other? It's like you have these.
Who said that?
Oh, Aristophanes. So when he was, go on, explain.
No, but with your idea, the two halves find each other, then they stay as whole.
Mhm.
What this is saying is that mostly electrons hang out in this one area, but they could be anywhere. But probability says that for the most part, they're here.
You're saying,
But we don't know.
You're saying electrons have a mistress in another dimension?
Probably.
That's
Yeah,
what it feels
it's what
like.
we focus on. It's like first of what we focus on, then you could focus. Like you could theoretically, like what this basically means. What I'm getting from this is you could remotely view the other side of the moon. Prove me
Go
wrong.
ahead.
Well, that's what string theory is kind of postulating, that all these particles are connected in some way, which is why they make these confirmations most of the time in probability because of these strings. But sometimes, I don't know, there are other places because they're connected. And that's why we see all these weird quote unquote coincidences, but they're not really coincidences. They're actually connected by strings.
I can't believe that electrons are cheating on our dimension with another dimension.
But how you know it's cheating? What if it feels like this side is the cheating? What if we're the host?
What if we're the mistress? Yeah. And
Pew,
now
pew,
we
pew,
have like this
pew.
confrontation in the parking lot. Like, who is this?
Because we might not understand what the percentage is. Maybe
Oh.
what we calculate as a propensity might not actually be, because we don't really. I mean, like, we don't understand how to control or like use neutrinos. So what the hell else is out there?
Well, I'm gonna.
Like, we just found that there's another tubular system inside the human body we didn't know existed.
Yeah, the tubes.
And we
What?
just found out that there's another brain inside
Oh,
our stomach.
oh,
So, like,
nice.
what the hell?
Sorry,
Oh.
explain. Give it to that, sir.
Well, because for the most part, the way that we see any type of tissues, you take a really thin slice of it, and then you smush the fuck out of it between two glass plates, and then you shoot electrons into it. And that's what we do to look at stuff. Fucking stupid, right? Stupid. But recently, we've been able to like use less and less mushing pressure to the point where we realized that all of our mushing was collapsing a bunch of tubules that we didn't know existed in the human body. So now that we're
Is
looking at the
that-
samples, we're like, what the shit is this other system we didn't know
Wittgenstein's
existed?
ruler. That's crazy.
Right?
Was that what Penrose was talking about? Microtubules? Or is that something?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look up who
Anyway.
that is and what he's talking about. Microtubules are a specific thing.
Okay, never mind. Well, because I was just blown away because he was saying consciousness is there, but who gives a fuck about that? We can talk about that another day. This is crazy. Like this is just like, oh fuck. So like we were breaking down. We were. Oh, I get it now. With Wittgenstein ruler. So we had more structure. We were just fucking breaking it, and looking at what was left over and saying, this is the structure.
We were looking at the pieces of a Tonka truck after it
It's
visited
like looking at Lego and being like, oh, I understand.
Yeah, this was the Starship Enterprise, not
Yeah.
a pile of bricks.
Right.
Yeah,
This was a Millennium Falcon. You fuck. You just.
permeating your
Oh
body.
my god, guys! I gotta tell you a story. Millennium Falcon. I had a fucking existential crisis. I thought I was a fucking starship. Like,
Nice.
oh my god, it was hilarious. I'm like, man, I must be a starship somewhere out in space and like very functional. But yeah, that's my story. I
Excellent.
had lots of existential crises. Robot. Sometimes you think you're a robot. Sometimes you think, yeah. In the Truman Show.
I have to go be a mom now, but I just want to say this was really fun, and that's the first time I've heard your wife talk, and I just want to be her friend. Hi, be my friend. Hi.
Look, you know how much I'm trying to make her my friend? It never works.
No,
I've been trying for 4 years.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Maybe you'll have better luck than I should.
I will put forth my best effort. Thank you for the rabbit holes. I gotta go. Bye, guys.
Yeah, no worries.
See you
Good
later.
one.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
I want to try a little experiment because I know it always saddens me when I hear the quality of the steel pan that comes through. Like, it's not even anywhere close to what happens in the room. So I'm just going to try this thing where I plug in a little Ujiga Jugu into this thing. What were we singing yesterday? Oh, yeah. Daylight come and I want to go home. So what I'm going to do is
Daylight, come
keep
back.
singing it,
Me
and
want
That was my
go.
eventually you're going to hear me playing. Keep going.
No, what'd you say? Sorry. I was being a jackass.
I'm going to hook up this microphone and see if I can get it to actually, I won't be able to hear you, which is the downfall, but I just want to see if I play for a couple, like a minute, and then I'll just connect. Hold on. So I have the microphone here, and I'll move that there and there, and plug this underneath. So I won't be able to hear you for the next maybe 60 seconds, but let's see if we can actually make this happen.
Man, you know the Michael guy, right?
he be tripping, bro. Honestly.
No, man, I always come in here and I learn something new.
What's up,
Uh,
guys?
Yo, Kappa, WB.
Return my husky to my neighbor,
who's
who's of African descent. So I was having a nice little conversation with him about like worldly matters.
Perfect.
He was just telling me, "Yo, dude, the world is an amazing place once you open your heart to true kindness and understanding."
Yo, Kappa, side note, Mike can't hear us right now because he plugged his mic or some shit, but he literally can't hear us, so he wasn't cutting you off.
No. I'm not emotionally fragile, brother. You motherfucker, you playing music over me. My voice should be the only instrument playing right now.
Hey, but I love how it is layered on top fucking perfectly.
Oh yeah.
It was just a little bit lower, tiny bit lower than this.
I was just about to drop bars, bro.
I wonder if you can hear us.
Did that come through any differently?
Yeah, we were having a nice little conversation over your. Yeah, it's like we were in a TV show.
Oh, nice.
But it came through.
It came through?
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
through?
It
Like
came
on
A
a
through.
little
scale of
bit
1 to
lower.
10.
The volume was a little bit lower.
Yeah.
The input is trippy. I think the input is different with that shit. Because like when a bunch of us talk, when we're talking, it'll like mics start going out, but with that, the music never stopped, no matter who is talking.
Okay, I'm gonna try another little machine I have here. So let me do the same thing again, and I apologize.
Daylight, come back, me want go home. Daylight, come back, me want go home. I'm trying to harmonize now, bro. That shit just spoke straight to my soul.
Okay, so. Check.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
All right. Good, bad.
According to that, you're wearing a black shirt.
So did that make any difference at all?
I don't know. I was hypnotized, man. You actually, yeah. So it must have been.
Yeah. No, it's not a point.
I was trying to focus on like what color shirt you were. That's why I'm like, I'm gonna feel the vibrations all the way to fucking Toronto and get this guy.
I am not wearing a shirt.
You motherfucker.
It's actually the steel pan uniform. Right? But like, sometimes I can do that for like I don't know how long.
Dude, it was really good. It was good. I was zoned in. That's what it's all about, getting people to a different frequency, raising their vibration.
You think if I incorporate it into like the spaces, people would appreciate it? Be like, if people are arguing, and be like, mute everyone. and then
hey,
dude, you brought it last time so smoothly. It was good.
If you switch machine, like if you use the machine that you did, if you switch input, I think you can play the music as a backdrop to the argument, because it's not going to cut them off.
I need to figure out like some mixer type situation. Let's see. Because like this is the difference. Like this is me just playing without the microphone.
Yeah.
It's also good for cues, giving cues.
Daylight. Welcome, everyone, to the SquareSpace, where we have Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice. Today, we are talking about the application of the principles of George Orwell's Animal Farm in order to better manipulate the workplace and exert exactly what we want from our superiors and our inferiors. All men are created equal. Some men are just more equal than others.
How does one tell if the thoughts that they possess are truly in their possession?
In 1989, technology was released where it inserts the voice directly into the skull, V2K. In the Iraq War, they were able to have a whole battalion surrender because they thought that they heard Allah. Technology.
Yo, can they never mind. That's fucking fire.
I could listen to Morgan Freeman talk about philosophy right now to that music. Sounds like it would be the backdrop for like a Neil deGrasse Tyson information lecture.
Michael, I'm gonna need these. I'm gonna need these loops, dude. Exactly what Kappa just said. What Kappa just said. I'm gonna add these to the exegesis on the behaviorists, and so as soon as I start throwing up those videos, I want to put these audio. So get it on Ditto.
Yeah. Soothing education.
Oh, speaking of soothing, look who it is. The soothing voice guy.
KC.
I'll be right back, boys. My dog's yelling.
Where my dog's at?
Woo-hoo.
My.
All right,
Meow.
KC, I didn't get a chance to perform for you yesterday, so this is my chance. Are you ready? Okay. This is my performance for KC that I didn't figure out how to... Oh, KC, can you hear us? Check.
KC, hello.
Check. 1 2 3. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What's up, man? How's the day?
Good. I have my song for you now. I didn't have my song ready for you yesterday, but I have it now.
Oh, right on.
You ready?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay. So, I guess you're gonna have to bring me on stage, and then I'll connect the microphone.
Now introducing one of the minds of our time. Coming to you with vocal capabilities unlike those you've heard before. It is So You Want To and Attract Funding. Welcome to the stage, So You Want To.
All right.
That was a nice little toe tapper right there.
Check, check.
That was good.
Yeah. I realized that
That was
instrument
good.
behind me.
Come, Mr. Wait, was that
Yeah.
Tallyman, right?
Yeah, that was the
Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana.
Yeah.
Daylight come on me, won't go home. Hell yeah.
It's funny because Harry Belafonte is a mix of Matthias and you. Did you know that?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, bro, did he sing that
Yeah.
in his little smoky
Mm-hmm.
voice?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mr. Tallyman, Tally. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was the Caribbean
Oh
Sam
my
Cooke.
gosh. No, stop. Oh gosh, I'm leaving.
Maybe that was Jimmy London. Yeah. Not Harry Belafonte. Yeah. Yeah.
Nah,
That's
it
true.
needs to be Harry though.
Yeah.
It needs to be.
Yeah. So,
Oh my
what were we
god.
talking? Oh, yeah, we're talking about music theory and the different ways to, because I'm teaching 9 classes. And so Matthias had the crazy idea of all I'm going to do is play TikTok songs because those are inherently the most popular songs.
But what you're actually doing is you're saving the world because you're getting them on a different frequency, not the frequency that the Nazis told us to be on. And that's, yeah, saving the world.
Well,
Saving the world. One song at a time.
well, the idea is that the music can be the white hat Trojan horse.
White
Oh.
hat, Trojan man.
Saving your soul from premarital mind bending. I don't, dude. That's funny.
Premarital discord.
But the white hat Trojan horse, right? Good guy wrapped up in something secretive that may or may not be bad, but it's actually a good guy at the core. I like that.
That's what every bad guy says.
I'm doing bad things for a good reason, right? I always like
There it is, Kappa. Justification for, we were talking about this earlier, Casey. Justifications for violence, and there, if it's for the right cause.
There's a time and place.
I always loved the movie Unbreakable, where Samuel L. Jackson is Mr. Glass.
Wow, that movie is incredible. And man, it just gets
Dude.
you thinking. It's like, wow, you know what? There must be something like that.
Well, I mean, the raw consideration of, that many people don't know that they're the villain. They think they're doing something good.
But he was doing something good.
Well, I mean, he was killing a lot of people to accomplish to find something good, you know, causing train wrecks and airplane crashes to find a superhuman.
I think it's like what we've come down to as a society, where it's like for you to affect change, it's like because everywhere you look around you, it seems like something is not right, something's backward, and it's like if you want to do something, it has to be so drastic like that. Like another thing that's very vivid to me is like when the guy did self-immolation, that monk, right? And then now people are doing that. Like I've seen it, and it's not hitting the same. Like nothing seems to work, and then you get put in a position like this, but maybe it could lead to like a golden age of like an Atlantis, if everyone can unlock some ability within them.
I have this feeling that humans are so flawed that we will continuously take something that's healthy and good and end up corrupting it. And we do it to such an extent that we're at this kind of precipice where our technology is really, unfortunately, like our only saving grace here. And if we don't advance through the technological edge and create technology beyond what we're looking at right now, we may not make it.
That's why we invented the blockchain. The blockchain, the one true process idol, Heraclitus.
You mean the Excel spreadsheet? Oh, no, sorry, that's the oracles.
It's just one
No,
piece of
the
that
Excel
vision.
spreadsheet is how we manage the cap table. The blockchain is how we do the transactions.
Not until we see something like AR health integration will, I think, we actually be looking at turning the corner through technology.
I
Or is
think
it- or is it the-
health right now is so backwards already, where it's
Yeah.
like it's being turned against us. Rockefeller set the golden
Yes.
standard of how to look at
Rockefeller
health.
Records?
Yeah, and they made a gold standard, and we could be healing so good. We could have all those cures, and technology, like it's not going to advance anything that way. It just keeps us kind of dumbed down and not aware of these things. Yeah,
I mean,
man.
at the
Yeah.
same time, like,
Healthcare. Oh man.
think about it though. Like, you have all of this realization. Why? Because you can read.
Yep.
That presupposition that people can read is
Oh,
not an assumption you should make.
Because we're
Right?
not making critical thinkers anymore.
Not even no.
No.
You have to be able to read before you can critically think, and people can't. The literacy rates aren't as high as we would want to believe. Trust me.
I have this like super dorky nerdy analogy here. When I was racing these RC cars, they were using foam tires on a carpeted track to achieve traction that was unrealistic for for reality. But in a 50-foot length, we were hitting like 50 miles an hour inside a little building and racing. And the amount of knowledge you had to have to dial in your car, the power, the chassis dynamics and geometry and the weight distribution and the suspension setup, and you really had to know it. And when you got to know it, you could do fucking incredible things. But as it went into mainstream, it was dumbed down. Here, we'll make something that everyone can race. You don't need to know how to do droop, right height, and tweak, and you don't have to fuck with your caster Ackerman settings, and everything's all pre-programmed. Just take it out of the box, go race it, it'll be great. And it sucked. But it was that movement towards making it consumable for everybody instead of making the knowledge consumable for everybody.
You were right. That was the most dorkiest
Right?
example.
Wasn't that such a nerdy
Whoa.
example? Like super
No,
dork.
fuck that. That was excellent. Fuck both of you
It's a-
for agreeing.
I probably could have used a different analogy that would have landed better.
No.
It gives
No.
off the point better if it's more
Perfect.
closer to your heart. Right? So,
No. You gotta understand. Dorky is like the new sexy.
Oh, really?
Dude, I'm buying. Like, I gotta look in. I'm dead ass. I'll take my kids on walks for 2 miles because there's these fields and shit. So like, yeah, you want to drive your RC car? We gotta walk for 2 miles, and then we're gonna walk the 2 miles back. I'll carry the car back, but you're gonna carry that shit over there. And so hearing that, I was like, oh yeah, he's gonna fucking lose his shit. And then now, I get those 3 miles. Now we can't use it at that field. We got to go to the other hill, so we're gonna walk for 4 miles now. Sucker. But anyway, yeah, that was fire. That was perfect.
Yeah. I used to get in trouble flying airplanes at one of the local college fields because it would fuck with the radar of the local airport.
That's so cool. I look up to you.
Dude, that is so fucking dangerous. Oh my gosh.
Super. They'd freak the fuck out because all of a sudden there'd just be this dot popping up right there at home base. Oh God, something's in the air. It's right close to us. Where is it? Yeah. Funny, not funny. Not funny, but
yeah, man, you were engaging in warfare, man. You were like
weaponizing toys.
That really is warfare, dude. That's
you are a soldier.
See, now we know why he's a transformer, because he wants to become a car, an RC car.
Okay.
It all makes
Cars
sense.
are pretty scary too. Like,
oh man, you get a centrifugal force clutch on a 1/8 scale on-road car. Tune that carb right, you're gonna hit 110 down a straightaway. It's fucking fun, man. It was a good time.
I'm putting something to the top. Dr. Robert Wetzel noticed that that I had 0 engagement on LinkedIn because I'm being shadow banned.
He's shadow banned from freaking Facebook.
No.
Yeah, man. Not even shadow banned. He's banned. He can't even go on it. He's like tried everything.
My if you look at the picture, it says I achieved 0% engagement. I didn't think I'd be able to do it, but I'm at 0%.
Dude, that sucks.
That's a pretty hard ban.
You're a
what did you
recruiter,
do?
too. That's like the main platform that you need to be on.
The thing is, like, I have, how many followers do I have? I have 3,800 followers.
Oh shit! I have 3,400.
Yeah. So, it's just one of those things. That's the reason why I came to Twitter Spaces, or Twitter in general. But the thing is, like, I can see who's coming to the profile, and it's like Ernst and Young and all these places. So I'm cool with that.
Yo, LinkedIn, if they did something like Spaces, it would they would have a good user base.
They have something like this, yeah. They have a bunch of it's like the
what?
You think this is the SquareSpace? You should see the LinkedIn Spaces. That's the real SquareSpace.
It's probably just all like very deep emotional stories and.
There was one time when I went for a walk and I saw a flower. That flower said to me, "I wish I was a caterpillar," not knowing that the flower fed the caterpillar and the caterpillar fed the flower.
And that's why I made $100,000.
Yeah, that's why you need to sell this hand cream. This hand cream made out of flowers and caterpillars are the Aristophanes expression of love in creation. And here is his cybersecurity software. And sorry, it all becomes like a kind of like religious Dr. Strangelove.
Religious Dr. Strangelove? That
makes kind of sense.
Yeah. It does. That's oh man, like so like I dinked around with like the Facebook rooms. Never played with them.
That. Yeah. We should do a Facebook room sometime, Doc.
Oh,
you know how many boomers and traditionalists that we're cutting out of this experience by not doing a Facebook rooms? Imagine going on there and you have like 1 billion followers and be like, yeah, guns rights. And you're like, wait a minute. Oh no. And then, right? Well, that's probably what would happen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Karl Marx learned that you don't get to choose who implements the fruits of your writings. You don't get to choose the morality or the intentions of your reader base.
Okay. Yeah.
So to future peoples, use this information
As an
as
example of
wisely as your awareness allows.
hmm,
And as your awareness changes, the content will change before you. Because your eyes have changed, your OODA loops have changed, your perceptions have changed. And by the way, the eye organizes information before it's sent to the brain. So what does your brain know about the information that's already been digested from previous tables that are linking to your prefrontal cortex spreadsheet dashboard?
so, and over time that changes. So you have to look at it on a time horizon, right?
Or maybe looking at it as
'Cause-
ever expanding rows that pivot. And maybe the better you get, the more pivot you can do on your tables.
Until you're doing like some 3-dimensional chess, 4-dimensional chess, right?
N-dimensional chess. Imagine an arrow going out in all
the
dimensions.
sphere. The
Yes,
sphere.
yes.
It's a bubble. We're back to the bubble.
Indra's net.
Oh,
You know,
guys,
someone,
startup
some
idea.
some might
Spreadsheet
call it
for
a chain
5D.
of blocks. Sorry, go on.
Spreadsheet for 5D.
Spreadsheet for
Startup
who?
idea. Huh?
5D spreadsheet.
5D spreadsheet.
Oh, I mean, they have that. That's what the spreadsheet and the additional sheets are. That's where Matthias and I started. Imagine when you walk into a spreadsheet that all those spreadsheet cells are teeming with functionality. They might show nothing, but those spreadsheet cells have the function to be able to relate to infinite many tables below them. And now you're dealing with MongoDB and NoSQL, depending on the type of requests and the complicated nature of the retrieval and the computations.
Oh my god.
And see, this is why when I was talking about that whole financial literacy app connected to everything, conversations like this make me think that it's possible. Not only possible, but natural. Like just
Compelled forward. There is a compelling of this, right?
Yeah.
Matthias is learning computer science and logic right now.
But these financial literacy, like, it's based off an inherently corrupt structure.
So one of the first social challenges is distinguishing the difference between financial literacy, financial education, and financial advice. And financial literacy, like think about the word literacy, right? You'd be able to read. You're reading your finances. It's not to tell you what to do with your money. It's to show you how to read
Yo,
yourself.
this book is lit, yo.
Say again?
This book is lit, yo.
Okay, and then what were you saying, Casey?
So, anyways, the idea is just to show you yourself financially on a screen, on a sheet, put yourself on paper, so that you have the ability to read your own finances. That's the concept. What you do with that, that's on you. But if you know what position you're actually in, you might make a different decision. And that's the financial literacy component.
That makes sense.
Yeah. It's just, you hop in a car, you turn it on, what do? You read the gauges. How's my gas? How many miles do I have on it, right? Is the engine light on? Yeah. But when we talk about how fundamentally, oracles and blockchain, you're talking about spreadsheets to a point, and making a multi-dimensional spreadsheet that can incorporate the variability of experiencing a life, and then subscribing certain metrics and values to that and creating data, is where I go back also to the individualized parachains, so that you have your own blockchain storing your data and information. And you can bridge out to other chains and other things. And you can create value on yourself based on the utility of what you're fucking doing. And if the portal to all of that is forcing somebody to read themselves first, I think that's all you can do.
There's a there's a dichotomy brought up by Nassim Taleb called techne episteme. And techne was the knowledge of things, and episteme was the knowledge of doing things. And that we need, there was an inherently a bifurcation between the knowledge of things and the actual knowledge of doing things.
I
And so
think
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I love that. I didn't know that. I love that. But I look at like China and their social um, tracking, right? And the ups and downs that that's creating. And I feel like that is a savage way to approach the same idea. And
I
that
think
there's meh.
we may put different icing on the same rotten cake. Sorry, different. I think what we'll do eventually is put a different icing on the same rotten cake, I guess.
You don't think that there's that leap of ability for humanity to utilize the technology for themselves to create value through their own utility?
It's hard when you create technology that gives everyone the ability to put their finger on the button.
Oh, that hurt. I mean, yeah.
Right? Because you're talking about creating the greatest RC car of all time, which is dangerous if you put the wrong thing on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so if technology sufficiently advances to the point where everyone has a finger on the button, you're going to want to make sure there's like some glass over top of that button.
Yeah. Some sort of safety. Yeah.
Unless you convince everyone to go in the metaverse, in which case, bombs away. It doesn't affect anything in real life. Maybe what we need to do is save humanity from itself by giving them the same experience in just a less meaningful manner.
How would you? Yeah. I mean, that'd be nice because it always comes down to one person taking too much or utilizing it for.
So let's give them everything. Let's just give them everything. Not in actuality, but in terms of experience. What's the difference between an indistinguishable experience as long as you don't hurt the environment? So suit up, motherfucker. Put on these glasses. No, I don't want to put on the glasses. Put on these glasses.
On July 5th, you better be playing such a nice tone and the frequency. You could just change. You could do exactly that.
So what song do you think I should play for that time?
Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Let me think about that one. Because it needs to be meaningful. The tone needs to be just right. It needs to be in sync with like the live stream. Your thoughts need to be focusing on that location. And then, holy crap, the particles, the Big Bang that's going to occur, it's going to be glorious. And you'll have people in this room and everyone will be in a good mindset, and then we could make a little wish come true. Because why not?
The seventh chords are always dreamy. Geometry is strange.
Geometry, there's
strange implications of the platonic solids. Yeah, I used to have a license to sell financial instruments, and I gave it up because I didn't want the responsibility of managing people's entire life savings. It was too much of a burden that I didn't want to bear because you go to sleep with that every night. Even when you help people, does that make sense? Right? Even when you help someone, like just on paper, make money, protect money, right? Those are the times that make it worth it.
So I want to give you a story for that.
Mm-hmm.
So, had a couple friends that were like really deep into bodybuilding. They were like all natural, heavyweight bodybuilding champs, and they opened up a tanning salon, right? And one of the partners came to me and he's like, "Hey man, I need an equity line. I gotta make sure we've got reserves just in case we're not going to use it." Da, da, da. And I'm like, "All right, cool, man." Wrote the equity line for him. At those times, I could do equity lines, so got him an equity line for 75 grand, something like that. 2 weeks later, calls me up. "Dude, man, I went to California, Long Beach, man. It was crazy. I met this girl." And he spent it all on a weekend bender, basically. Fucking tapped the whole thing.
Nice.
Yeah. Brutal, man. Brutal. You cannot control what people do.
Well, here's the thing, though. You never met the lady.
I mean, you have me there. That's fair.
If you met the lady, right? Did you ask to see a picture at least?
No, I didn't.
Right? You gotta do some due diligence on the transaction. Dude, some men may never taste California dreaming.
I mean,
Hotel California. Right? He sounds like look, at least he got an ability to check out. At least he didn't leverage the 75. Imagine like the only thing worse than meeting a woman in California is meeting a blockchain in the metaverse.
Oof. A leveraged blockchain, right?
Wow. That's dark. You guys are dark. This is supposed to be a happy space, the SquareSpace, degenerate conversations and a broadcaster voice. And I guess we're living up to the name, but I didn't realize that the name of the show would be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Oof.
I think
Obviously, man. Obviously, the
I think what
self-fulfilling
we need to
prophecy.
do
You knew
is
that.
maybe
You knew it.
clear the palette. So
Oh, I wonder what this cue's for. The moral of the story is 75K. Is worth it for the right woman. I'm thinking about all the crazy women I met in my life.
mainly. All right. That was supposed to clear the palette. Was that able to clear the palette?
That was nice.
No, it didn't clear the palette.
But Bolly
My
brought it
palette is
right
not
back in.
cleared.
No, the palette's not. Okay, so
It's going bang,
was
bang, bang, bang.
so that was going from major to minor. So let me just stay in the same key then. So.
What's going on, guys?
We're just cleaning our palettes.
We're just clearing our palette.
Okay. Message received.
So that's where we're at. If you're just Kappa, can you reset us?
Oh, you got it. You got it. Ladies
You
and
are
gentlemen.
an asshole, dude. How dare you impersonate the guy beside you? That is Not cool. You have to do that when he's out of the room, like I do.
What are you talking about? What are you going on about, yeah, bro?
And I'm singing about Casey, and I'm singing.
If we just sing
Singing
points, that
about
would be a good.
You
Gary
love it. You
and
fucking
Degen.
love it.
Singing about our seas, and I'm singing.
Maybe we sing
Yeah,
out.
yeah, sorry. That almost became Lagatha if I kept going.
Maybe if we sing out our points, people would listen.
Ooh.
That is the most.
Can I do it fast?
That's the most value-backed, validated answer of all time.
Kids
Politics.
who come back like year after year and they're like, do you know sometimes I sit in university and sing the fucking song you taught us?
Can you sing them the quadratic equation?
It's so stupid, but it's like
You ready for it?
x is equal to negative b plus or minus square root b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. And they say that they just sing that to themselves sometimes. I'm like, yeah, that's how music works.
Yeah.
Now it's stuck in you forever.
Yeah.
And you will never forget the quadratic formula.
Song is probably one of the most bonding educational tools that can be applied. That's how we escape suffrage.
And
Or it keeps us unaware of our suffering.
It might be the way we kept ourselves in suffrage if you look at trap music.
Exactly. It's a tool to be manipulated at the user's
Trap.
benefit.
Trap. It's a trap.
Uh-huh.
A trap. Let's pimp this biatch out.
Well, pimping souls, really. Getting people to focus on vanity and the just appeasing to what can be physically felt, more so emotionally and spiritually.
That's really interesting. Because I go through a lot of the song groups, and there are some people who, like, they are craving the compliments. If you're not complimenting them, they are offended.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And thanks so much, Casey, for singing. That was Casey singing. He was singing with instruments, and he was using his voice. And next, we have
Give me a compliment.
Dude.
Bilal, your name starts with B, it ends with L, and there's an L in between. I'm hoping that two L's make a W. Bilal, thank you so much. Right?
Not good enough. I need a real compliment. Oh man. No. Guys,
You know what's
today
crazy?
what's crazy?
How dogs my dog if fuck you Bilal. But how my dog could sit here, right? If he hears another human's voice, he flips out. But when I'm sitting on these spaces, he'll look at the phone here and there, but he does not react to it. Which is, I wonder if there's a scientific explanation there.
Dogs' hearings are way better than ours, and he probably just knows what's going on. He just understands. He's like, oh.
You think that through the speaker, like through the Yo, bro, how did my voice even travel through this thing?
Okay, wait. Okay. Is your dog beside you?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna try to see if I can get your dog's attention. Hey. No. You have to make it curious. Like if it looked and was like curious about something. Did it ever do that when you were on Spaces before?
Never.
It never happened? Yeah, that's interesting. I'm not gonna try it. I'm not gonna be worth it.
Kappa, do you have it on speakerphone or buds?
Mm-hmm.
Speakerphone? What's your dog's name?
Odin.
Odin?
Okay, give it a try.
Is Odin standing or sitting right now?
He's laying down right next to me. He's frivolously scratching his ass.
Casey, you could do it.
What type? What? Sorry. What type of dog is he?
German Shepherd.
Hey Odin, you want to go outside? You want to go outside? Hey Odin, you want to go outside?
Nothing, bro.
Nothing.
Dude,
No,
I want to go
should've-
outside.
Right?
He said, "No, I want to
Maybe
go
you have to give him the "oh yeah" voice.
I doubt that would work. Usually, some sort of
Well,
Odin.
And it's funny because if I say it
Odin.
right now, he'll look at me. Odin, outside? Yeah, he's so funny, bro.
Man, your dog loves you. Your dog loves you to death.
Oh, man. He tunes out the phone, I think. I think he's like, yo, that shit's fake, bro. Like, ever since he was a puppy, he fucking hated cell phones.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Wonder if there's some science behind this.
There must be. Unbreakable was a great movie. Unbreakable was a great movie.
What's up, Bubba?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of brain twists, you know.
It was very real too. Like at the end, it wasn't like it didn't make them like this is how the superhero world would begin if it were to if we
Yes.
get into that age.
And the social construct around it is the same as what was presented in Joker. Hey, this is how bad people become bad people. You see all the pain, understand? Yeah, he's doing some horrible shit. Look at what he went through.
Understanding.
Right?
Human beings, we assert our own understanding over what we determine conveniently conveniently applicable. So I find that most people just want to assert their interpretation of a person based off of a honestly more often than not a place of superiority.
I was trying to play a Joker-like theme while you were talking.
So, like, what if the Joker was met with apologies and pleas for forgiveness and understanding?
The
That would be
Joker only exists
so
because
awesome.
Gotham City has order, right?
Wow.
I mean, there's always, okay, so from the,
Joker has no existence in anarchy. He doesn't need it. He's not needed.
He embodies the identity of the group.
The hero has something. The hero wants to save the day. The villain has something to prove. The sidekick just wants to help, and the mentor has something to teach. One instantiates the others, like quantum particles and the Jujasphere.
Wow.
so if we take it back to a real, like, low level basic and look at the start of the concept, something bad happens to somebody and they start doing bad things to other people, right? And
Not
normally,
necessarily knowing why they're doing it,
yes,
right? Not
yeah.
necessarily knowing why they do it. Continue.
And most frequently they're met with force to stop, right? And my question is, what if they were met with request for forgiveness and
Well, you know the story of what happened when Joker went to the insane asylum? He met Harlequin, the psychiatrist, and turned her insane. Have you ever seen the initial picture of the Joker and the Harlequin? He's playing her like a fiddle,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how the image looks. She's like reaching back, and he's playing her like a fiddle, dude. What are you talking about?
Because
Right?
you know where I'm going with this. Like in a broad scope, is it applicable as a method of approach to somebody who's, you know, say being rehabilitated to approach
You
with?
got to understand, like, there's rehabilitation and there's understanding of biology of the brain,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So we have to look into the biology of the brain more than just diagnosing before we prescribe. Because
right.
when you're met with any mental ailment, how many
Mm,
times are they actually scanning your brain for lesions or contusions or any of those things that cause depression, that cause all of these things that we know, right? How many
right,
times have we looked at a serial killer's brain and realized, fuck, that dude didn't stand a chance? You know, there's
Wow.
people who have, like Sam Harris talks about in his book on free will, that he says the reason that he pushes no free will so much is he believes that if we really looked at because he's a neuroscientist, his position is that if we really looked at the brains of the people committing crimes, we'd notice that they were being influenced by a brain that had been impacted in some physical way, whether through inheritance or whether through injury. Because there's enough serial killers who write letters saying, I don't know why I'm going to do this, but I'm about to go to the top of a clock tower.
Do you think it's genetic predispositioning?
Genetics has a dangerous part to do with it. If you look at the inheritance of schizophrenia, it actually gets passed down.
Mm.
So if schizophrenia can be passed down, right?
Yeah.
What does that mean about our conception of good and evil and crime and punishment? If everybody's supposed to be equal under the law, but everyone's not equal under brain physiology.
and then you add to that things like, you know, brain trauma and, you know, chemical mental impacts and wow.
I think one story that came to mind, and it may be relative, it may not be, but I shall share anyway. Um, was the kid who shot
Yo,
up the church.
Kappa, you never need to preface anything you say again. Anything that I say, I don't know if it's true. I just fucking say it.
Thank you,
Yeah.
brother.
Yeah, no worries. You don't have to preface it with us. With other people, you probably have to, right? That's the game.
Mhm.
But with us, just, feel free to say any lie you want. It's up to us to figure out the truth.
Absolutely, brother. Thank you, man. The situation with the kid, not a kid, but a young dude, and who shot up the church, who went in and sat with these members for a couple hours, and before he killed them all, he communicated with them, he interacted with them, and he told them before he did this, apparently, that he almost changed his mind, but he couldn't. And that kind of when you said that, it's nice to say that we're all equal under the guidance of man-made law. We still cannot govern nature, and nature gives birth to these people, maybe sometimes to serve as a reminder to be more open and kind, but often in situations, reflection regarding treatment, I don't think would have helped. I think certain outcomes are inevitable, just in different uh, extremes. If that makes sense.
You don't blame the bear for being hungry. You separate the bear from the population to make sure that nobody gets eaten.
I love that.
Now, that can be used in positive ways and the most nefarious ways. Da 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 da. Sorry.
Find out next on the episode of Life.
I think that calls for a little interlude. I wonder if, like, every time we played a musical interlude, the conversation would change. Hold on. So let's have the palette.
Ladies and gentlemen, This is the Degen conversation in a broadcaster's voice. Those instruments are beautiful, man.
Palate cleanser.
Stop hypnotizing me, Michael.
If you feel hypnotized,
Not hypnotized. I feel like I was put into like if I choose, because I have a choice on whether or not to fixate on this this noise I'm hearing. I have a very adept understanding of how to tune things out due to the fact that due to living circumstances, we'll generalize it to that. But if I fixate on it, I feel like it really the noises kind of make me just in a state of contemplation without contemplating any subject matter.
hey, Dr. Carey, what's going on? How you feeling? You feeling good? You feeling nice? How you feeling, you? You there about the place? How you just galavanzo? Sorry.
Jamaican. Why? What was that
Trinity.
from? Shit.
And Dr. Carey.
Yeah, man, everything gonna be irie, don't you know? No need to be a rude boy.
Where they go?
Why you gotta be a rude boy, huh?
I said no need to be a rude boy.
I don't want to be a
Open
rude
up
boy
it.
no more. You ever sing like a rap songs or like reggae songs in your Caucasian voice? I don't want to be a player no more. Finally found someone I can spend my life for. I found someone, you know, and then sometimes you go off key on purpose. Like, I found someone for sure. Right?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah.
It's funny when you take a Caucasian voice, an already pre-existing
Oh, man,
Caucasian
it's so
voice,
much fun.
and just stretch it out.
Yeah.
Like
Guantanamera. Hey, check it out over there. Guantanamera. Guantanamera. Insert Spanish words. Guantanamera. Right? It's like the Sinatra if he didn't bother to learn Spanish.
you say that in such an offensive way. Said, yeah, you know, if you ever fucking took the time out of your day, you piece of shit, you inconsiderate human being.
Chain smoking motherfucker. Right? You know.
Oh, I'm chain smoking. How'd you know that, bro? You
No, I'm
watching?
talking about Frank Sinatra.
Oh, oh shit. A loss of context.
Oh man, you guys are great.
It's like
Dr.
that. We
Carey,
have
we're
this
still talking here. No,
joke.
you know.
You don't know it. You're done now, eh?
Hindi galas on. Yeah, hindi
You're
galas on.
burned up. You're burned up.
Where
Oh
they go?
shit! I just watched like the craziest video. Oh man! But I'm not gonna tell you guys.
Fuck you, Bilal. You keep it to yourself. You
Give me
keep
a
that
hug.
energy wholesome,
Give
brother.
me a hug. Give me a hug.
I give you virtual hug.
Thank you.
You
Virtual
guys are
hug.
so funny. It's like, sorry, am I interrupting?
No, you're
No.
not.
You are not
You're just
interrupting
hugging.
anything of value.
Wow. Wow, Michael.
No, I love that. I love the Jamaican accent. I lived there before. Did you know that?
Really?
Yeah, I
I've
taught
always wanted. I'm sorry.
there.
I've always
Oh,
been
it's
very
okay.
interested in the survival books. You should write one.
What?
It was
Wow.
hard to be a blonde white girl in Jamaica. Holy shit. But it
Well,
was
So where are you
fun.
from?
it's hard for anybody that goes there. They yeah, I love Jamaican culture. I love everything about it. Minus the fact that their economical hardships have caused for a lot of territorial / judgment wars.
Yeah, a lot goes on at night, which is so crazy. A lot of
Yeah,
violence at night. So if you like do your thing during the day, you're good. But
that's
if you
the
want to
same here.
party, like I was 25, so of course I did. Man, I could have been killed like 100 times. I was like, whatever.
Mm.
Bad. I'm bad.
Yeah, it's time to walk around at night. This one guy I follow, Andrew Tate. He's a 4-time kickboxing champion, and he went to Jamaica one time. And this man is a multi millionaire. And he went to Jamaica one time. They told him, "Oh, you can't leave the resort." He said, "What the fuck? Why, I want to see Jamaica. Why would I come to Jamaica to spend it in a hotel?" So they warned him of the taxi cab drivers, and this taxi cab driver came and picked him up. And apparently they will, like, if they ask you, if, "Oh, you like the girls," even if you're like married and committed, you have to say yes because they will kill you if you say otherwise. And this guy told him, he's like, "Oh, my name's Grim," and he didn't put two and two together because hindsight's 2020. But this guy's like, "Oh, I take you to the club, this and that." So he took him to the club, and then he's like, "Oh man, these are all rundown clubs because this is a very uh, high social, high net worth individual." So he's like, "Oh, these clubs are fucking rinky dink. I don't want to be here." And the guy ended up taking him to like this dirt road, where they basically robbed him and told him unless he paid them, he would not make it back to the hotel.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were nicer to me probably. Well, one, because I was working in a freaking orphanage. And I don't know. I think they didn't want any of that like white girl dead after volunteering in Jamaica because
Oh yeah.
the US actually does a lot of volunteer work there.
We
That's what it
also.
was. So they depend on us for a lot of that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God bless your soul for doing that, by the way.
No big deal. I was trying to teach my students that they should do it, and then I felt like a hack because I wasn't doing it. So then I was like,
Wow.
fine, I'm gonna do it. Assholes making me leave my America.
Jamaican, you leave my America. Jamaican me crazy.
Yeah, but there's some shootings out there today. Fucking getting crazy. Yesterday, white supremacists in Boston. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with this world.
Are they? I mean, what?
There
You
was
say
a
there's shootings today?
This was not in Boston, but who knows? It's like freaking crazy. So this is in Chicago. Someone sent me. I'm going to visit the exact town where 6 people are dead during some active shooter during a 4th of July freaking kids parade. Like, what the heck? Like, I'm just confused. That's all. Sorry to bring the gloom. I'm just like,
No.
It kind of fits
You're rugging out.
actually, because you got to like be situationally aware of your environment. You have to understand that even though some people have morals, not everybody's playing by the game, and some people are playing way outside of the game for reasons that are, kind of hard to comprehend or deal with, I guess.
Anyway, I shouldn't bring this up when Lagatha's on because she's already like, I don't want to. I don't want to go to America and get killed. I know that's not your accent.
She could be
Lagatha.
Mrs. Strangelove.
Lagatha, are you there? Lagatha, how do you feel?
Lagatha, I'm a big bitch. I'll kill anyone for you.
That doesn't have once I'm already dead, does it?
Oh, you're right. But we're gonna not be. I live in the North End, and those people are crazy. Like they will not let their women and
We looked
children
for a
die.
room
So,
yesterday. We looked for a room for Sanso to come stay. Fuck, rooms are like $1,000 a night.
sorry,
Are
what?
you laying
Rent
down?
out. You
How do you
should
sound
rent
right now?
out. You should rent out your the floor on your condo for like $100 a night, Carrie. Just
Yeah.
sleeping on the floor, you can get $100.
Okay.
Are you
Sounds
saying I
good.
can turn my backyard into an Airbnb?
Yeah.
Yeah, literally. If every room is like $1,000 in the North End in Boston, you can, people take anything. People are wild.
Oh, you took the broadcaster voice to a whole different level,
No.
Agatha.
Yeah, yo, Michael, this
for
is your cue
sleep.
to tune the frequency back to optimal levels.
I'm half asleep still.
That's kind of wicked crazy though that someone's running around shooting people on days like this. Honest to God, and this is just my opinion, and not even my opinion, and intuition I have. I do not feel like some of this shit is a lot more orchestrated than we think. Because I mean, do random acts of violence happen? Of course, but certain shit like that, like you gotta, I don't know, like kind of makes me believe that people are possessed by demons to a degree.
Oh man, I'm gonna hold myself back and just leave the room. See you later, guys.
Peace below.
Bye.
Wait, did I make him be sad?
No, I think it was the nature of the conversation that he anticipated to arise.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Ajax.
Jesus, what the heck? I'm closing rooms.
I think it's the combo of, really bad mental health without a system that supports people that are not rich enough to have their own health insurance, and the combination with too many guns. It's just like that. There wouldn't be any shootings, or there are not any shootings anywhere near what it is in the U.S. in any other country in the world.
I just think it's so crazy. It's like they're looking for a white guy right now. There's just all these white guys that are doing it. It's just wild. And like my daughter's in another state, so anything can happen. I don't like it. Although it doesn't really help that you're here either, right? Massachusetts doesn't seem like we're any better. Is my man Quinn here? What's going on?
Hey, what up?
What's up, Quinn?
Yeah, chilling. I know it's a bit of a somber conversation, but yeah, these school shooting shit is terrible. What, did it happen again?
That was a parade. I just saw someone sent me from our whatever heroes were called now. That there was a shooting at a 4th of July kids parade. 6 dead, 20 wounded. Just crazy. They're all running, and then like the people are still playing the instruments, and then everybody just starts running. But I'm sorry, I just thought it was just wild. Like it's just like at a kids parade. I don't know. I've never seen stuff like that. Like where there's fireworks already. So it's just too bad. And I don't really know how to stop it.
So, how do you guys feel about changing gun laws? Like, how do you guys feel about that? Do you feel like you punish the people who
do not kill the freedom in America, the great, great freedom that they have?
I mean, we have very strict gun laws in Massachusetts, but they can go get them in New Hampshire. Is Casey here? But yeah. But
I'm sorry, Carrie.
still, what?
Oh no, I was nothing. I apologize for talking.
Yeah, you
while
better apologize. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, sorry to make this somber. You guys were talking all theory and
No. It's good.
impactful subjects. I don't
That's
know.
it, man.
Like crazy. And now I'm so mad Lagatha's here because she thinks she's good. Yeah. Lagatha's here.
Jesus, you guys. I applied for my ESTA last night because I'm like, you need to get my shit sorted. Not that I, pay all this money and failed to get a visa or some shit like that. So I applied for it, and I remember it was a thing 10 years ago, and it was relatively new back then. But now they ask me for like my parents' name, all my social media links, my employer's details, obviously name and address and date of birth and passport details, also my national ID. I was like, fuck, if I didn't bring it last time I was in Germany with me, because it's useless here, right? There's no reason I need my German national ID here if I have a passport. But I did bring it with me, luckily. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to apply for this fucking visa now. It's just like, it's getting out of hand. And obviously they ask, are you planning to get employment? Are you a spy? Do you plan to kill someone? And do you plan on using blah, blah, blah? Yeah.
Yeah, to go even further, there's a boxer that was supposed to fight, I think it was Logan Paul or one of them Paul brothers, and they wouldn't let him in the country because he's associated. So basically, he's Tyson Fury's little brother, and Tyson Fury's, I guess, friend or somebody, he's signed to like a boxing company. And so here's a connection. There's like a huge mobster, like who runs organized crime, who started a boxing company that signed Tyson Fury. And Tyson Fury has a little brother who boxes. And because of that connection, he's not even signed to the company or anything. They wouldn't let him into the U.S. to fight Logan Paul.
I heard that, Quinn. You're talking about Tommy Fury fighting Jake Paul. They won't
That's
let him
it.
in. Yeah, they won't let him into the country, unfortunately, because of and I think the fighter you're referring to is Alexander Usyk.
Yeah, sure, yeah. But the whole thing, just to go back with what she was saying, it's like they're trying to investigate anything to make sure you're vetted in order to get into the country, right?
Well, in all fairness, if I asked a murderer if they were intending to kill somebody, I don't think that they put that down on documentation.
Exactly, right?
No, obviously
Are
you
you
click
planning to
no
kill somebody?
everywhere. Right?
No.
I'm not going to tell anyone that I'm trying to spy or that I'm a drug abuser or whatever. I'm just going to click no, right? Even if I was. But yeah, checking all your social media stuff, that's kind of crazy. And I also heard that they have the ability to just mirror my phone and that they then get access to all my, crypto passwords and whatever I have on my phone. So that's kind of scary.
I always find it interesting, even at the border, when they ask you questions like, do you have any drugs or guns or alcohol and weapons in the car? And I'm like, who's the fucking moron who said yes?
You know what they asked me when I first came to the US? They asked me if I'm planning on eating frog legs.
I never had frog legs.
That's
Why do they ask
And
you that?
my natural me would have said, yeah, sure, I eat them by the bucket. That's why I'm coming to Florida, because I heard you got really, really yummy frog legs. But I was like, no, do not be snacky. Just say, no, I never had any. I don't intend on having any in the future.
Quinn, I want to learn some knowledge from you. So what do you think we can do from a law perspective to end these types of shootings, if anything?
That's a rough one, man. I mean, I think as long as the weapon's out there, these kind of things are going to happen, right? They're going to get in the wrong hands of people. I think in May in the U.S. there had been 27 mass shootings recorded. So the whole thing is the process will change, and then what will happen is the people who do want to commit these crimes will go through the process and then still commit the crimes. uh, I'm not really sure how stoppable it can be. Also, in the shooting in Buffalo, the one at the Tops, um, what was really strange was that both his parents were on like assistance. They were on government assistance, and he had $9,000 worth of guns and ammunitions on him. And so we have to ask the question of where is he even getting the money to get the guns and ammunition, or where is he? How does this work even financially? So it might be guns are too accessible, and that might
Cash
change
and
it.
hand jobs.
Sorry, what was that?
Cash and hand jobs.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you something interesting. A buddy of mine, he works as a man. I think it's like sort of a supervisor for um, housing. So basically, for projects or government housing, he's like a supervisor for it, and he is part of the process of checking units and make sure that people are abiding by them to live in the units. So say for example, you're a single mom of four. Well, he'll have a random check at your place to make sure that you're a single mom of four children, and if you had two adults living there, then they would actually kick you out. So it's pretty much his process. And I remember asking him, I was like, man, let me ask you a question. Why is it that I drive by the hood and I see some of the freshest cars I ever seen in my life? Is it what I think it is? Like, it's just they take the social assistance, they get this money, they keep complaining they can't find a job, so they're just getting this money from the government, and then maybe they're selling drugs, or maybe the women are strippers or whatever. And he said, it is absolutely nothing like that. I was like, well, where are they getting the money to get the cars? He said, Quim, this is 100% facts. It has been proven. I've seen the documents. I've seen the arrest records. A lot of the young men, 18 and under, so anywhere between 15 and 18, are male prostitutes for older white male businessmen, and they get plenty of cash doing that and then stay in the hood. It's fucked up.
They have a similar system overseas.
We're not making jokes, right?
No, none at
Okay, because
all.
I have some good ones, but I
No
won't.
jokes at all. No jokes at all.
It's a no joke
Okay,
space.
I won't make any jokes. Can I
Because
make
again,
one?
it's make one. Shit, why not?
No, I won't.
Yeah, it's just I just thought it was okay. Well, your mom's on government assistance. They're getting the welly. They're they get. I mean, especially in Canada, and I don't know what it's like, and I know it's probably different by state, but in Canada they take really good care of you. If you're a single mother of, let's say, three, the government gives you a significant amount of money per month. There are many women who commonly say, "Why the fuck do I even work?" Because some of the money that they give these single moms or even single fathers. I don't want to discriminate, because there are single fathers that live in government housing.
Yeah,
A
8
lot of the
million to
money
1
they get,
million.
yeah, this I mean, there's one per fucking 3,000, but yeah. So I mean, but they make a significant amount of money. The government cuts them some heavy checks, and even
Not
like,
not where we are though. I just want to make sure everyone knows that in
mhm,
Massachusetts, that's not the case.
yeah,
Same here.
in Toronto, they're like forking over the bread. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, and even then, if they get a place, so say they get, for example, they'll get a townhouse, a 3-bedroom townhouse, 3-story, 3-bedroom townhouse, and they'll get it, and they pay like maybe $129 a month for it, because it's all subsidized housing. And then on top of that, the government's giving them a check per child. And then on top of that, the government's giving them another assistant on top of it. So per month, they could walk away with maybe anywhere between 3,600 to maybe $4,000 a month, and they're
Wow.
not even working. And so what I thought is, okay, well then I guess she's a stripper at night. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe she's a prostitute, or maybe she sells drugs. I mean, because they obviously infuse cash into their system, because no one can check the cash, and obviously they don't put it in the bank. Otherwise, they would revoke all of the assistance that they're getting. But that was what the guy told me. He's like, no, a lot of the men are male prostitutes. And I was like, whoa.
I think that may just be a bias, and not to remove any validity or authentication from his life experience, because I'm sure that he genuinely meant that. In the local area, it's crazy the way that things can change. Just crossing a border, just going into a different city, a different township. Like where I live in South Plainfield, New Jersey, and a town over in Plainfield, complete different world, complete different styles of interactions. And what I find is a common thing out here is for the woman to be on what we call welfare, which is like social assistance, and the men, a huge portion of men work cash jobs, and they keep that cash, or maybe the job itself is documented, but the mom will file as like as a single mother and separate. So on paper it looks like she's doing everything by herself, so she's getting an extreme amount of assistance. Meanwhile, the man just has to take his truck and trailer and leave for a little bit when these people come, and they never come back out. They never come back out to investigate thoroughly and find out.
It's the same shit here.
Oh yeah. So more of the same. Yeah.
So what they did to curve that, and I remember speaking to him about this, and I remember I actually used to date a girl who worked in the actual Ontario. It's called Ontario Works. So apparently, welfare is like an old antiquated term, and it's actually like you know how everything becomes offensive over time. So like welfare is like an offensive term now. You can't say somebody's on the welfare or collecting welfare. You have to say assistance. It's like really rude now. Whatever the fuck. So anyway, uh, what she told me, and he confirmed this as well, because his department is just housing. So, say for example, you're like a woman, and you know you've suffered from domestic violence, and you might have had to change, stay in a shelter.
What's happening?
I have no idea.
I don't think she.
Okay, we're back. So what
figured out
happened
to mute
was.
everyone?
Thanks, Michael. I appreciate that.
Oh, amazing! So now you can mute everyone. That's amazing.
July. I'm just kidding.
So what happened was, so she had told me this, and he had backed this up. Now his part was housing. That was his department. So basically, the way it worked was, if you're a woman or a man, but if you're a woman and you suffered from domestic violence and maybe you had 3 kids, maybe you had to stay in a shelter, it was his job to find you housing immediately. And so that's why and also, you know, he checked the housing, maintained the housing, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But she actually worked in the Ontario Works office. And I remember she had told me that the way they sort of curve that now is that if the woman says, I'm a single mother and I have 0 assistance from the father, then they would encourage you to then take him to court. And court's free in this regard. So from there, you have to get him on the hook. And if you get him on the hook and he's not paying, or he doesn't exist, or he vanishes at all, then you get an extreme amount of assistance from the government. If he resurfaces over time, because like you say, he's working construction, he's working some kind of cash job. When he resurfaces over time and they run his, his social insurance number, you guys have a social security number, same thing. When they start running that, that's when they're going to hold him accountable for all of the child support and the assistance that was originally given. And so you can't escape it forever, because by the time you hit 60 or 65 and you decide, well, I'm going to retire, whatever it is, they find you that way, and they'll take it out of your pension, or they'll take it out of your your old age pension, or any of the money that you have. So no matter what, you kind of can't escape it now.
So how do you feel about like, say a man and a woman come together, right? And they choose or may not choose to have a kid, right? And say the relationship's good for a couple of years, and the woman decides that she's no longer emotionally invested in this man and wants to leave. Do you think that the man should be held financially responsible moving forward? Yeah.
Well, if the question is, well, there's laws around this, right? So, my opinion is,
Mm-hmm.
Christ, this one's good. Okay, let's start from the top. Let's say there's no children involved.
Mm-hmm.
If there's no children involved, I live in Toronto, which is one of the most expensive cities in North America.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to tell me that a man has taken in a woman, they live together, he pays all the bills, she does, she's a homemaker with no children. And that's so rare that's going to happen. Typically, homemakers are women with children. So if they have no children, I kind of don't feel bad for the woman. In Toronto, which is the most expensive city, or one of them at least, you're going to have a couple where both couples work, in which case you can split up. It should be fine. I think if they buy any kind of investments, they should split them equally for sure. But even if, one person put more money in than the other, I think they should still split the investments equally. If there is children involved, then definitely, whether it's common law, I don't know if you guys have that term over there. We have common law over here.
Mm-hmm.
Common law just means you live together for a long time. You have mail going to the same address. You live together as, husband and wife without actually getting married,
Mm-hmm.
or they get married. In which case, I think those laws should protect, one or the other person. The reason why is because typically in any relationship, one of the people makes sacrifices. And when those sacrifices are made, you're making them for the future of the relationship. And so it's very necessary that that person is taken care of should the relationship fall apart, because time is the only luxury, and we can't get any of it back.
Absolutely. I think, wow, I think the way you broke it down statistically makes a lot of sense too as well. The minimal the minimal margins.
1 sec. I got to make a phone call. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah. But I gotta add the point. I know you probably can't hear me, but I'm just gonna say it for the rest of the people in the room. I just often feel in my life experience that if one person decides to end things, and sometimes it's not always malicious, but sometimes it is. Sometimes it's we have a kid together, things are good, and someone decides to split apart, understanding the consequences of responsibility. I've seen a lot of situations where men are left without a say, and that's kind of bothered me on an individual basis. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the SquareSpace, where we hold Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice.
Oh man, I remember. To be honest with you, when we talk about gun laws, I feel like Quinn already said all there is to be said about it, and he said it on stage.
I
I'm
yeah,
trying to find it.
it is a very very delicate subject, so to speak, because it integrates life experience and tragedy with evaluation.
Well, I mean, it questions how much freedom is involved in the freedom that we want to bestow, and and how much does taking away that freedom take away the freedom of the individual, and how much does taking that freedom away from the individual lead to knock-on effects that we don't want to see happen.
Yep. And I think simply,
I for one don't want to have to carry a gun, and I appreciate the people who carry a gun safely, because I believe they are performing a very important function in our democracy, one that is not readily apparent until too late.
Wow. Very, very well said. Yeah, I mean, I think that, I know it's a conservative talking point. I don't try to align myself with either or. But I think it just comes down to laws govern over people who respect laws. And if you, like, people use gun control, they say the word control, like we need to control the guns. I think we're already doing that when you make a person have to, like, at least here in Jersey, right? If I want a gun, I have to go through a multi-step process. They have to come into my house and investigate the surroundings. They have to make sure that I hold my weapon in a completely stored and secure spot, such as a safe with a combination that only I have access to. Um, and even with all of these hoops that we have to jump through to obtain a firearms license, there is still shootings. And these shootings, when you take a look at them statistically, are coming from people who did not, on a majority scale, acquire these weapons via legal methods.
We also have to look at where the shootings are happening, right? Because cities are
Absolutely.
different than towns. You know, the policies that work in Arkansas may not generalize to New York City and vice versa,
Absolutely, because
right?
there's more people per square foot, and when there's more people, that I think that it's very hard to govern in a generalized way, because there is a massive amount of individuals, and these individuals sometimes it's as simple as going across the state. You know, you could take every single gun out of New York City, but I could just go to a different state, come back, and now I have a gun.
I don't want to have to carry a gun, but I do appreciate those who wield it safely because
Mm.
I believe, to your initial point, why do people talk shit on Twitter Spaces?
Mm-hmm.
People talk shit on Twitter Spaces because of the absence of consequence,
Yes.
right? And maybe in real life, that's also true. That
Wow.
in the absence of physical consequence, people might swing their arms in a circle like Bart and Lisa Simpson and run into each other.
Yep. I think that people often forget the origin of law and its extreme interpretation. Like it, nobody wants to have their hand cut off for stealing some bread that they were hungry for. But if if I as a human being, I'm not going to remove myself of that factor. So if I as a human being saw another human being steal, and then the next time I saw them, they were missing a hand, I would probably heavily contemplate the act of theft the next time it rose to my mind.
Yeah, the Code of Hammurabi, I think it is.
Haram.
No, this is well before Haram. This is Hammurabi. This, I think, is like 1,000 years before the concept of Haram. Yeah.
Yeah, I delved deep into the origin of law and justification when I was younger. I wanted to understand what kept human beings in check and what didn't. Um, just, weird things. Like, I find it very weird that and I don't know how they taught it in other places, but here we had a drug program, a drug awareness program that was called DARE. And I think it's very particularly, one may say, stupid to associate the word dare and drugs in the same sentence when trying to educate people about the severity of consequences.
What did Richardson say? The first three, the main things in the U.S. Constitution are the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness.
Mm-hmm.
And the Canadian was peace, order, and good governance.
Hmm.
And when you consider the difference between the two, right? In the States, it's like, I want to have a rifle license, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in Canada, we're like, don't park in handicapped spaces. Don't do this. Don't do that. Make sure you have this license for this. Make sure you don't fish too much, right?
Yeah.
You know, and he was like, my professor was like, how much are we preventing Darwin from running its course? And how might Darwin leak through?
Hmm. I've never asked you this. Do you believe in evolution?
I believe that it's a better explanation than most.
And do you believe that that is a better explanation because that's what makes more sense or is more identifiable via the senses?
I mean, it's always compared to what,
I like that.
right? Compared to what, right?
Yep.
It's like you don't have to believe in electricity to get electrocuted.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that. Huh.
And I mean, my wifey did evolutionary ecology and math at Queen's, so maybe I do believe in ecology deep down because she seeped it into my brain without me knowing.
I'm glad you're in tune to social, or at least the exposure of certain ideologies at a consistent rate can infiltrate the subconscious.
Yeah, or unleash the subconscious. It's just an emotional conjugation, whichever adverb or verb you use. You know, are you improving or degrading? You know, depending on which side you sit, you might see as an improvement. Some other people might see it as degradation. It might be the same phenomenon. I remember in history class, we had to analyze a single event from the perspective of the French, the German, and the English and the Italians, and they all told a different story about the event. It's fascinating.
Yeah, that's the beauty of interpretation.
Well, it's not only the beauty, it's the reality of interpretation.
Yeah.
Right? Like the Italians invariably thought differently than the English did.
And then we can go into all the multitude of variables that contribute towards the sociological effects that have a play on the interpretations themselves, standards of living, and
if you look at the sociologists, like we had to read a bunch of them in school, and so this guy Comte, who's one of these early sociologists, he said that it could be that we're moving inextricably towards a certain outcome, an outcome that is yet unclear to us. So we see history as being this random pinball of events, when in actuality, if you took the long view, all of these pinballings were actually converging to a single point. And not many people, there are some people that think humanity in its current form is not part of the next phase.
Meat bodies.
Yeah, it's the mechanizing of meat.
Turning yourself into the tool.
Right. And I mean, if people, like, if I told somebody that, hey, you know what, instead of going to meetings, I'm going to have your avatar go. We've been analyzing your speech, and we know how you talk. We know what opinions you have. In fact, we know better opinions than the one you have. We're going to basically take your voice and turn it into a master chess and Go player. Would you like to use this voice on your Zoom meetings? And you can go fuck off to the Caribbean because you're making a recurring revenue off of your artificial interactor bot. That's all completely based on you. Yeah, I think a lot of people would take that offer.
I think a shit ton of people would take that offer because the higher level you get in the sense of economic class, one can say, the more trivial certain tasks become in the sense of everything's mitigated to something else. If you really look at because I know that the term success varies based off of the interpretation of values. But if you take a look at financial success, a lot of people have maids, they have chauffeurs, they have people that fulfill all of these minimal tasks or tasks that become trivial to them when they're focused on creativity and living the experience of life. Which is all money really does. Money just facilitates and provides a resource for you to be the fullest version of yourself.
Veblen talked about the fact that this, I think it was a German economist. He said that we have two choices in our life every day when we wake up. How much of these 24 hours is going to be used for work, and how much of this 24 hours is going to be used for leisure? And he said that our goals as human beings economically were to move from using 24 hours for work and moving towards 24 hours of leisure.
Do you think that's... Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, he said we go further than that. once we consume 24 hours of leisure, we start paying other people to experience leisure. So we pay a cook and a driver and a maid, and all of them, the richer we are, the more people around us don't work.
And do you think that transcends that modern day that has transcended more so into a life cycle? So one thing I was told when I was younger was when you're young, it's time you pay. You pay so you can play later. Um, so this is the time while you have the energy, the ambition, the drive, the youthfulness to use that to pursue something in the sense of economic success, I'll call it. And it kind of sounds like how you said each day, like human beings intrinsically want to spend, we seek a balance of the both right there. And that has transcended into a life cycle more so because, obviously we live longer now. There's less of a sense of urgency. It's not, people aren't dying at 30 years old, 25 years old. So there's a lack of sense of urgency when it comes to paying and playing.
If you're just joining us, this is the SquareSpace, Degenerate Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice. We were talking about hypotheses, mockeries. How does it go, Quinn? The lyrics from Triumph? Lyrically performed on robbery.
I can't find out how we dropping these. Lyrically performing armed robbery.
Keep going.
Fleeing with the lottery. Possibly they spotted me. Well, anyway, the battle started. Shogun. Explosive when my pen hits forensics. Ultra violent, shine blind forensics.
You smile when you talk, don't you, Quinn?
Only when I'm happy.
It really does. I try to pay attention to these little generalized truths and see how they apply to the way a person speaks and how I resonate with it.
Oh, I like to smile when I call in sick. That's a really good one. Yeah. I used to work at this store called Winners, and Winners is the same as, like, if you guys are in America, you got like TJ Maxx or you have Marshalls. It's all the same company. Mm-hmm. And I used to work there because when I was back on my feet, I was like, well, fuck it, I don't need this job anymore. And they were just terrible. Like, management was just terrible to the employees. And so anytime I had to call in sick, I would smile on purpose. And I'd be like, hey, how you doing? Quinn here. Yep. Hey, listen. Sick. So, won't be making it in today. All right. Have yourselves a good day.
Yeah. I've been trying to teach my girlfriend that. How to, because in places like, say, a job, there's an established hierarchy, right? And we automatically feel inferior to our superiors because our superiors are assigned these titles, such as management, supervisor, CEO, whatever. The list goes on and varies depending on the exact STEM field you go into. But I try to teach her to make statements and not leave open-ended questions because it's a manager's duty and job to try to get you to do the opposite. So with that understanding, it's like, okay, I want this, they want this. How do I come across in a way in which I assert myself, but not in a confrontational manner? And I think that what you just depicted is a perfect way to do that. Kind of like Michael's way of trolling the job interviewer.
Last time I had a job interviewer, he said, "Tell me about yourself." I told him I'm batshit fucking insane. He said, "Good, me too," and we got along. I swear to God. Yeah. I don't have time anymore.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The last
again, I've read more books than most of the people I'm swearing at. So, I'm not swearing out of nothing, I swear.
Yeah. The last interview I had was fucking weird, dude. It just feels weird to have to consistently prove yourself. I have to like this is the worst I've ever been paid in a long fucking time. But it was just like, okay, I'm gonna come in here. When I talk to this guy, oh, okay, you're looking for this? Oh, okay, I could do that. What's the starting range? What do you usually start people at? I start people at 13. Okay, I'll start there, and you just evaluate my work ethic, and then we'll have another conversation via, not via, excuse me, regarding my pay. Because I didn't even, this time was weird. I didn't even use my experience as a reference to how much I felt I was supposed to get paid. And that actually happened out of a act of desperation.
They say the biggest predictor of the negotiation you accept are the negotiations you've had away from that table. It's called a BATNA, or best alternative to a negotiated agreement. I have two offers for $20 an hour, and somebody offers me 14. I walk them away from the 14. Why? Because I have other offers.
That's to broaden your reach.
It's the bargain of it, the negotiation you accept is a subset of the negotiations that you've had in which there was an offer made. So, for example, if someone wants to get a job through me, we have to generate multiple job offers because we know most of them are going to fall through.
Kind of like law of averages.
It's exactly the law of averages. It's Bayesian statistics, expected return based on a weighted average of success possibilities. So if each time you go on an interview, you have a 22% of getting an offer, then we know mathematically that we need, 10.7 interviews or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's nice to know that the same some of these processes can be applied to a multitude of situations.
I think if you know the math of it, you can take your heart out of situations that are just due to chaos, not due to anyone's intentionality.
Oh yeah, like I'm constantly troubled at this job because of obviously the fucking very low pay, and I was
Well,
desperate.
how come you haven't come to Toronto yet? What are you doing?
To be honest with you, I want to leave. I want to leave New Jersey.
Welcome to Toronto. Well, we'll have an opportunity waiting for you when you get here.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's what we do. We turn people into technicians in 30 days or less. Delme Training Institute. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. But yeah, that's exactly what we're doing.
That's funny because I got you to answer a question I was gonna ask, but you answered it preemptively, which is cool. Because I was gonna ask you, like I've always talked to you. We've known each other for a couple weeks now, and I have no idea what you actually do for a living because you dabble in so much.
I'm a social engineer for the NSA.
What? For Rizzle?
No, I'm just joking. Can you imagine? It would have been the perfect ploy. Yeah, no, just joking. But I could be. No, I'm just joking. Okay, so I'm a recruiter, and so I recruit for various businesses.
So that gives me a little bit of insight as to your knowledge specifically pertaining to the independent individual.
Or the dependent one.
I would hate to be interviewed by you.
Well, the thing is, it just most people are lying to me when they interview with me because they think the more they lie, the more money they can make. Right? I get it.
That makes sense.
Right? I don't blame them for it. It's just if you're lying, I just can't move you forward. Right? If you pass the test, great. If you don't pass the test, I don't know what to tell you. And even if you have the knowledge, skills, and abilities to do a job, doesn't mean you're going to get along with your boss. So my job is to screen people out based on knowledge, skills, abilities, attitude. And then the wild card is, do they get along with the person they're going to be working with most of the day? Because they won't be working with me.
And you do this specifically for the field of social engineering?
No. That was just a complete joke. I do this for companies from, I guess, cybersecurity to infrastructure to like energy. And basically, if somebody needs someone, I go find them. Oh, you need a leprechaun with 3 legs. All right, I'll go to Jamaica and find the leprechaun with 3 legs. You know, that kind of thing.
Wow, that's an innate talent.
I don't think it was an innate talent. It took me maybe 20 years to figure it out.
Forced adaptation.
Yeah, one of those things. I learned most of what I use in headhunting from Quinn on stage.
Wow. It's nice to see your source of material right here chilling in the room.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're going to be
Awesome
doing.
thing. I've been practicing this thing in the workspace because I'm very much a despite my understanding and lack of control, I've understood myself to be a pretty emotionally resonating being. So like if I walk into a room and people are angry, I can usually sense that. And it affects me. It affects me individually. For a huge portion of my life, at least it has.
That's not necessarily a bad thing. You know, Quinn and I will often walk into spaces and you feel the weight of the air in the room. You know, walk into any open mic in Toronto and you're going to feel a lot of depression in that room.
Yeah, I mean everything's a if there's anything I know besides the extent of my own ignorance is just the fact that pretty much it's constructive, you know. It's you can use it for your perception of good or you can use it for your perception of bad. um, in my case it happened to hinder my growth in certain environments because I felt the need to cater to people and kind of adapt to the circumstance. Like, so one thing I've tried from the time I was like 17 and on is like, okay, I will no longer partake in people that shit talk people behind their back. And people hate that about me, but they actually learn to love it about me. Even the people that do it to others, because it's very easy in a room to walk into a room where everyone's like, oh yeah, fuck that guy Michael, fuck him, yeah, fuck him. But it's very hard to stand up and be like, you know what? Why? Why are you guys saying this? And how come you're saying it without a proper outlet of him even being able to defend himself?
To be honest with you, Quinn and I have a pact. And the pact is if anyone comes to me and says, you know what, fuck that guy, Quinn. You heard about that guy? Fuck that guy, Quinn. My only response is, you know what? Yeah, fuck that guy. What did he do?
What's the thought process behind this?
We get all the information, all of it. Why stop there?
Instead of becoming deaf,
the truth of the matter is, I trust Michael, and Michael trusts me. I'll never be on the opposite side of. I'll never be on the opposite side of loving him. He's my guy. No matter what, Michael's my guy. And if someone has shit to say, I'm gonna entertain every last word of it. And when it's done, I'm gonna say, I don't know any of that. So interesting. And I will report it back to my friend, and he will know everything.
Wow, I like that. So instead of becoming confrontational, making the opposition aware, or giving them this this edge, you're playing to their game as well, just a little bit more thought out.
Yep, because they're gonna clam up. If they're like, yeah, fuck that guy, and you're like, yo, chill, that's my man's, they might go to the other room and keep saying fuck that guy, right?
You're so
But if they say
fucking right.
fuck that guy, and you're like, you know what, I'm with you. Fuck him, he's a fucking jerk off. Yo, what else did he do? And then they start running into the plans they want to do to them, what they've done to try to hurt them, what they've done to try to sabotage. They start running down. They start snitching on themselves.
Wow.
And so with that, we just go, okay, that's cool. And then as soon as they're done with the words of it, they want to move on to something else. Though, wow, so interesting. I never knew that. It's so interesting.
That's crazy.
And then I will let my friend know every single word of it. And you know what? I'll tell you another thing. I have no problem showing up with my friend somewhere and have them squirm and be like, yo, I was just sitting at a table with this guy a fucking week ago talking about how shit that guy is. And Quinn's sitting right beside him right now. I have no problem. And then I
Mind
even
fuck.
like to call it out. Yo, remember that shit you were saying? Yo, he's right here, man. Just say that shit now.
Wow.
It's a lot more fun.
I wish I had Oh, that. it's a lot more fun, believe me. Like,
That
he's
level of
talking from experience. Like, I've
yeah.
had people text to me talking shit about him, and in real time, it's like, yo, this is crazy. And so Quinn will be on the phone while somebody's talking shit, you know, and we'll have a good time.
And Quinn, I listened to the recording between you and Space Cat. He was very beady. He beat around the bush a lot without answering your points directly. It's one thing I've come to appreciate in spaces like this is the straightforward directness, at least in this immediate setting.
Yeah. Yeah, it was fun.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The main difference between you and Space Cat is you're wearing a hat, Quinn.
Yeah, that's the difference.
People are so fucking off put to just straight shooting the fucking truth anymore.
They choose to be like that. They choose to be like that.
Oh
They
yeah.
choose to minimize other. It's a form of abuse. They choose to minimize other people's experiences because they can't see it and choose not to believe it. And the reason why is the more that they believe it, the more they believe that what they believe is real reflects on them, when really it doesn't. You see what I'm saying? If you're comfortable in your skin and you just say to yourself, well, I'm not a racist, but a whole bunch of people with your same skin color are racist, it doesn't hurt you to say, you know what? I see what you're experiencing and those people are racist. It doesn't hurt you just because you're all the same.
Well, I think
That's
that
what differentiates you from them. You see what I'm saying?
absolutely,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely. I think that believe it or not, I'm sure we can agree here too as well to some degree. Politics has enhanced this group identity sense where people feel like they have this sense of like they need to defend or attack. Like there is no understanding. There is no just merely listening to a life experience. And honestly, I'm going to be completely transparent here. For some time, I noticed that when people were like, "Well, white people this, white people that," I've become so programmed to defend on any notion where I felt like the word white was being used maliciously. That my brain would naturally become defensive, and then which would provoke the thought, well, why do I feel so defensive right now? This is not particularly pertaining to me, but I think that comes with a certain awareness of oneself that is a rare gem in today's society, at least where I live. And I've been a gun because I'm 100% in, 100% out guy. So when I've been a Democrat and I've been a Republican, and I'm always open to tell people that. People are like, well, what? How have you been? How have you been both? And I'm like, well, because through that process I understood how dangerous belief is and how dangerous associating yourself with people who only think the way that you think is.
Hey Quinn, I sent you a message.
For sure. That's big on what they call that echo chamber, right? Where they just seem to associate with people who just think like-minded, and basically stunts their brain's growth because they're not taking any time to bounce ideas off anything and learn or grow from anything.
Oh yeah, and if people argue points so broadly nowadays that they forget that they're human beings. So like in your circumstance, specifically pertaining to the nature of conversation you and Space Cat were having, it was interesting to see that play out live.
Yeah, he just didn't get it, and it's funny to watch people not get it sometimes. And at the end of the day, we all know that the only people that they're fooling is really themselves, right?
Amen.
At some point they're going to get out in a part of society where they can't hide behind a screen or hide behind an app, where they actually have to interact and be faced with some of this stuff. And when that happens, it's going to be very telling for them. It's also going to be very revealing of who they are to those people, and they themselves are going to eat it.
Yeah, confrontation. I've grown up. Probably does me a disservice sometimes, but for a huge majority of the time, it actually helps me. I try to counterpoint my thoughts, even if they don't align with my belief. So I try to see like, okay, I believe this. Well, How does that conflict with another belief? How do I counterpoint this as an argument? And what you find is that, especially as much as I've learned and will continue to learn from Michael and the people that enter this space, is that really all roads paved in the pursuit of knowledge somewhat lead to the same destination, which is perception.
Yeah, I want to agree with that. I also find it like, yeah, I definitely want people to, yeah, I'm going to agree with that, and also the open-mindedness.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't obviously gain any knowledge without, cracking the door open to let some knowledge in, right?
Mm-hmm. And do you think that that there is something that the world now more than ever needs somewhat of a grounding in things that we can at least verifiably say are right and wrong, and that if we leave too much up to perception, then we're catering too much from a broad perspective. It's very hard to govern in that sense.
Yeah, uh, and it's only getting worse now, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. Well, I mean, the pendulum swings in extremities, so
Yeah.
there could be a time where it swings back to a point where people are trying to learn and grow and everything.
Oh yeah.
Imagine people yelling at a pendulum for swinging. Oh, you're swinging too much to the right.
Right.
How dare you swing to the left? And dude, it's a pendulum. Just chill out. You go from Reagan to Bush. To the opposite of Bush is Clinton. To the opposite of Clinton is Bush. The more opposite than Bush is Obama. The more opposite than Obama is Trump. And then, you look at Michelle Obama being the exact opposite, right? So at any point, you could choose to yell at the pendulum. But I think there's better things to do.
Wow.
Maybe the best way we figured out to have democracy is to let one side win the championship every 8 years.
Yeah, that might work. Yeah, I think a lot of I remember Carlin had said this, when Carlin said, I got to go to colleges and universities, and that's when he started performing, in front of colleges and university students, because he had said that their minds are so fresh and they're so new and they're innovative and they're open and they want to learn more and they want to grow more. And he found that the adults at the time, were very rigid, and very stuck in one way. I mean, if Carlin was alive now, he'd never play a college or university now, because they're so politically correct and so offended by everything. Things just they just have significantly changed in that regard. But I think it's just the pendulum swinging. On one, there are certain things where people want to dance around the topics, and they are exactly what they are, trendy. So they definitely don't want to, go against the grain, so to speak, with what's happening. They don't want to challenge anything. They don't want to be challenged. And I think it'll just change, where the challenge will be, people will be open to accept the challenge, right or wrong. And people who are good, honest people who care about the betterment of themselves, their family, society itself in general. People who try to do unto others as they would have them do unto them. I think those are the people who long for that sort of situation to be coming of age in society.
Do you think that the older we grow as animalistic beings, that our brains need somewhat of a like, the older we grow, the more life experience we have, and the more things we've endured under a certain set of values, principles, interpretations. Do you think it's somewhat psychological, the response of being closed-minded? Because if you were to open that mind, then you'd have to open that mind to the notion that maybe the way that it's lived and perceived has been wrong, and that it, in its own entirety, is enough to throw a person's brain out of whack.
I mean, all that, everything you're saying right there is extremely accurate. I think the only other thing is that sometimes, it's a lot harder. I think part of the reason why, as we get older, we get a little more stuck in our ways, a little more rigid. in terms of growth, is because whatever we're learning is being, compared to our life experiences. So as much as things change, we sit there and say, but yeah, for the last 15 years or just 15 years ago plus, I witnessed this. And so, anything new threatens that. Anything new says your whole life was a lie up until this moment, or what you've accepted in this up until this moment is no more, and you have to accept something new. And people are always nervous about change. It's very common.
Do you think it's up to social and community it's a social construct and more so a sense of do you think it's basically I'm losing my train of thought, I apologize. Do you think that it's something that local communities can help change, one chain link at a time?
The future is not to be predicted. The future is to be achieved. Don Tapscott. If you're just joining us, this is the SquareSpace Degenerate Conversations in the Broadcaster Voice. You just be listening to Kappa ask questions which lead to footnotes to Plato and Plato's Republic. How might we govern? Why might we govern? John Adams talked about instituting other kind of checks and balances. We don't know how we are going to be governed because we've never had the technology to control people like we used to, right? The entire way of governing and exerting governance and enforcing laws has never been so kind of in your face, right? And so, we live in a world where everyone can monitor each other, right? And if you don't think so, just ask NFTs are worthless, who's monitoring your IP address right now. So, right? Go ahead, Lagatha.
I don't want to change the topic necessarily, but it seemed like we were potentially done with one. I just got a text from my ex-boss, right? And they're saying they have problems with a password that is protecting a Excel spreadsheet. And I have not read that text because it's like 8:48 and I usually don't start working before 9. But also, I'm not working anymore. So they haven't got the message that I... probably they have the delivered message, but not Lagatha has seen this message. So now I'm like, am I an asshole for not reacting to this text right now?
It's an asshole if you corrupt the spreadsheet.
I haven't corrupted the spreadsheet.
No, I'm just saying, you know what I mean?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, right?
I have used the same password that was been used in the last 14 months. The same password that's on all the spreadsheets that's, that we use for these reports. I haven't changed the password. I'm not an asshole like that.
Do they know that you're a cybersecurity expert who specializes in password recovery?
No, I am not.
No, but imagine you are. And so we're like, oh, yes, you need password recovery. Yeah, that is something that Lagatha Enterprises now provides. Password recovery. If you have all of your data locked up in a spreadsheet, well, that's one of the things we solve here at Lagatha Enterprises. We help you get back into that spreadsheet so that you can spreadsheet the world.
I wouldn't dare to use my Lagatha in my professional realm because I do not want these two worlds to touch.
I think that
if I worked at the SIS, I wouldn't want them to touch either.
I think that one thing I ran into, at least, is the education of time. What I learned a lot in sales was respecting people's time, and the fact that they sent that text to you. I mean, I don't think you're obliged to respond, but If you were, you should be financially compensated.
All I'm gonna say is I didn't change the password. Can't help you. I'm sorry.
How much time did that take you to contemplate? You should be financially compensated.
What, for like a minute?
Yeah, absolutely. Every minute
Yeah, but
counts. You never get
keep
that
in
back
mind, I
again.
still need them once I get my lazy fat ass back from Europe and America. That I need them to help me with references, right?
So now
If
you
they
have a
don't give me
decision.
a good reference, I won't be finding a new job. So
Yeah, don't fuck over passive employers.
Never burn bridges.
Yep.
I'm not burning bridges. I'm literally having a day off, and I'm not employed, and it's not even 9 a.m. Am I the
It sounds
asshole
like
for not
you.
answering
Sounds
his
like you
text?
corrupted that spreadsheet.
It sounds like you might not be burning. You might not be burning the bridge, but you might have like a large mirror in your hand, and it's sunny outside. You know.
So who am I blinding?
Whoever is maybe the trolls underneath the bridge, maybe the people crossing on top, right?
Yeah, maybe I just directed straight at a freaking monkey with sunglasses.
You're like that kid
or
that has a piece of glass and there's ants walking across the ground and they're just like tilting the glass and burning it.
I can't be held responsible to answer to a text at before 9 a.m. on a Tuesday to my ex-employer.
On a Tuesday, you guys remember that song?
Yep.
Got the club
That's funny
going
you
up.
made that reference.
Doesn't matter what day it is. I don't feel like replying, but I'm like, am I the asshole here? Or are they the asshole for even contacting me?
Did
No,
you get
give them the password.
Did you get hacked, Matt?
Do you think I would get hacked?
That would be a bad look.
No, you have to remember my understanding of technological. My understanding. That's what Michael said too. I was just worried, man. So I was like,
You think I would get hacked? That is the perfect. That's like maybe the only response.
oh yeah,
yeah, that's wicked.
Dude, that should be the mission statement, bro.
In America, we hack you. No.
No, you fucked it up, Michael. Oh man, no, I was just a little worried, man, because I was like, I went to your profile and the whole thing was shut down. Tried to send you a message and I couldn't send you a message. I was like, oh, what the fuck happened, bro? And then
I think it was the bars that he was spitting last night.
yeah, no, because I know that Twitter
It
can
was.
sometimes ban people for shit. So I was wondering if you got banned or something. More so banned than hacked, but I just thought he's.
They had to put out his account because of the flames and the fire and the breakdown.
When you said that shit, man, I just shot me back into that scene of Walter White. I am the one who knocks. From Breaking Bad.
Oh wow, like Walter White, that would be a great name for like a new Pusha T.
Walter White. Yeah. The world's transcending into a state of alliteration.
Bisociation.
When's the
Ensociation.
CERN thing? When's the CERN thing?
The fifth. The fifth. We're all gonna imagine the same perfect burrito with the perfectly crispy, crunchy jalapenos.
That sounds so good right now. I've been trying to
Right?
get something to eat, and every fucking Mexican restaurant I've gone to is closed. And I think it's because it's the 4th of July, but I don't know.
Oh man, imagine just like a great taco with soft tortilla with cilantro and
Stop that shit.
you know what I mean? Like little crunchy pieces of corn. Like when they put corn in the salsa, it's fucking amazing. Then you have the lime.
Just
right?
as the spice starts to settle, you get a slight tinge of sweetness.
It's kind of like having a Mexican salad in a tortilla with carne. Carnival is actually a Mexican festival about meat. Did you know that? It's crazy.
Look, I'm gonna tell you how ridiculous my craving for Mexican food is right now. I drove to another town that's 30 minutes away, and
Oh my
because
god!
I thought it was fucking open.
And they're
But
closed?
yeah, they're closed.
Oh my gosh! They don't have like, you can't like go on Google and call them before you go.
Well, you know, I like the adventure. It's about the experience, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fuck.
Are you going to tell us about the breakthrough or what? You know, all of us are waiting to hear it.
I'll tell you about it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you heard it first, everybody. He don't trust you.
No, I would. It goes back to Malcolm X. You know, in this large of a gathering, there are friends and inevitably enemies. I think we'd be fooling ourselves if we gathered in this large of a place and didn't realize that there might be some enemies present.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, just a kind joke there.
That's what I want to learn. I want to learn the Born Identity song.
Yeah, I'm facing this challenge in my
Oh,
head.
so it's a.
It was a swift night.
Fuck.
Are you manually playing this?
Yeah.
Stop using frequency warfare on me, Michael.
You think I should just walk down the street with my steel pen and I'll just have a bunch of people following me and shit?
Yeah, that would be
And,
the
and,
fucking.
and then I can teach them Alfred North Whitehead. Everything is a process.
Like the further you get down this street, the more people just gather behind you.
And then I can, like, depending on the song, I could attract a different crowd.
Right?
Right?
People leave, and then new people come, and then people leave, and then new people come.
Kind of how a church works.
Yeah.
Would you say a circle jerk?
Yeah.
Have you ever noticed? I'm sure, Michael, that you probably know this, but have you ever noticed that like just music behind a certain thing can emotionally trigger a person's response to view something in a more emotionally disturbed. So like the emotion they feel is real, so therefore they determine that what they're reading or seeing is real.
So what are you trying to say when I listen to my gangster rap that I have negative emotion toward mine?
It's true, bro.
I feel like it gives me a positive emotion.
Maybe you're happy with being negative.
Maybe it's functional for some people to be happy and negative.
Absolutely.
A system cannot know that which is meta to itself.
Those some heavy words, Paul Blart.
No, that's Ram Dass.
No, it's a quote from a movie. You ever seen the movie Mall Cop with Kevin James?
Oh, I've heard of Kevin James, but never seen the movie.
Oh, it's just basically a movie where he's like riding around as like some like super cop, and people like rob this mall and shit. And he went into this Indian tech guy, who he has to like steal, like use his phone and provides him software and shit. And he like says something stupid as hell, and the Indian guy turns to him. He says, "Those them heavy words, Paul Blart."
I've been wanting to talk to Bilal. I wanted to know if I threw him into an existential crisis or not.
He seemed okay. He seemed
He
okay.
did? Good.
Yeah, he did leave
Bilal,
the room once we started talking about like guns and shit. He was like, "All right, I'm out. Peace."
Bilal, I feel, is in a series of breakthroughs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, hopefully, I
You're in the blockchain, Matt.
this growth.
Can't hear you. No. Although that's kind of a weird response because I responded to "Can you hear me now?" But it was like, "You hear me now?" Ladies and gentlemen, this is the SquareSpace, where we have Degen conversations in a broadcaster's voice. That's how you gotta say it, Michael. You gotta leave some pauses and some suspense in there. Sometimes you go too quick.
Broadcasters are usually quick talk.
Not
Hated
this.
listening to the radio at first because I couldn't understand a word when I first got to Australia. I'm like, there's no fucking way I understand what these people say, even if I understood the vocabulary. And I have the same problem with TV because I never watched American TV or listened to radio. I know a lot of people do that
Mm-hmm.
that are not native English, but I never did because, Germans translate everything. So we dub everything. So there's no subtitles or anything. So everything's in German. So there was never a need in my life to ever listen to something in English. And then when I came to Australia, I could not for the life of me understand the news. Never. Like, no, wasn't happening. I'm better now, but
Can you hear me?
somewhat.
What?
Are you getting Mexican food in the middle of nowhere?
I am in the middle of nowhere, and no, there's no Mexican food. I'm not sure
What are
what I'm
you
gonna do
doing
now.
then in the middle?
I'm trying to drive back to somewhere. But I mean, where I live, to be fair, is technically the middle of nowhere, as a whole.
It's all part of the adventure.
I like to call it the Bermuda Triangle of Tech. What are you doing, Captain?
Reading. I posted a whole bunch of stuff in the Discord for whenever you get the moment, because I figured me messaging you everything was probably becoming annoying.
No, you're good. Yeah. I'll look at it if I ever find some freaking Mexican food.
Ladies and gentlemen, Immutable has been put on pause due to the fact that our main founder cannot find Mexican food.
I'm fueled by cheese. If I don't get cheese, I don't get it.
Oh man, you heard that, Bezos? Get this man a drone and some cheese.
I thought you live in the greatest country of the world. How can you not have cheese?
Well, it's the cheese tip that you get in a Mexican restaurant.
The type of Mexican restaurant where you walk into the back and you have an Italian guy cooking it.
Yes, exactly.
That's that authentic Mexican cuisine.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
maybe consider moving to Mexico then.
No, I've been down there. The Mexican food's too authentic.
He said it's too Mexican. The Mexican food's too Mexican. Something changes when it's just somebody from a different ethnic culture that cooks it.
I mean, it's too healthy. I mean, if you think about it, it's like, oh yeah, they cut this off the tree like 2 hours ago and then just cooked it. Yeah, that's not the case here for sure. It's like, oh, how much cheese can I get to try to clog an artery? But to be fair, the state that I live in is the fattest, poorest, and dumbest state. Those are all facts.
Well, that makes you more of a statistical exception.
I am a statistical anomaly in that sense, yes. Well, I know. Well, I'm not that smart, but on the other hand.
Ah, I wouldn't say that, brother. But you did. What state? It's Mississippi, right? Or Tennessee, or Alabama, or Earth.
Yeah, I'm in Mississippi.
Yeah, one of my life goals is travel to every state.
How many have you gone to so far?
I have been to North Carolina, South Carolina, West Virginia, and Georgia. Basically, pretty much like all like the neighboring states on the East Coast. I've never been to the Midwest or never even been west, so I look forward to making that journey someday. But I want. You said what?
You should take a trip, like a cross country thing or something.
Yeah. I at a part of my life where I have my resources definitively stockpiled. That's one thing I want to do is kind of just travel the world, get to meet people from different areas. Not even just staying locally within the 50 states, but branching off in other areas. But I'm not a fool to understand or to think that I even have the right to travel through some places.
Yeah.
One part of my life. I'm sorry.
It'd be nice to go travel around the world and everything.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. It's still on my list. The only place I've been is Mexico. Really? That's
Oh
outside
really?
the US. Yeah. So.
Where have you been in the U.S.?
Like every state, pretty much except for like Washington, Alaska, and Hawaii.
Oh really?
Yeah, there might be one or two. Like Maine. I haven't been to Maine, you know. But yeah.
A lot of history up there. Wow.
But what I did was I planned out a trip.
Mhm.
And I saved up enough money for it, and then just did the whole thing. Like went all the way to Colorado. Like I went from here to Colorado to all of the West Coast, and then all that. And then I've been up the East Coast before I went to New York and all that stuff. I flew to New York one time and rented a Tesla, and then just drove to Washington D.C. and back. Like I made a road trip out of that whole thing.
Really?
Yeah. But I don't know. Like when I take trips and stuff, I don't really I plan it in a way, but at the same time, I don't like, you know, some people plan, I'm going to eat this place, I'm going to go to this place, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this, whatever.
Yeah.
I just kind of go to the place, and then there might be like one place I want to go visit or something, or, you know, maybe something like that. But beyond that, I don't really have an itinerary. Like, I don't even plan like an event or whatever. So when I get there, I'll just be like, oh, okay, well, let's figure it out. Because I feel it's a lot more fun and a lot less routine. Because, like, when I was growing up, my parents, they were really, and I've seen it a lot too, like a lot of people do this, that they're like, oh, I'm in a hurry, I want to get there, we gotta go, get in the car, you can drive haul ass there. You stop like one time because it's a sin if you stop the car. And and when you get there, it's like, all right, hurry up, let's get into the condo or wherever we're going. And then you get there, and it's like, all right, well, now we're just gonna sit. And it's like, okay, well, what the fuck? And people that are like that, they don't really want to go out and explore or do random things. Like, I'm that guy that turns a 2-hour trip into like a 6-hour trip. I really don't mean to do it, but I do. So, like, I don't know. It's a lot more fun that way when you're not like, haul ass. I don't want to go anywhere. I want to get there.
Oh yeah, because when you
What do you think?
when you set a plan, everything seems so everything feels more like an obligation than it is an opportunity to experience something new. Like even when I went down to Georgia, so my main purpose of going down to Georgia was to drop my girlfriend off, but we went down there because I wanted 2 days to be able um, to see just the landscape and stuff like that, and I had a lot more fun. And then the buddy I went down there with was like anxious. He was like, oh, I want to go home. I want to go home. He was being a little bitch, and I was just like, what the fuck's wrong with you, dude? He's like, oh, we didn't plan to do anything else, this and that. And then sometimes people can even cause like panic. Like it was a weird experience for me. But yeah, basically what you're doing is planning spontaneity. It's like, okay, I know I'm gonna go to this destination, but what I do at that destination will vary depending on me as a person. And I find that in theoretically speaking, that sounds a lot more fun than being like, okay, we're gonna go here, then we're going here, then we're going here, then we're gonna sleep for an hour, then we're gonna wake back up, then we're gonna go here, then we're gonna go back home. Because I feel like when I do things like that, especially for me, what happens is I end up not immersing myself in the moment due to the um, planning in my head that this is all going to come to an end. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Hold on one second.
Yeah. He said, I see a guy sitting on the side of the road with a sombrero on, offering hot." Proceeds to be robbed.
Shoot, I wish, man. I like down here. It's for real. Like, it's nothing.
Man, it would be a culture shock coming through a place like this, man. You have everything on one street.
Yeah, no, I like zoomed in on your house and shit. I mean, you literally have everything like right there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you live, and you're not that far from everything either. Like, you know, city-wise. So.
Oh yeah. Well, I hate those places, to be honest with you.
I don't know how you could, because it's like endless opportunity. When I was looking around where you live, I was like, holy crap! I wish I was able to live somewhere like that.
Yeah. There is a lot of In fact, the place that I live is actually more so, believe it or not, industrial. So it's not as cluttered as those big cities around New Jersey are. I kind of don't like those cities. Like you said, there's opportunity, and much of it, but I find the quality of living is so tainted that the increased chances of random acts of violence are just something I'd rather not deal with. Yeah, that's kind
The
of
only
in.
person that doesn't live in like the cityscape really in here is Kit, I think, and then last Koshi. Everyone else, when I zoomed in on their houses, well,
So you saw the 6-foot sculpture of a dildo outside my backyard, brother? I didn't give you permission to view that.
talk to Google.
You know, it's funny, man. I wonder if you could have went back and seen my street when it was fucking flooded during the storm.
I don't know. There's historic satellite photos.
Timestamp.
Aerial photos, I should say.
Yeah, I've seen the Google guys come out. I can usually tell when it's them. They carry specific machinery with them. They come out, maybe survey the land like every year or so.
Yeah, every time I see one go by, I'll put my face against the glass, like if I'm in the car, and I'll make a funny face. Or, I'll do something kind of stupid, like if they go by, just because
I do that. I used to have to travel to the Brooklyn VA over the Verrazano Bridge every night for work to do snow and ice checks for my boss. And when I would go, this motherfucker would not give me my Easy Pass sometimes, so I'd have to just take the ticket in the mail, send it to his mailbox up north, and then he'd pay it that way. So every time I went through like one of these toll booths, I'd just make a face or like put 2 thumbs up or like just do something stupid. It was fucking hilarious.
Hey, Mike, are you there? He might be on the phone call.
Yeah, sorry, one sec. Hold
there
on.
we go.
We'll go to. I was on the phone. We had a client and we did some advertising, and she said nothing's working. I'm like, that's okay. We learned a lot, you know. And so I said, okay, so now that we've done a few things, we're gonna do a few more things and change it up, and maybe decide to go after a different target market entirely. But yeah, so I'm back now. You guys
build
a
new.
Say again.
I said building a new avatar.
Yeah, or avatar, as they say in India.
Do you know what I mean by that? I'm sure you do.
No.
Oh, you don't? Like the specific. So the avatar is just basically a niche down version of a target audience. So it just basically takes your target audience and says, okay, well, what kind of characteristics do these and patterns and social patterns do these people have, and
what do these fuckers want?
Yeah, that's basically the gist of it. Stop short circuiting me.
So NFTs, I came back into the space to hear you singing once again.
What, he was singing?
What? Look, if you want to hear me sing, just go to yesterday's recording and go to 4 hours. And
I know. I was present. I just didn't have a mic, but I was listening to everything.
Well, that was my inner gangster rapper that has been suppressed for my adult life. And,
but you listen to K-pop. How can you have an inner gangster rapper?
What's wrong with K-pop?
I honestly never knew what K-pop was until I looked it up.
Western culture.
I don't know about K-pop.
K-pop is.
But I do listen to Young Dolph. That's for sure.
Oh shit.
Yeah, for some reason I have an affinity for rap music.
I like what was his name? Oh gosh, I've sat in the spaces when he was going on like 100 and some day bingers at night spaces. It was Search the J. He does rapping, but impromptu lyrical rap battles and stuff is what I'm into. But commercialized rap music nowadays is just stupid. I'm so sorry. I just shit upon your affinity, your muse.
Oh well, I semi-agree that modern rap music is not. Let me put it this way: about 99% of rap music that was made after the past, I don't know, after about 2016 or so, was just completely garbage. I don't know what happened or what changed, but prior to that, especially like in the 2000s, like early 2000s or late 90s era, like that music then was totally different, and I feel like that's true across like all genres. But like back then we had rock, and I really liked rock a lot. But today there's just no like, there's not there's not very much rock that's worth listening to, I guess. So I'm stuck with
So
rap.
you should change NFTs are worthless to rock is worthless.
Music.
No, I think it's you're finally hitting that age group where you're becoming nostalgic.
Yes, shit. Yeah, you're probably right.
Because I mean, they're making music for the general population that's coming up front, and we're to the point now where it's like, I remember when music was good.
Yeah, I don't know. Something about new music. I cannot remember the lyrics whatsoever. Like it might be a good tune or whatever, but older music. I mean, I can word for word all of it. Is there like a psychological thing to that or something? I don't know.
There is. I forgot what it was. Go, Kappa. You were about to say something.
I'm sorry, kid. But I was gonna say I think it's speaking as a 24-year-old, well, actually 25 now, year old man, I think that people have fallen in love with rhythm and the sound or the verbal cadence that matches the rhythm of a beat more so than the lyricalness. Um, but yet, it always comes back down to a conversation, at least in hip hop, where people are like, oh, who's the best rapper right now? It comes down to, it always pretty much broadly comes down to lyrics. So it's like two people of this generation that I think still have sense about them and their music is J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar. Those two people have some pretty deep meanings in their music and lyrics.
Don't forget Tyler, the Creator.
Yeah, well, rhythm and patterns, the harmonics is energy in the waves, and harmonics of our rhythm and our heartbeat actually marries together with whatever we're listening to, and thus like the energy that other people give off versus the words we're listening to. That speaks powerful enough, but yeah, there's only so many compositions of music that you can make. What makes them different is the lyrics or the vocals.
Amen.
Yeah, I mean seven notes. That's all it takes.
Yeah, and I think it also has a lot to do with culture and sociological aspects. Fuck you, Mike. He's like, now's the time. um, But yeah, I think it also comes down into the way that a society is living as well. If we are in this kind of fuck that shit mentality, then we're gonna listen to some fuck that shit vibe music.
I disagree. I disagree with that actually. And I feel like it gives me the opposite effect. I guess you'd say. Like if I'm listening to some rap, it's probably a good day. Like we're probably cheeky.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm not, I don't know a specific genre that I can go to and say, oh, this is it every time. But if I'm in a different genre, there may or may not be something off. I don't know. So I don't. I don't know. I don't really fully agree with that.
That's okay, brother.
I
I'm
feel
not.
like it gives me like energy in the sense of I'm gonna go do this. I'm gonna accomplish it. Whatever.
Oh yeah.
Fuck it. It doesn't matter. Like I'm about to kill this shit. Like that. That's the level. So even though, I think too, like that some of the music, it's like mind numbing in the background.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I like to think of the mind as like it's like multi-layer, multi-process simultaneously. So
Mm-hmm.
in essence, you're kind of like suppressing, well, not even suppressing, but you're turning one up and you're turning one down, and you can do that with music. If that makes sense. Like I don't
Yeah.
know, I have ADHD in a sense, whatever the hell. So I'm thinking about 50 different things at the same time. If I have some mind-numbing music on, then it kind of like quiets it down a little bit more so
Yeah.
than, oh, I need to think about this music.
Something to anchor yourself with.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get that. I mean, the same thing with like people that have, panic attacks, anxiety. You start to hyper focus on one item, and everything else kind of falls in. You have
Mm.
to insync yourself with something stable.
Mm.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, way better way to say it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think music is a reflection of mood, and that mood can vary, and the purpose and reaction of this moody music, so to speak, has an effect still at an individual level. Um, but I will argue that at a point in my life where the only thing I cared about was physical pleasure and vanity and other things, that was my choice of music to kind of immerse myself into, and it's also socially um, has some social value to it as well because the people you're hanging out with, the experiences you have, the way you associate those experiences with certain sounds and vibrations, all has a big play.
I have a joke for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's a dead baby joke.
Oh Jesus, this is I will tell you. Yeah, just
What are you gonna tell me?
nothing. We recently had a baby pass away a year or two ago, so I am a little sensitive. But go ahead, I'll try and beat my own brain in its biasism.
This is one that I am comfortable with saying, so that's why. All right. So, how many dead babies does it take to paint a barn?
Mm, as many as you could throw at the wall.
Oh, dang! It depends on how hard you throw them.
Oh shit, I was close, huh?
Best fuck.
Give me the
Oh,
line, Kappa.
you said what?
Give me the line.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the one and only
Shut the fuck up.
immutable SquareSpace, where we have Degen conversations in a broadcaster's voice.
I'm gonna go back and dynamically change that now. I'm disputing it.
He's disputing it. That's all right. You can.
We don't have a dispute process. We have the appearance of a due process.
Are you saying you're fucking Karl Marx, my friend?
No, he's Josh at Rogue Radar.
Oh, I was gonna say that, but I didn't want to say that because I didn't know if y'all were cool now or.
Yeah, after your guys' space ended last night, like, I don't know, 4 a.m., it seemed like. I don't know, I stayed up way too late. Anyways, I jumped into another space where I followed her, but she was actually just random conversation. She had a huge following room, and she was just talking about the culture of things that aren't normally talked about, like dead baby jokes or making fun of people with mental health and so forth. But there's a difference between like picking on individuals, but her herself being a minority, it's okay to a certain degree to crack jokes and make fun of, but it's basically picking out your own foibles in that type of perspective. So some random person decided to pop on up and start throwing out Jewish jokes, but he himself, not being Jewish, and was going by the stereotypes that, trying to get some laughter, just completely misread the room and got kicked.
Oh,
And
damn.
it was a funny listen to.
Are you saying that everybody's open to be being fun of besides Jewish people?
There's a certain degree. Like, she was talking about her experience, like she's half and half. She's half Jewish, half Korean. And since her father is like Caucasian. But one of the jokes was like her friends who were also Jewish, because she doesn't look Jewish, that at her friend's wedding, she was there, and as a joke, she got Goldschlager because there's gold in it. And the entire family just didn't get it, other than her friend who was getting married and his new wife. And that was acceptable, obviously, because they're friends, but everybody else were like just wanting to kick her out of the wedding. So it was a nice it was just a funny perspective to listen to.
Well,
one down, one to go.
Oh, earlier you guys were talking about parental rights and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I have an opinion on that.
Keep it to yourself.
Which part?
No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know if I should say it.
No. What, did I short circuit you?
I'm questioning whether I should say it and not record it.
Well, a wise man once said that if you have to question it, you probably shouldn't do it.
Agree with that. That's exactly what I was going to say. If you need to think about it, you probably should say it.
Perfect. All right, so I'm going to do it.
I think the exact opposite. Yes, continue.
Michael, you're being selfish.
No?
Yeah.
Yes, I am being selfish.
You just need to say it in a broadcaster voice.
He's just building his repertoire of blackmail for in the future or whenever,
Oh,
look,
man.
you guys have enough DMs for me to blackmail me first.
You could turn me into a commercial, man. I can't do that to you.
I'd literally never do that. I hate that shit. But yeah, so on the parental rights thing, just a little bit of background. I think I've probably talked about it a little bit, but I have like an 8-year-old or whatever. Her mom had never let me see her, and I had to go to court and go through that entire process. You guys were talking about like how men were treated in the system, essentially. I can't remember exactly what was said, but what was the consensus, Cap?
So basically, what I was trying to do was kind of bring into this decision that I think that if me and Dominique, my girlfriend, right, say if we both have a kid, right, and we make this decision, or maybe it's not a decision, right, maybe it's an accident, and this is widely applied for any man and woman in a relationship who have a kid. I think that if one person decides to end the relationship, they should fully understand that the consequences of that, and that often the government, I didn't say this out loud because I didn't want to, trigger anybody or anything, but I feel like often the government sides against the man. And I witnessed this firsthand with my brother. His girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, was a literal crackhead, refusing to get off of drugs. She showed up to the courthouse on drugs. They knew this. They drug tested her. They confirmed this. She had a warrant out for her arrest, still showed up to court. Nothing happened. And they were making my brother run through jumps and jumping through hoops just to be able to have sole custody of his kids, when the government for a fact knew that this woman was in no state of mind or health to be taking care of any other life. And I feel that often the government sides against the man.
Well,
Yeah, they do. They do.
In that type of case, it's for a default. Yes, you are right. I'll definitely agree with you on that. But with us knowing coming of age, knowing that the transparency with relationships, especially since abortions are not optional without having an issue, the good thing that can come out of it now is that mutual agreement between a default of the fight between male and female, whether they're married or not, to be able to fight, to be able to take ownership of a child and switch roles.
Yeah. Well, I think that it comes down to just an evaluation of two people, right? At the end of the day, it's two people that have to.
No. As much as you
No,
no.
yeah, Kappa. You gotta understand, Kappa's running for mayor in New Jersey, so he has to measure his words very carefully and be like, there's good sides and bad sides to everything. You just have to know where the light is being shone from, and sometimes when the light is being shone from below, it's coming from hell. So you have to watch out. But there are universal truths, right? but
Do you guys have a lot of echo feedback if I keep my speaker on?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
check. I think we're okay.
Okay.
What were you What were you rebuttaling to exactly, Matt?
Because you were about to take the middle ground, and that's just not it.
Yeah. You were taking the middle ground, and he was saying, "Fuck the middle ground. It's this spectrum over here."
This is
No, I
something
wasn't
I'm
taking the
passionate
middle
about. So I'm
ground
gonna tell
up.
you, fuck that.
Oh
so
yeah.
so let's hear what comes after the fuck that. Keep going, Matt.
All right, so not only, okay, I understand, one man standing on the other side of the table and trying to fight for his kids or whatever, but I had this happen to me in the instance of two men that are highly beyond capable of both being parents, still getting denied after a court order was broken on the other side multiple times, and they still ruled in her favor.
Yeah.
So, and just to back it up a little bit, the guy, he used to be my best friend, and growing up, he basically, I walked into the hospital room whenever my oldest daughter was born, and he was sitting there, and I was like, "What the hell," But after trying for a couple of years, she pinned us against each other. We ended up fighting each other physically, and then all kind of things. So I never was in a position to be able to do anything about it. Whatever. Anyway, fast forward, and so she called him dad, right? But she always called me a different name, my actual name. So she didn't know that, in reality, I was actually her father until very recently, within the past 6 months. So so he was on board with me in the fact of, oh, we should, her mom got beat up by this guy that was a felon and like doing drugs. He did drugs overdose, was in the hospital for a week. All kind of stuff, really crazy stuff going on. She was homeless. I was like having to pay for all this. It's just stupid. So anyway, we both get together and we're like, look, I don't have a problem with you. You don't have a problem with me. Let's like do what's in the best interest of the children because that's what matters, right? That's what normal people would do. And so we go to court. Both of us stand on the opposite side of the courtroom more than once, may I add, and the court rules against us both times. So it doesn't matter. It does. The thing that matters more than anything is is this the mother's child or not? Like in the South, at least. I don't know about up there, but
Wait.
It's the same.
I'm so
It's the same.
confused. Okay, Matt, you're saying that you are genetically this child's father, but the court ruled against the mother and father. Did you ever take a paternity test? Because that basically is the proof that you need.
yeah, no. Like, so it's established that like I'm her father and everything, but like she's gone to therapy and like we've helped her and all this other stuff. So I mean, it's like, I don't know, it's resolved.
Basically, and Matt, before you it's no problem, but you kind of cut me off, so I didn't get to like really get to
I'll
the
cut you
point.
off again right now. What do you? Keep going.
I was gonna. So you find actually, I was
Keep in
gonna.
mind though, Kathy, that like if someone's cutting you off because they actually have personal experience with the situation, I would appreciate that cutoff.
Absolutely, I appreciate it.
Unless I would say you have personal experience with a woman who maybe disallowed you to see your own child.
Oh well,
like I would
depends.
appreciate the passion.
Yeah, absolutely. No, what I was gonna say was just that is that under pretty much all circumstances I've been privy to experiencing, whether it be on the outside looking in, of course, it is. I wasn't trying to float in between the sides to keep neutral. I was actually leading to a point in which I was going to say that, and I think I already did say it, that the courts pretty much predominantly do not want to remove the child from the mother, and really side with the man on anything, from my experience.
Well, my experience, I'm going to add,
Mm-hmm.
is that there is a legal way. I've had a kind of flip roles, even though, gender roles is I'm female, my ex-husband is male.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, the general, like who's filing first for either divorce or filing. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm on the phone. Who was filing first for, representation and then putting their side into the court is taken into consideration, unfortunately. And then secondly is there's no protection against the male at this point in time unless you get the state involved, which would be numerous calls to CPS to investigate.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to plant things and so forth, or not necessarily plant things, but if they're screwing themselves over, you can get tidbits here and there that paint some of the bad perspective, give it to the CPS case, whether the report that they find is good or not. That is permanent record on the other party, and then you can go into your court case. And during a open case, because any open case on the other party seems negative, and the decision at a time of investigation with a family investigation will cause the pendingness be available to the male.
Mm-hmm. I think though, from just one thing I want to express here, and once again, it's just my opinion. It's not truth or anything like that. I think that if a man and a woman come together and they create a life, and one of those people decide that they no longer want to partake in this, and for example's sake, I'll go with, from what I've seen, female, right? So the female breaks up with the man, takes the child, uses the child as leverage, and says, "You're going to pay me for this child, but you're also not going to see the child." So my brother recently is going through this with his ex, where he thinks that if he has them half the time, and he provides for them then for that half the time, that he should not have to pay child support. And the court basically said, "Ha, that's not gonna fucking happen. That's not how we do things. You're gonna pay. It's just a matter of how much and when," which is fucked up in my opinion because she chose to end the relationship. Both of them chose to have these kids, but she chose to leave the relationship, understanding that as a parent, she is in control of this life form, and that she could extract money from, and she's done this to another man as well. It's a very, in my opinion, nasty way to live as a female, to use God's gift of creation of life as leverage against men in a financial institution manner. It's
Well, keep
clever.
in mind though that the absent are always wrong.
Yeah, different states are different, but when it comes to federal, to be on the same page is, I think education on the system for that type of thing with the change of times, it's archaic. Yes, the rules with female favor because, during the time frame, other things favored into the male to be the working horse, yada yada. But if you want to be able to make a change, and if you are running for governor, then be that change.
Oh
and
no, I'm not
insert
doing
yourself into
that.
the family system.
No, we're voting for you. I don't think you don't have a choice in the matter. We're voting for Kappa to be the mayor of New Jersey, and it's because you can answer these tough questions, right? Or at least you can talk long enough for people to be like, you know what? He's at least better than that motherfucker, right? You know what I mean? That's kind of like how you get voted in.
Yeah.
You know, at least you're not that person.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of what we just had happen, on a national level.
Hi, yes, so I know it's almost 6 p.m., but is anyone still serving hot lunch?
You are disgusting. We will not discuss this, especially not on record. I'll have to mute you.
Anyone? NFTs? Fairness?
Damn, bro. I feel like that one kid that wasn't picked in the basketball tournament, bro. You didn't even say my name.
Kappa?
I'm guessing that what you said is more figurative.
No, I mean it.
So, a hot lunch.
Careful there, Sunzu.
Please continue.
No. I will mute him.
So, a hot lunch is when you go to school and you gotta pick whether you want hot lunch or cold lunch. Usually hot lunch is better. Unless it's a Friday and they have tuna. Are you Googling this, Kappa?
No, I'm talking to my girlfriend at work, and if I don't respond, yeah.
She chops off your ball.
It's an issue. She goes Lagarthon. Lagartha.
Yeah, dude. She sent me a message. She said, "Wow," rolling eyes. I was like, "Oh shit, bro! I didn't respond. Fuck."
It's really important to ask your girlfriend every day if she's had hot lunch.
It all changes when you become the provider of lunch. But Kit, to touch upon what you had mentioned about like certain variables that go into the perception of the way a man is perceived in a courtroom, I definitely agree with all the variables you listed. There's a lot of shit that goes into it, but I think that the more we try to argue this equality, the more people are starting to open their eyes to double standards, and then people are like kind of turning a blind eye to certain double standards. Like, no, I want to have equal pay. It's like, okay, well, what about a man having a say in, child support? No, I don't want that. So then it kind of forces the mind to be like, well, then do you really want equality, or just want
Or are
more
we
free?
comparing two things that are like apples and oranges?
Yeah.
I've been in a courtroom many times, if you need me to speak from experience.
I mean, I've been in a fair share of courtrooms myself. But yeah, I mean, if you have any experiences you'd like to add to the topic at hand, by all means.
I think the lawyer or public defender plays a large role in that.
Oh yeah, or the lack
That's
thereof, right?
yeah. So I think, regardless of male or female, I don't know. I don't know the inner workings of that, so I can't really give you any secret sauce there. But from my own experience, I had to pay $5,000 for a lawyer once, and he kept me safe. Whereas other times, things didn't go that way. So it's interesting. It's a good topic. Is that what you guys are talking about, like court stuff, or?
Yeah, we were. It was kind of a.
No, we were talking about hot lunches.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
All I know is cold lunch. But no, we were referring to the state of, just government and local politics, and how we approach and handle situations where there's a dispute over custody, or pretty much custody, and how the man, typically, the more I broaden my reach, and maybe that could just be because I'm attracting people that have similar life experiences, but that have experienced the courts making men do a lot more, prove a lot more, and even then still not siding with them, even when it just makes logical sense. And one reference to that for me was my boyfriend. Oh Jesus Christ, my brain fire. My girlfriend, my boyfriend.
It's okay. Tell us
Yeah,
everything. It's a safe
yeah.
space. The
Nah,
boyfriend,
but
what happened?
I had a short circuit real quick.
Makes no
I'm
difference
trying to
if it's
say
a
It's
my
okay if it's
brother's.
short.
I'm trying to say my brother's
We're accepting of
girlfriend.
all people. Tell it.
Absolutely, even
It's
crocodiles.
2022. You can have both. It's okay.
My
Yeah,
brother's girlfriend, we know it. My brother said this. His
No.
girlfriend said, yeah.
Yeah, so my brother's girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, was a legitimate drug addict, unfortunately, and she was addicted to heroin, and the courts knew this. They consistently drug tested her. She consistently failed, but yet they refused to give my brother custody of the children. She even came into court, kid you not, on everything I love, right hand to God. She came into court with a literal fucking warrant out for her arrest. And DYFUS, which I think you refer to as CPS or CSP or whatever the hell, Kit, they did change the name. But they mandatorily made her have visitation rights, and which was extremely inconvenient to my brother in his situation at work, and the time he got to spend with the kids entirely. And they enabled this woman, and all she would do when they were putting this room together was just badmouth my brother and try to taint their perspective. So it wasn't even like she actually spent quality time with these kids. But the courts consistently, like I said, verified drug addict, verified on drugs via the court system and protocol, verified warrant out for her arrest, still said, we're not going to give you the custody. You're going to come back in a couple months. And throughout that process, over about a year or two, she just fled and disappeared, and they had no choice to give the custody to my brother.
Yeah, that's I definitely can see that. I think part of it too could be like based on geographic location. Not like heavily, but it's interesting that you mentioned that because I was talking with Dr. Carey yesterday, and it was a conversation about like Tinder and people within like a certain mile radius or whatever. And so she lives in Boston, and there's like Springfield and Holyoke, which are also in Massachusetts, and the population difference varies there. So like she even said she, as she works with women closely in a lot of different areas, she said that she's, even kind of on that same note where she's surprised to see that these types of situations are handled that way, where you see the women losing custody and ending up in jail in that area more than men. I don't really know what the point I'm trying to make there is, but basically, like it's in some places it seems like it's more common for women. In some places, it might be more common for men. I don't know.
I think it has a lot to do with, like how you said, legal representation, and then that stems into a factor of finances, and then that stems into a factor of who's going to be the provider, and in some instances, like say like earlier, I believe Quinn was talking about in Toronto being an expensive place to live, and because of that, usually two people are working a majority of the time, so therefore both are providers. So it's really interesting to see the circumstantial variables that tie into situations like this. Like you said, some areas it's more of one, some areas it's more of others, and I believe that I don't know. Are you familiar with Jordan Peterson?
No, sorry, I'm not sure what that is.
Excuse me, it's Dr. Jordan Peterson.
Dr. Jordan Peterson. Yeah.
Professor Jordan Peterson, illuminary Jordan
Doctor
Peterson,
slash professor
the
slash.
one true way Jordan Peterson,
And
12
listen,
rules for life. Jordan
here.
Peterson, University of Toronto, Scarborough campus, where I went to school. Jordan Peterson. Continue.
Are you telling me to continue at a sense of hierarchy, my friend?
Don't you feel the hierarchy? I mean, technically, I'm like literally above your face on my display.
Oh, on your display, on my display, we're on the same row, motherfucker.
Oh, see, that's the difference.
If you could see my face, I'm just screaming hierarchy me harder.
Isn't there like a medieval contraption where it was like the sawhorse, but it was shaped like a triangle, like your hat kappa, and people were like weighted down to sit on that until it split them?
I'm not familiar with that method. I am familiar with the method of like stones. Like they put a slab of stone over a human being, and they just continue to add more stones to it, and the person was slowly crushed to death.
Kind of. It was like your hat, a triangle. Someone was to be sat upon it with their anus or other object, and
Scheiße.
they would be basically forced to be there for X amount until they learn their lesson.
Did you get this from a Jigsaw movie?
No, I love going to museums.
It's a
Yeah,
nice hat, by the
that
way.
sounds like a Christian crusade form of punishment.
I feel like your people and my people might be one and the same, Kappa.
Maybe, brother.
Well, my point, is either you're sitting on so you want to's horn or so you want to sitting on your hat. It's definitely a circle jerk.
No circle jerk here. Oh man, NFTs left.
Oh, he made it so he's not sitting on you anymore.
Yeah, I'm not being split open spiritually.
Oh my gosh, you just reminded me. What in the world? Bilal, him and like the spirit realm of like trying to suck out negative energy. Oh my gosh, because he was too tired. Or even Brian Jackson. Oh gosh, I hope he's woke up today.
He said that they were dealing with negative energy.
Yeah, he was every now and then just making some weird sucking noises into the mic.
Oh.
Have you ever experimented with dark magic or summoning spirits?
No, I have a belief that there is somewhat of a truth in every lie, but and that some lies, as Michael once reiterated to me, but I tried to not dabble in things I do not fully understand, or at least somewhat have a understanding of.
Yeah, I made that mistake when I was younger. I think I was maybe 16, and I was with a few friends, and we were reading from the Necronomicon, and thought it would be interesting to try to summon a spirit called Marduk, who is an evil magician. And I feel like ever since that time, my life has just been like an evil joke. So if you're ever thinking about it, just don't do it.
Oh yeah, I learned it on. I'm not gonna try and toot my own horn here, but I learned very early on in life that that lesson in particular. So when I hear sometimes the rhetoric or rambling of a like I've been in the service industry, so I've sat in front of like very old people who like, listen, Sonny, you gotta know this, and I'm like, and it's not arrogant. I don't mean to be arrogant, but I just noticed how much of a lack of not lack of, but more so maybe it's a lack of life experience for them. Maybe it's more of a life experience for me. Maybe it's all just intuition and genetics. But a lot of the shit people took them a whole life to learn. And it could also be a testament to the speed in which we now live these days. I felt like just most of the shit they told me, it was just kind of known, like, oh, if you have to think about it, then you probably should, okay, yeah, I know that. If people are doing this, then you should, oh, yeah, I know that. And I guess to some degree, it's kind of sad when you see a 65-year-old man telling you a whole bunch of shit that they think is going to be foreign to you, and then you're just like, yeah, basically everything you just said, I discovered at an early age. Once again, not to be arrogant, but it's just I'm different, I guess. I know we all are.
That's why all these professional gamers are like 13 years old, and they're gonna conquer the world.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I had a lot of tragedy in my life growing up. From a very early age, so my mind, for some reason, I do consider it an extreme blessing, and I'd even go as far as to say that God personally helped me, um, by blessing me with this interpretation. Because given environmental circumstances, I just shouldn't be the way that I am, and view shit the way that I do. But even my girlfriend saw it. Once she came and lived with me, and she saw my family and the way that they interact with each other and the dynamic of the household, and she's just like, I got really lucky with finding you because you're very different than all the people, and I don't have too much of a different life experience either.
Yeah, I get it. And a lot of that is the way that you interpret and process things. You know, you could have the exact same experiences as someone else and be completely ignorant to the lessons that come with it.
I'm also very emotional. Like I'm an emotional guy, and I found that if I segue emotion into logic, I can actually understand a lot of shit that if I just tried to logically teach myself, right? Like, okay, x plus x equals this. That type of shit doesn't resonate with my brain. It resonates once I could say x plus x equals this. Well, that's just like when x did this and x happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yep. It's a deep rabbit hole.
The measure of learning.
Well, think of it like a wise man once said that X go and give it to you.
Oh man, you fucking short circuiting. You guys put me onto that, bro. Everything you do now is Inception to me, Michael.
I have a weird thing. I think I mentioned it in a space the other night. I don't know who was there, but there was like one like really just profound but such a simple thing that I've always kind of fell back on as far as like an understanding of things. And like what it was is, I mean, there's so many times when I was just like baked out of my mind and like I just had these crazy realizations. And so the fact that I was, you know, under the influence of something sort of discredits it. But it was everything and nothing all at once and never. It's kind of like the ultimate paradox. If you just really think about everything in existence happening all at once, and then the inverse of that is nothing and never. And that's just kind of my basic outlook of whatever it is or isn't.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of, yeah. I have a similar statement I say a lot, which is everything, nothing means everything, yet everything means something.
Yeah. So that's pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna follow you now because I feel that we have bridged the gap. We can be Twitter friends.
Yeah. You motherfucker, I follow anybody that comes in here that I see is not anybody, but anybody I see that's in here that's a part of the conversation or like contributes to the conversation and interacts with a couple of the people around here. GFR, as I said, that this guy followed me. So I'm gonna follow back. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is the SquareSpace.
Well, there's only one segue.
Welcome to the land of fame excess. Jumped in the cab, here I am for the first time. Look to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling kind of homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. But when the taxi man turned on the radio, and the Jesus song was on. And the Jesus song was on. And the Jesus song was on.
Either Michael or Lagatha said enough.
Was it too loud or what did I do?
I don't know, brother. The more you speak, it seems to be that we start to lose our audience here.
The unicorn said that to me in a previous space. He said, "You're making everyone leave," and I was just, I don't know.
You have an indifference about your, even when you're talking about things, you have a certain level of indifference that's hard to captivate, if I may say. And it's all from a place of love. You know what I mean? It's just you're indifferent. It's who you are. You have an indifferent tonality, albeit.
Okay, good to know.
Hey guys, when is if Michael's back? When is the pulse supposed to be happening to supposedly look for other dimensions?
Are we on July 5th?
July 5th, yes.
Okay, so that's tomorrow. Gotcha.
Yes, where we make wishes and they come true.
It's today.
For you.
It already.
You're in the future, man.
I can't find the news article for it.
Oh, so therefore it must not be true. Damn it. You know, Sunzu, that was the first time I've ever been cut off while saying the SquareSpace theme and mantra.
I didn't know.
No, that was the first time for everything. So
That was the first time I've ever been muted while singing Miley Cyrus.
said usually people just sing along, man. I don't understand. Fuck.
I blame Lagatha. She's not partying in the USA, so it's understandable.
I am so tired of getting tagged by random shit, man.
All right, what was the article? I heard about it through the grapevine, but I never read it. What's the is it which government's doing it?
Oh,
I am about to post it. 1 sec.
And also, was it based off of Tesla's algorithm of the sevens to find that there's other dimensions than 2D, 3D, 4D, but it's infinite?
I don't know. Maybe Eric Weinstein and his idea of what do you call it?
String theory?
No. What did Eric Weinstein's theory of everything? What was it called?
I don't know. He was in quantum physics, right?
Yes, but he had this idea. What is this theory? The theory of geometric unity, he called it.
Oh, so that's perfect. Have you guys? So you've heard of quantum physics? Have any of you ever looked into sacred geometry and that type of stuff?
It's all at the top. We have a whole all the posts at the top should be about music theory. Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm actually gonna take out of here, guys. It's been a pleasure as always. Michael, Lacta, Sun Tzu, new friend Gavin, Kit. I shall speak to you guys later, and may you have a positive evening.
All right, take care, Kappa. You should start working on your political party campaign now.
I'm not doing that.
Year.
I'm not doing that. That's Michael's. Keeps putting this on me.
If you're calling to find the middle ground in everything, and so we might as well monetize your middle groundness.
We need a Green Party, a representative that can speak to the masses through social media, because majority of people don't vote because they don't find a niche for it.
Hey,
Maybe
guys.
you'll find that niche for your own party.
Hey guys, vote for me. I don't vote for anyone else.
I don't know if green is the PC term. We should probably call him Reptilian American.
Yeah, we can have David Icke open up for you.
You just be other, the write-in party.
No, you know what?
Oh, the write-in party.
I'm gonna
I
go
like
under the they party.
that.
2 voting years in a row, I've had 3 people vote for me.
Really?
In my county, yes.
You could vote for an individual?
Yeah.
Oh, you just blew this motherfucker's mind. Just this guy's gonna be voted in on a ballot because of this idea, kid. Like,
Oh,
are you happy with the outcome,
oh
or
man.
is it gonna be like that Sean Penn movie where he eventually gets corrupt? What was that movie? That was a great movie.
Face
With
Off. It was Face Off.
Well, I think
James Gandolfini.
I'd like to borrow some philosophy from Batman here and say it's either you die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become a villain. Especially in politics.
Well, I have a sacred geometry tattoo on my sternum.
Of
It's a
Batman?
giant flower of life.
That's nice, man. But yeah, like I said, I can't get incepted anymore, bro. All right, guys. Pleasure as always. I gotta head out of here. I'm saying in Italian goodbye, not being able to finish through on it. Take care, guys.
All right,
It's
take care.
funny because Sun Tzu, you were talking to Kappa, and you even meet Kappa left, and you were the one talking to him. Man, this guy's like a happy people kryptonite. I love it, Sun Tzu. You're the man. It's fucking amazing to watch.
Oh my god. Oh fuck, man! I won't be here to defend you, Sun Tzu. So you go ahead and you spiritually defend yourself, brother. Take care, guys.
Gavin, what can I say to get you out of this room?
I don't know that it'd be anything you would say. But hi. I was just listening.
Piss, shit, cocksucker, fart, motherfucker, turd.
Are you familiar with Donald Hoffman?
I am not. I'm interested, though.
Yeah, he recently went on Lex Friedman's podcast, and given what you all were talking about, I think you'd find it interesting.
What was that? Donald Hoffman? Or okay.
Was Lex Friedman any more animated than he usually is?
He was pretty lost.
Whenever I watch Lex Friedman, it looks like a deer in the headlights. Right? He's just saying, so what you're saying is 1 + 1 is 2, but sometimes 3. So I have these 2 things. How is it 3? And then the other person explains, like, cuts one of the things in half, and he's completely lost. I like watching him and Eric Weinstein interact because Eric Weinstein just always getting upset at him for not understanding.
Same on Joe Rogan, huh?
Oh, it's fucking amazing. I love it.
So I'm guessing if you guys are into this type of stuff, you've probably seen the video of how sound waves react with things.
Pilot wave theory?
Cymatics.
Like the frequency, how it affects physical matter and stuff like that.
Yeah, Cymatics. Yeah, they have cymatics on the side of Rosslyn Chapel on the columns.
It's just it's really interesting. Even like our vision abilities. You know, there's so much that we can't see that's happening. So I don't know, it's crazy to people don't think about that shit. Like, but then again, I don't know if that really matters. So
Okay, one more time, Michael. Jim, what was his last name again? Russ?
What?
Oh.
Keller.
Keller.
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
The most important single person in chip manufacturing on the planet.
there's also a guy called Fred Allen Wolf. I have a couple of books by him. I don't know if you guys have heard of him, but he's a big quantum physics kind of guy. There was I've got the yoga of time travel, which is just kind of an elaborate multi-dimensional type thing, and then there's a much more simpler book called Dr. Quantum's Little Book of Big Ideas, and that's just kind of like if you just want like short little one-liners or little paragraphs about quantum physics, that kind of could be good for newbies. But
Yeah, I have to confess, I don't know anything about quantum mechanics.
it's the main point behind it is separating waves from particles. And well, okay, that might not be the main point, but that's definitely like a strong point of it. And it's kind of broken down into waves of probability versus particles of reality type thing. So, like an observer effect, the things that we can't as humans detect are still there, and maybe they don't, or the only reason that they become reality is because we're able to detect them. So it's
almost like
I don't know.
God flips dice. God flips coins faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but it's what that reminds me of is one example of them shooting light waves at a board with, you know, multiple slits cut in it, and when they're focused on one of them, the light goes towards that versus the unfocused ones. I don't know. There's a lot of interesting stuff. What was that you just mentioned? I'm gonna look that up.
Oh no, it's just an idea that that the universe and the probabilities are actually the fundamental force underneath the particles themselves. And so the idea that the probability is actually moving faster than the speed of light.
Okay.
I just sent you a video. There's another interpretation called pilot wave theory.
There was a movie put out um, a while back too. You can find it on YouTube. It's called One, And I mean, it's if you look it up on there, it's super low quality and probably below the level that we're kind of talking on. But it's an interesting documentary where these two guys just go around the world and interview different people on what their belief of God is, or what their belief of life is. Kind of, I don't know. It's if you got an hour and a half to spare, it's an interesting watch just to kind of hear the different perspectives of all these different walks of life, kind of speaking about the interconnectedness of humanity.
Have you heard Kurt Jaimungal's Theory of Everything podcast?
Nope, I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, I know he had Eric on, but he's had a lot of people on. It's just like exclusively like, what's your take on how reality happens exclusively? So, it's like,
Well, it's kind of one of those questions where if you say enough true things, people don't notice when you say the false thing. It's like, here's 58 minutes of true things, and then in the last 2 minutes, and therefore, everything. Wait, how did you get from there to here? Everything.
Yeah, it's pretty exclusively like the whole purpose is to explore, not to like state this is a matter of fact. It's because he started out as like solo interviews, and then he started doing like triads and four-way interviews. Carl Friston, I think, recently came on with Michael Levin, and like Michael Levin does like microbiology and like synthetic life on like micro levels, and then like Carl Friston's more of like a classical neuroscientist, studying like the states of consciousness, etc. And then he also has like computational neuroscience people like Yosha Bach who talk with like John Vervaeke. He's also like a clinical psychologist sort of type.
Yeah, I think it's a difference. It's the delta between the future is not to be predicted, the future is to be achieved, right? And so invariably, we can conjecture and be wrong or right about anything. And we can be wrong and right. I remember my investor friend said, no matter what opinion you have, make an investment on it. If you feel so strongly about something, you better make sure you invest in that idea. As kind of like the Occam's razor to see how serious you were about that idea. Like it was like, let's say we believe in sacred geometry as something that's immensely powerful. How might we invest in that idea?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Futarchy? It's Robin Hanson created it.
No, tell me.
Yeah, they were doing research on why prediction markets outperformed polling markets within election cycles. And they found that predictions, when you're staking some kind of like financial thing to it, they outperformed them by like 60 or 70% of just like raw opinion polls. And so they formulated Robin in particular formulated a thing called futarchy, where you basically stake your vote, essentially.
I think the best way to, well, maybe not the best way, but at least one way to invest in the things that you believe in is to just kind of practice them. It goes back to that saying, be the change you want to see in the world kind of thing. Like, that's one of the reasons that I got, this big tattoo on me is because people see it and they're like, oh, what is that? And I'm like, well, that's the flower of life. And they're like, okay, what is that? And that opens the conversation. Or, there's other things, obviously. You don't have to go and get a tattoo. But yeah, just living it and practicing it and telling others. So that way it's not so much of an investment as it is just being.
Lead the way and people will ask how you got there.
Mm-hmm. Have you heard of Garrett Lisi's E8 group?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you have? Yeah?
Yeah, that's Eric Weinstein's geometric unity.
He's working with Garrett Lisi?
Oh, I mean, they have similar ideas. They've often publicly disagreed with each other.
Yeah.
They don't
anyway.
work together, but they're working on kind of cousin ideas, kind of.
Cool. I thought Sun Tzu would like that anyway, just because it's very flower of lifey.
What was it? It was Garrett Lisi. Is that what you said?
Yeah, he's working on this. It's a geometric structure called a Lie group. It's E8.
I'll definitely look it up. I'm adding all these new tabs to my Brave browser. But I take all of it with a grain of salt too, because I know there's a lot of things out there that are very kind of like new agey. There's just this I don't know what to even call it, like following around it, where not everyone is on the same level, and some might take it differently than others. So I do keep that in mind, but I'm interested in all this stuff.
Yeah, well, I hear you. There's definitely some people who are much more materialistically minded. Another thing that might be worth looking into is also there's this thing called wallpaper symmetry. So Qualia Research Institute is basically mapping the subjective experience of people who are under the influences of psychedelics. And there's been this what they're looking into is that
have you seen people like the reports that like document people astral traveling and shit?
Yes,
I've seen those. That blew my mind.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what your experience is, but it doesn't blow my mind anymore.
Ciao. Yeah, once you take off that veil.
Yeah. Anyway, there's basically 17 wallpaper symmetries is what it's called.
Oh,
where
you were inspired by Terence McKenna?
Yeah, of course.
So you are familiar with time wave zero?
Yeah, the transcendental object,
based on the I Ching.
Novelty theory. Say it again.
Based on the I Ching, remember?
Yeah, and I understand, basically why he says that. Yeah.
So I interviewed a professor who ended up using the I Ching in a different way. Not in terms of trying to predict the future, but how the I Ching related to the genetic code. So it's called Completing Terrence's Thought on the I Ching. I just put it to the top. I think you'll love it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm curious to see what will happen with like AlphaFold as far as predicting these sorts of things. How how they were like able to sequence the genome or proteins. And just recently heard an interview with the guy Demis Hassib, I think is how you say it. Anyway, like the lead for DeepMind, and his next project's basically to take that and try and apply it to nuclear fusion. And I'd be curious to
Material
see.
science. Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah,
The holy grail is to be able to use AI for novel material science, right? And they're using the same thing for medicine, right? Trying to get ahead of new protein creation, all that shit.
yeah. And
Martin Shkreli's wet dream.
This is where I think Terrence's whole thing about like the transcendental object is just like really coming to fruition, like specifically with like visual language models like Dolly and whatnot.
Well, the guy Fernando Castro Chavez, he was able to unify the ancient manuscript, the I Ching, with the genetic code. And he believed, he's a very religious guy. He said the fifth industrial revolution was when we understood how to use our technology to implement the knowledge from our religious texts.
Oh, so is that something of like creating stories? Because like storytelling is a technology.
More imagine being able to realize computationally stories in the Bible, like let's say, or ideas from antiquity. Right? So for example, the I Ching is a 5,000-year-old manuscript, right? And Fernando found the coincidence between the I Ching and the tiles in the I Ching and the human genetic code. Right? And so his thought was that if I can find the overlap between this 5,000-year-old document and the human genetic code, well, maybe there is more knowledge to be found in old, seemingly useless divination tools like the I Ching.
I'm gonna check it out. I'll
Oh,
look forward
man.
to chatting with you more about it.
Yeah, no, after you watch the video, it'll all make sense. Because this guy literally, like the last thing he did at Baylor College was he told me he solved obesity in mice. That he could feed it all the carbohydrates they wanted and they wouldn't get fat. He said he had to do with something to do with the respiration. But he was also putting like magnets on top of like animal cells and seeing the reaction. Like when he united or unified the I Ching and the genetic code, he was able to look at medicine different. Right. And, he took that knowledge all the way from Guadalajara, Mexico to Baylor College in New York. So, yeah, because of his understanding of the I Ching and the genetic code, he was able to look at things differently and look at medicine differently.
It's kind of like hacking evolution.
Yeah, hacking evolution by reading the Chinese Bible, which is not, crazy when you think of that.
There's probably yeah. Actually, I'm gonna just go and watch this right now. This is really cool. Thanks for sharing. Really appreciate it. And thanks.
No worries. That's the that's the 20-minute version, but I think the full version is like How long did he go for? Like 3 hours? I gave him a table of contents and I said, hey, can we do this for the interview? And he's like, here it is. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, yes, I answered all your questions. And he sends me a video that's 3 hours long. I'm like, thank you. Here, so I'll put some of the diagrams that might make it prettier, let's say.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries. Blew my mind when I first met him.
Learned about that. Okay, John.
Ancient wisdom in the fifth industrial revolution. I put it to the top. Mm. Oh, I love it. Kill Agatha.
Yes.
It looks like Sun Tzu talked to himself so much he left.
Oh, I was even listening.
That happened to him sometimes.
Yeah, I think he talked himself out. Or maybe I give him something to watch.
This must be one of the shortest spaces you held in recent days. I swear, last night I was listening to the one from yesterday. Was it freaking like 11 hours or something?
Did
So
you
I
hear
fell
the?
asleep to it, and something must have happened because I remember that I woke up and I yelled, like I sat up in the bed and I yelled into the room saying something, and I don't know, you must have, like, the conversation must have caused a dream or something. And then I realized, oh shit, these people on the freaking like, not podcast, but you know, it becomes a podcast when you listen to a recording. And I was
The
like,
part where
fuck,
you weren't
like,
actually in the room participating, but he was talking to you, but like you were actually in there.
I don't know what happened. I can't even recall what exactly it was. But I certainly remember I woke up and I spoke out loud, and then I was like, fuck that. And then I turned you guys off.
It was about 7 hours into the recording where he finally decided, like, hey, Legatha, and had a conversation one-sided, and then like 30 minutes later you actually did pop into the room.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it was great because I was like, hey, Lagatha, how's it going? No way. That's amazing. So you finally decided on the luggage. That's wicked. So you got everything squared away? Oh, that's good. I wouldn't worry about that. Yeah, we can handle that. That's nothing. All right, Lagatha, so we'll talk to you soon.
I did actually sort out my luggage, and now I'm paying for it.
Yeah. So no, I was we were wondering if, like, because you told me that you were falling asleep to it, so I was wondering if you would, like, tune in and wonder, wait a minute, am I actually talking to you? From the
I think Ruben must have unfollowed me. Actually, I don't know, because I kept trolling. I never talked to him, but I troll him so much.
That's so funny. I wonder what you had to send to Ruben for him to block you. That's amazing.
No, he changed his PFP because, like, you know how he's normally a photo of himself.
Mhm.
But I think he finally, like, I kept adding more crap to his photo. So
Oh, amazing.
now he changed his PFP.
Wait, you made Ruben change his PFP?
Oh gosh, and probably not. He was in his other community space, and it usually it's like my late night space that I just listen to, and I love hearing that fucker talk. It's so fun. But he changed his PFP, so I didn't know which room he was in, but I know the community, so I'm just listening, and I listened to him talk, and I finally find out who it is. I'm like, oh, there you are.
Well, you guys, we better hope that I get a positive answer from your government. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection
You're not
protecting you
mine.
guys from me.
That's not mine. You're just, yeah.
I was like, you guys are really going crazy. Like my freaking parents' name, I had to fucking find out what my mother's name is now. Haven't talked to her in 20 years. What the fuck do I know what her name is now?
Well, I haven't talked to my mother in 30 some years because she orphaned me.
Yeah. But you have another mother.
That's my dark humor. I was just trying to be super dark, but yeah, I do have another mother, but yeah, same situation. She's just old. She's not there. She's an empty capsule, and she hasn't been around for quite some time. I'm just, was yielding my Bitcoin to pay for hospitalization and so forth. But, I was going to get liquidated, so I pulled out. So now I'm distressed on should I sell Bitcoin or what? So I'm just ledgered it and self custody it and debating because after pulling out of my yields of, DeFi straight off the chain, yeah, I'm kind of perplexed, but it's okay.
I thought you had all your Bitcoin digged up somewhere. I mean,
I have my Bitcoin. Yes, I have my Bitcoin within multiple ledgers and a main one that is because I
the
have
man
my own.
do something somewhere hidden.
Yeah, yep, I do. Yes, I have a shitload of Bitcoin split between five of us, and then my own Bitcoin, which was, just a decent amount that I split between my children, and then the one amount that I do have that's designated just for me, I split it again. So, because now I have grandkids and stuff that I have to think about.
You
And
need
what I had left,
about other people. You need to just use your Bitcoin for yourself.
I do. But I, like I said, the whole issue with Medicare and hospice care and stuff was, they backlogged, $1 million basically worth of over a year time frame of things that need to be covered because the insurance decided that we had to pay them.
Yeah, that's fucked.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I should have, if I would have known that when it was 60 some dollars or 60K versus now, in the 30s when I did cash out stuff for her.
Oh, that's sad.
But the fact is, because you're, family members and all that, whether you talk to them or not, you still do shit for them because they're family, but grudgingly, you just, feel displaced as a child. And yes, I have lots of resentment and I feel what you're going through. And it doesn't make it easy when, you have siblings as well.
No.
And nobody fucking cares how much you as an individual work hard to take care of, the adult, your guardians or, family members because somebody always wants to say something negative.
Oh, I do not take care of anybody. They can all look after themselves. They gotten rid of me and now they can look after themselves. That's up on them. If you decide
I'm not
Nope.
talking about siblings. I'm talking about like your grandmother, your
Yeah.
stories that you say
No.
about that, or things that you do because the altruistic portion of you that wants to do something meaningful. It's not for anybody else but for yourself. You do it, but yet there's always someone that wants to weasel their way in and poison that altruistic feeling.
Oh yeah. You know, my grandma is at no fault whatsoever, and yes, I do take on a very heavy monetary load in a time of no job. You know, and making sure I have the flexibility and ability to get to her whenever I want, and it is very, very expensive. But it is what it is, and I can't change it. And I have to do it because I know if I didn't do it, I'll I would just regret it for the rest of my life. So I'm just gonna do it.
And that's all we can do. And it's you're not in it alone, and unfortunately everyone has their own little spits, and I hear ya when I just listen a lot of times in spaces and let you get stuff out because it's just, but yep, I can relate, and it boils the asshole. Right, Unicorn? It just boils the butt.
I'm trying to remember of a time when my butt was boiled. Like in a sauna?
Well, I mean, we had this talk about
More.
unicorns. What if
Oh.
the horns were hollow, not meant for fighting, but they were hollow for communication for a mating ritual? And I can only imagine, like I said before, like what is the mating ritual? I mean, you're always horny, and is it like the medieval torture device where you sit?
I think it's more the ordeal of the boats.
What?
You guys have ever
Boats?
heard of the ordeal of the boats?
No,
No.
please share.
So I don't want to get this wrong. Ordeal of the boats. So, scaphism is the term. Here we go. So, this ancient execution method, known as the boats, featured victims placed in two hollowed out logs or boats, and with their heads and limbs sticking out and their bodies trapped inside, the victim was force-fed milk and honey. Their uncontrollable diarrhea filled the boats as executioners poured honey over the victim's face. And vermin arrived not only to feast upon the prisoners, but enter their bodies to fatally eat them from the inside out.
Now, would that also be the time where they went under?
Welcome, Matt, to the SquareSpace Degenerate Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice. We've been talking about scaphism, the ordeal of the boats, Lagertha.
All I heard was explosive diarrhea and death by something going inside.
Did you not?
Well, is this the time frame where they use lanterns for lights? Because I can understand, like, there's karma is a bitch, where they would store people so low in terminal that the methane gases would build and they blew themselves up, which created the word shit for poo poo, which stands for store high in terminal.
Talk about blowing ass.
This is Plutarch. So when was Plutarch living? Plutarch he died after 119. All right, so this is like Probably 300 to 500 years BC.
I'm trying to find my initial post where I tagged Rowan so I can find his handle and see if I am blocked.
Why did you want to learn about Jim Keller?
Oh, I just wanted to look into his business. I was sharing the information with some people and I just completely forgot. There he is, Ruben Metcalfe.
You want to
Oh,
hear
he's
something funny? The Jim Keller startup is called Tens Torrent, and I registered Tens Torrent as the TikTok.
oh no.
Still want to talk to him.
Oh, Ruben changed his photo back to himself. Okay, now I don't feel bad. Okay, I feel better. Actually, he reminds me of Horton Hears a Who with that little lollipop. I need to put this
Accurate.
on the computer and actually make him an elephant.
A Rubenesque elephant.
Yes, I will definitely draw dicks coming out of his face. Well, actually, you notice like my PFP, I switched the photo so it's not my face front forward, it's my backside, because I knew if I start trolling people, they'll probably do the same. So I decided to not have my face on.
I like it. It's mysterious.
After you drew funny beards on pictures.
Oh,
Let it,
those were stickers. That's nothing. I'm definitely gonna get a little creative.
well, luckily my face isn't out there.
Well, I mean, it's nothing nefarious. It's not like I'm gonna like do a Pornhub video of like Dr. Carey's face on something.
What's wrong with a little deep fake here and there?
Deep fake in the DM never hurt anyone. It's funny because I think the original deep fake was a imposter Punjabi.
How do you
Like
know
I
that?
said, I'm being dark humored and obviously joking around, so don't worry. I'm not. I'm trolling everybody in good fun that are friends.
Oh, were you listening to that conversation where you were supposed to be asleep the other day? And Gina said to this Fitz guy,
Oh, yeah, when I was under
listening.
my other accounts.
Yeah. Baroness is listening and we're going to send you a card or something.
Yes, we basically yeah, the Fitz. So you know the Fitz, right? Of course you do. For his voice acting. Yep. So we have narrowed it down, and based off of previous conversations I sat in and listened to, I now know his ethnicity, his height, his weight, his geographical location, and I shall narrow it down with work off of whatever network server he's from, and I should be able to get in the vicinity of his postal address.
Great.
Oh, look, it's KC.
Oh, look at that.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Things are going pretty good on my side. You know, just knocking out the loans, destroying people's lives, creating lives, ending life, being life itself. How are you guys doing?
Tell me about that blockchain.
Wait, is there anything? Oh God, Casey, get out! Is there anything that you can do if like say you're a woman and this is I'm being dead serious in this question, like if you're a woman and some guy like revenge porns you or something and like deep fakes your face on something, like if it's on obscure websites and stuff, I mean, is there really anything you can do about it?
Libel, slander. Yeah, well, there's literature, which is libel and slander, and you can go after them.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's
In my
that's kind of
in my head, someone was using your PSP in a deepfake video.
my,
Yeah, can you imagine if somebody took your PSP and put it in a deepfake video?
I would have to.
And you can't get it off; it's permanent. But you can do a publication. Obviously to help your case out, but you can do small claims court and based off of liability, slander, causing duress. And if they try to use that for commission, obviously royalties.
Wouldn't that be something like Mia? Deep faked onto somebody and it's like Mia Khalifa level, and before you know it, you're rich on royalty.
Not quite. Not quite.
Oh shit! I should deepfake myself. I can have this horse working overtime. This horse is just working for free.
If you have liability insurance, truly, you can sue yourself if you are a company and you have insurance through the company and not through Social Security or Social Security number or DBA, that you can off the business entity, you can sue your company and get a claim reward from your insurance, absolve it,
Yeah,
and
because I'm being negatively effective.
yeah.
Oh my god.
No, that has happened multiple times. And I am not an attorney, but we have attorney groups for cleaning up, scrubbing stuff constantly. And there has been certain occurrences where myself or people within the company, family, etc., have had cases where we've had to take things to court and just work out some of those things that were on the internet.
Yeah, can't you? Yeah, I know if you're wealthy enough, or if you have enough money to spend, you can wipe just about anything from the internet for the most part.
Yeah, I mean the dark web's another story, but yeah, we've had to take things through mostly Google. Google is the worst to remove a lot of articles and words and so forth.
Say it, Michael. I know you want to say
I kind of have a slightly different take on this whole thing.
Is Casey
And
back?
I'm singing about my horse, and I'm singing about this course that I haven't made. Been talking about it for a while, but it's not done. But I'll keep on talking about it until it is done. It'll happen when it's done. My name's Casey. This is the SquareSpace Degen Conversations and Broadcast Voice. All right.
Okay, so I'm so curious. We make fun of Lagatha. We do her voice. We do make fun of you, so you want to. I have not
How
heard
do you
us make
guys
fun.
make fun of me? I want to hear it.
And now we're making fun of Casey. I have not heard an impression of NFTs yet, or myself.
Nobody can impersonate me.
In my head, it's like that rosy cheek guy from Mad TV. Hey guys, there's been a lot of problems with
you know, people selling NFTs and certain bold apes and, you know, we're not going to really, let me tell you about myself first. So I have a background in ransomware and cyber attacks, and I protected a lot of people. And you wouldn't think that people are protected in Missouri, but we protect ourselves in Missouri by getting hired to protect other people. And it's kind of like Mickey Mouse's cousin or nephew.
NFTs reminds me of. Have you ever watched Drowning Mona?
No, I'm still working on it. These are works in progress, guys. So
Yeah, the actor from Drowning Mona, I forgot his name. I wouldn't be surprised if he's hiding behind that PFP.
maybe these actors moonlight as regular people. Can you imagine that? Like Gwyneth Paltrow's just making burgers and shit, just so she can feel something, you know. Anyways, so I'll keep working on NFTs. I have to deep breath it a bit, like like I have to add more of a voice, like you know what I mean.
Oh dear Lord! What do you have to say about the NFTs? He is going to toke a bowl, his water bong, and then he's going to start the music and start hip hop bebopping.
I wish I was a little bit taller.
I wish I was
bought the
taller.
bar. I wish I had a girl who looked good. I would call her.
Oh my god, he left. What have I done?
Well, then,
Oh, Ajax.
Here you go. Talk to us, Ajax. I'm sure you're drunk. Hi, Ajax.
Hi. Hi, guys. Hi.
Hi. What you up to?
Oh, just driving home from work right now. Hooray.
Wait, you're the poor bastard that needs to work today?
No, just don't need to work today, but wasn't really an option for me. So, yeah, when you're in my profession and there are a limited number of people to do the work, then you just have to do it no matter what. Yay.
And you looked at your Voyager account and you're like, yeah, fuck it, I need the extra money.
Yeah, my company pays pretty dearly for me to be at work on the holidays, so thank God that worked out.
Oh, I'm glad.
How is everyone? Are you guys enjoying it? Is the weather beautiful where you're at right now?
No.
It's pretty. It's overcast here in Ontario, but it's warm. It's gorgeous. I like it. It's cool.
Very nice. I got kind of a little bit of everything today. I got some heat. I was down south in Lewiston. It's a couple hours away, and it's usually about 10 degrees warmer down there. So I got a little bit of that. Got a little rain. Now I'm in like puffy white clouds and blue skies and like 70 degrees. So it's kind of perfect right now. Pretty happy with it.
I was swimming and then I decided to jump and hide into the bedroom in a fluffy bed because I had enough of a shitstorm of humans.
What shitstorm humans are around you?
None right now. It's a holiday weekend. Barbecues, had a party yesterday. Yesterday was friends, today was family, and now I'm hiding.
Sounds good to me.
You ever find yourself feeling that need to hide when there's kind of a shitstorm going on in social media too, where it feels like physically you have to hide from it, even though it's super easy to just drop the phone and walk away. It feels way too close.
I feel personally attacked, Ajax. I'm gonna put my phone down now.
No, you know what I do? I just unfollow and mute all these people. I don't want to see their shit no more. I've been unfollowing and muting people left, right, and center.
Actually, I have not had any problem with too much. Actually, I log in, take a quick look, and my interaction's pretty cleaned up. I have released troll bots, and they have done the work for me.
I unfollowed everyone. I think I'm following 66 people right now.
You're following me.
I just mass unfollowed everyone. And then I started back.
Just
go
clean
ahead.
that slate. Just totally.
That's it.
Totally fresh one.
That's it. And I found a script that'll do it for me automatically off of GitHub. So it just like mass unfollowed 1,500 people at once, and it was gorgeous.
Whoa, why would you follow 1,500 people? I mean, is there really that many people out there that are intellectual that has enough to provide that makes it worth reading?
Well, it's one of those things that sometimes you give people a pity follow when they follow you. You know what I mean? You get, you feel like, oh, you're following me, I'll follow you back. But now it's just like, fuck it, I don't want to hear from most people.
I don't do that.
Yeah, well, it's different, right? Like you don't, I have more of a heart than you do, but
Also, you're trying to sell something on here, and you tried to use your, appearance here and your other
Exactly.
account to professionally, move forward. If I ever was to do that, I would probably more hinder my career than anything else with all the nonsense I talk on here. So, that's a very different aspect.
Yeah, it's much more nefarious in my case. I'm trying to join people so they can join a compound and drink Kool-Aid.
I only recently found out what Kool-Aid is.
Well, in that case, I got a deal for you, Lagatha.
Go. I want to listen to your deal.
It's a Voyager joke. The Kool-Aid's purple, Lagatha.
I heard Kool-Aid has all kinds of colors. I heard.
Yeah, and the best kind of Kool-Aid is the original red fruit punch one, and when it says anything otherwise is probably not correct. But
and I heard they leave you crazy Americans to put as much sugar as you feel like putting into it because they only provide you with the flavor and the coloring in the pack, and then you put as much sugar as you want, which I find rather crazy. But
in hindsight, the amount of just straight sugar I ate as a kid via Kool-Aid is horrifying to me.
That's freedom, though. Don't take away my freedom.
You call it freedom.
Yeah, that's freedom, baby. Just mainlined it in. Open up a vein and I'll walk her out with this sugar juice.
And this is the part where we say freedom isn't free, right? And there are consequences to eating that much sugar.
Yeah, the same goes for your giant amounts, like these giant what do you call them? When you order drinks, like your drinks are just so much bigger than ours, and then when you sit down, you get free refill. And then in some places, you even get free refill fries. And I'm like, this is like, can you not see where the problem is here?
Oh God, I hate so much of my kids' desires when it comes to going out to eat or anything, and so many of their schools have vending machines with pop in them and stuff, or they at least used to, anyways. It drives me nuts. I meter how much soda they drink to almost nothing, but they always want it still. And it drives me crazy having to say no constantly, but I have to stay super vigilant about it because it is just bloody awful to feed your kids too much pop.
Yeah, and it's not only the sugar, but the carbon, the bubbles in there and everything is just. And I'm telling you, once you start drinking it, you feel like you get addicted to it, but then you just drink water for like a week and you're like, oh my God, this is way too sugary. Like
Oh,
I'm just watering down every time I do have like a Coke. I have probably at least 50-50. I water it down with water because I can't stand it.
when I was a teenager, I had my own fridge in my room, and I would buy my own like giant, super cheap flats of pop. I buy like 24 packs of soda pop, the super super cheap stuff from Walmart, like Sam's Club Cola and their discount Mountain Dew flavors. And I drank probably a 12 packs worth to 18 cans a day sometimes. And I finally one day just stopped drinking pop, and I started losing weight immediately. I wasn't even in bad shape per se, but I went from like 190 pounds in high school, almost 200 pounds, down to like a $1.75. It was like mostly just because I stopped drinking pop. I could not believe how much it affected me.
Oh, it's just liquid calories you don't eat, right?
Yeah, seriously, my caloric intake for the day was insane. I didn't even realize it. And ever since, like, pop is a very rare indulgence for me. And just like you said, Lagatha, like, it tastes incredibly sweet on the rare occasion when I do have one.
Yeah. People get weirded out when I say I water down my Coke. But I also, I take a spoon or whatever to get the bubbles out, and I like it at least, room temperature. I don't like it cold either.
And of course, I'm the weird 30-something that has like a garage fridge full of a few beers, but a whole bunch of different low-calorie seltzer waters, tons of different flavors.
Still better than, any soda drinks.
Especially because my lovely wife is pregnant right now, so she's definitely not drinking any pop or any alcohol to speak of.
You should just, stick to that same model. So you don't end up looking like you're pregnant by the time she gives birth.
Yeah, I've dialed back the alcohol intake quite a bit the past couple of months. Anybody else have the chance to get out and enjoy the water at all? Any decent bodies of water nearby? Except for you, Lagatha. I know there's huge, massive bodies of water nearby you.
Yeah, it's huge. It's available, but it's ice cold and it's miserable. So
I jumped in the lake on Saturday when we took the boat out, and it had not warmed up much yet. Still quite a bit of glacial or of mountain runoff, so it was still a little bit of a wake up call when I jumped in that water.
I assume you were drunk enough to even jump in.
No, I keep myself fairly sober when I have to play captain and trailer the boat at the end of the day, and drive home still. I did manage to successfully launch my son about between 6 to 10 feet in the air off of our tube, pulling it behind the boat. So that was a good win for the day.
Oh, wow. That's high.
Oh, sorry. That might seem high. It's only about 3 meters, actually, Lagatha. 2 to 3 meters.
That's high for a child.
I do not get my kid high. Are you kidding me? I don't give my kids drugs, Lagatha.
I'm not gonna answer to this.
He was pretty excited about it though. He was really wanting me to get him pretty well launched off of another boat's wake if I could. So I was happy to oblige.
So I want to share a story, and my other half is sitting here because maybe he can tell it better about the time his dad was trying to he was tubing, and his dad was trying to kick him off the tube and was trying to drown him basically. So he held on for dear life onto the tube to the point when he never let go, but he lost his nipples.
Wait, what?
I didn't lose my nipples. It rubbed my nipples like they were just like driven across cement.
Oh.
Dear God. Like did the life jacket?
No, just right against the inner tube. Like the inner tube just tore them apart. You know, you can't be in salt water and ride an inner tube for like 3 hours apparently when you're 8 years old. Not affect, nipples had never had any type of friction before.
So, Ajax, don't feel bad about launching your son 10 feet up in the air off of the boat.
Is he alive?
Oh yeah, he survived.
It's good for him. Yeah, it builds character. I have no nipples, and he has life experience.
The setup was honestly kind of perfect. Like I wasn't expecting it to happen, but I saw this larger boat. It was probably 35 to 40 feet long, something like that. And it starts coming our way from about quarter mile, half mile away. I'm like, this is the one. Okay, here we go. And so I'm like perpendicular to the wake, and I'm getting closer. I realize, oh man, this wake is like probably 6 to 8 feet, like from the bottom of the trough to the top of the crest. Like this is perfect. So I'm running perpendicular to it. Right at the last second, I swing in parallel to it, swing him just perfectly over the top of it, and scooped him back up the other side and totally airborne right off the tube. It was a nice setup.
Well, if he's crying, just look at him and say, well, just look at the bright side. You still have your nipples, and walk away.
I'm so using that one.
I hope that makes me feel like a better parent.
I need to ask, how have the nipples recovered 50 years later?
They're very strong and look good, but they're completely numb, like all men's nipples should be.
They're always hard.
Oh my God!
And have no sense and are not sensitive at all.
Get him some nipple patches, Baroness.
Oh, yeah. What do they call them? Pasties?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
What's the what did it destroy?
I'm not discussing my nipples.
Did it destroy the hair follicles? Does he have any hair on his nipples?
Oh, he's like a hairless cat. I appreciate that. He just, yeah.
Oh crap! Here comes traffic now. I forgot that. Well, yeah, it's 4th of July, and the fireworks show is in the next town over. So now I'm going to be like stop and go on the way home. This is great.
Well, you're with us.
Perfect decision for the drive home. Thank you very much for having me, guys.
You're welcome.
Always kind of a bummer when I have when 4th of July falls in the week for me. I hardly ever get the chance to unless it falls on a Tuesday or Friday or Saturday, I don't get the chance to really stay up and enjoy the evening for 4th of July because I have to get up at 2:30. So tonight's going to be not pleasant night for sleep for me. I guess I should clarify as well that, like, in North Idaho, it's still the land of the lawless with fireworks, so there's mortar shells and M80s and stuff going off all over town for like 3 hours, 4 hours tonight.
Yeah, M80s aren't fun. I mean, they make noise, but unless you're actually like attaching it to something, it's just not fun.
My favorites are mortar shells. I really enjoy. We've got a reservation right nearby, so I can drive like less than a half hour, and with a couple $100, put on a pretty good fireworks show.
That's all? Boy, if I want fireworks, I'm spending a couple of grand.
I guess I haven't been to the reservation in a while. It's been a few years, but yeah, it used to be for like about $100 to $200. You could stock yourself up pretty well with like maybe 50 mortar shots or so, somewhere around there. It's pretty affordable.
Oh, mortar shots, that's another story. I mean, if you want to make your own fireworks, but usually that's just pure explosives. I was thinking like actual fireworks, but for a light show.
I gotcha. Yeah, no, I like stuff that just jumps about 40, 50 feet in the air and puts on a show for the kids. But yeah, lots of trees in my neighborhood now, so not so much. I'm a little curious. Did you say you're in Ontario? So you want to?
Yeah, I'm in Ontario here in Canada.
What are fireworks laws like there? Are you guys allowed to have anything that goes in the air? Is everything outlawed depending on where you're at?
You know what? It seems like people just do whatever they want and nobody reports anyone. So I think there's just kind of this equilibrium of people saying, you know what? Why would we bother the law with something that's already burning in the air? You know what I mean? Like, what are they going to do? Put the firework back into the box, right?
The most hilarious interaction I saw with the cops in my the first house I bought in my town. We had a pretty perfect neighborhood for shooting off fireworks and stuff, and my neighbor 2 houses down used to spend about $1,000 every year on fireworks, and it's technically illegal for anything that goes above like 5 or 10 feet in the air, but as long as you're not making a mess and you're not causing any fires, you'll pretty much get left alone. But if you're going overboard, the cops are going to stop and talk to you at least. And just so happened to be the moment that the police were rolling through our neighborhood, and my neighbor had this like 200 shot, like they were all bottle rockets or something, but on a timed fuse. So like once you lit it fired off these little rockets, these little spark rockets for like 5 minutes straight. And the cop just rounds the corner right as he's lit the thing. And so the cop pulls up right in front of this firework as it's going off. And for like 5 minutes, cops just
Boom, 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 boom.
just staring my neighbor down like, are you kidding me, man? You couldn't have waited?
No, the officer, this show is for you. Yeah. It's funny. I remember my dad, being with my dad and it being around whatever, there's various times during the year you can do fireworks. And I said, I really want to get fireworks. And he was like, no. And I was like, come on, can we? And he finally bought them. And then we lit them. And, once you light them, the kind of dopamine is all gone, right? Because the satisfaction occurs the moment before you light the fireworks. And so we lit the fireworks, and they blow up, all that stuff. And he goes, how do you like lighting money on fire? And I'm like, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. but I like buying pure explosives and going fishing with them.
I'm sorry, did you just say you like fishing with explosives?
Yeah, it's the easiest way. I mean, back in the day, we had cherry bombs. We just, the school shitters. We just blow up.
It's my favorite cold open to any show ever. Did you guys ever watch that show about the Mountie and the Chicago cop back in the 90s called Due South? Anybody ever watch that?
I know of that show. Yeah. I feel like Wonder Woman would know that show. I don't know why.
It is by far and away my favorite show ever. And the very first episode of the show, the pilot, the Constable Fraser, he pulls in this guy who is fishing over the limit, and it's like the middle of a blizzard, and he pulls him in on a dog sled, and his commanding officer is like, Constable Fraser, you went out in the blizzard to pull this guy in for fishing over the limit? He says, yes, sir. He says, what would possess you to do that? He says, he was over the limit by several tons, sir. He was dynamiting the river and scooping up the fish in the ice with a backhoe.
I have not heard of that, but also, hi, how you doing?
Hi.
Hi, Wonder Woman, aka Diana.
Hi.
Oh, hey there, WW. How you doing there?
Hi. Oh, I'm having a grand old fourth. Got fireworks and beer. Just doing our thing.
You got fireworks? We're just making fun of people that have fireworks.
No, I was just kind of sort of making fun of it also by using the accent that Ajax just used and saying the things that I imagine they might say. But no, I certainly hear neighborhood fireworks going on around me though.
I was the overly cautious mortar expert in my neighborhood. I would get out a 4x4 plank of plywood, and I would level it out because we were on a hill, and I would actually take my screw gun and put screws through the bases of all the mortar tubes so I could make sure they wouldn't tip over, and I like to be extra cautious about it. Really hedge my bets.
What's that chemical around spring and fall? You basically can shoot it with a bow and arrow, or you can shoot it with a rifle, and it just is super, super loud.
Thermite?
Termine?
Thermite, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. Is that right?
Yes, that's it. Oh my gosh. I would buy up that in the gallons, and I used to fill up milk jugs, and I would just put a piece of paper in it and set it on fire, and I'd run.
I can't confirm, but it may be possible that someone got an idea from someone I know that may or may not have been me to combine fertilizer and diesel and try that out at some point, but I wouldn't really know anything about it.
What
I
is
hope
it?
he didn't write an essay.
Yeah, what do you
Diesel's more expensive.
No, this
You
was about
country
20
folk.
years ago.
What do you country folk do? I've
Yeah,
never heard of this.
I hope his name wasn't Jed.
No, I told my friends about making fertilizer bomb one time, but then they go and do it without me and get caught by the cops. I was simultaneously pissed and super proud that it worked.
The Anarchist Cookbook.
Yeah, I heard it from my best friend's dad. He had rented some land to a guy that lived up the road from them. He actually made a fertilizer bomb in an old washing machine. Filled up the tub with diesel and fertilizer, and I wasn't there for it, but apparently when it got set off, you really have to have a good ignition for it. It's not something you can just light with a match. I mean, you got to have, you got to use some primer cord or an M80 or something. It's got to have some pretty solid combustion. Apparently, when it went off, it was big enough that My best friend looked north from his house and saw a small mushroom cloud immediately following the insane concussive force of the wave.
Oh, that's not good. That's serious business. Did he hurt any person or property?
Nah, there was nobody within like a mile of the property, so they were pretty out there in the country.
I wonder if Google Earth could capture a photo of that in process.
Boy, I wish that this was before Google Earth. This was probably the early 90s, I think.
Well, who's not to know if there's, people still doing that type of stuff? I mean, there's so many like cars or missing person reports have been found in the lakes from the maps.
Oh God, yeah, I imagine so. It has something like that has to have been caught, right? Some explosion, some mushroom cloud somewhere.
We should have a heroes competition in the Discord. Who has the most screwed up Google Earth photos that they found?
Well, I'm just about home, but thanks for having me on. So you want to, and I hope you continue to enjoy living in the nice apartment of Canada that's above the really divey bar of America, and that you keep hosting spaces that we get to hang out in sometimes.
My the long play is that I recruit all of you to come to Toronto. So it's just my slow play. I won't sell anything to you other than the fact that we would enjoy more of you here in the Great White North.
Bye, Ajax. Happy 4th. Yay, freedom.
You'll be celebrating on the 1st very soon.
I feel like freedom was in quotes just now, Wonder Woman. Happy 4th, everyone.
Yeah, it's
How
a
is Wonder
weird
Woman going to be sarcastic about truth? You know it's bad when the heroes are like, yeah, freedom.
Yeah, there's a number of ways today in which freedoms have actually been taken away, like really recently. And it's a really complicated 4th this year, like more than normal. Which is why, Toronto. I'll come check it out. See what's going on up there in Poutine Land.
Oh yeah, Poutine Land with Lagatha and me, KC. Sorry,
Wait, why Lagatha? Is she coming?
I'm working on my KC accent.
Okay, I will give just one quick comment about poutine before I go. My poor wife, she's an amazing food connoisseur and a great foodie and blah blah blah, and she's a dietitian. But she used to work at a place when she was waiting tables that served quote unquote poutine here in America. And when I had it, I was very disappointed because it was like skinny shoestring fries with cheese melted over them, like grated cheese, and you dipped it in gravy. And I thought this is not poutine. Like, where's the home fries? Where's the curds? So, anyhow.
If it doesn't squeak, you're not in the right place. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Exactly. It's got to squeak. I know at least that much from getting, I think we talked about this before. In upstate New York, I would get those good Amish curds.
And
wow.
Amish curds would be a great screen name. See you guys.
Just have to dust off the wood from the carpentry, you know?
Yeah, that'd be a good name for I don't even know. It'll take me a second. Usually I'm a lot punnier over on Twitter when I write things out because it takes me a moment to formulate.
No, Amish Kurds, a great R&B love ballad band, Foursome, from 1993. Can you imagine Amish slow jams? Girl, I love the way your hair on your armpits fall. I don't know.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't know what they would be. What are normal Amish tunes like, first of all?
Well, they're polygamous, right? So they'd sound completely different. Girl, I can't be with you tonight. It's not your night. You know the rules. You can see the calendar, right? Or something like that. Or maybe are that Mormon? Did I confuse the two? Did I
First of all,
confuse them?
I don't think Amish are necessarily polygamous. I think you're getting them mixed up.
They
with,
are in my song.
Huh?
They are in my song.
No, you're speaking more of who are they? The oh shit. I just saw the
Mormons.
documentary that was so fucked up of the closed off Utah group.
Yeah, the Mormons.
Were they Mormons? They
Yeah,
were
that's what
they
it
were
said.
like Latter-day Saints, right?
Yeah, those are Mormons.
Oh, gotcha.
I didn't realize
Okay.
I didn't realize they were the same.
Oh,
Yeah.
me neither. Religion is confusing. Everything is just the same.
Yeah, but we often joke around like with people would be like, yes, the one true Native Americans were Mormons from the U.S. You know, because that's how it was written, and so it shall come to pass.
Wait, what's the joke? They were the only true Mormons are Native Americans?
Yeah, I think that's how the story goes, right? They were like one of the original peoples.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they were. I mean, Mormons wouldn't say that. But yeah. I definitely hear you on that one.
I know everything about Mormons from the one South Park episode that I watched. That's the extent of my Mormon expertise. And I hope they were correct, because if not, then it means I know less than nothing about Mormons, because I don't know which part of my knowledge about them is just South Park, which is Wikipedia. And apparently you can't even trust Wikipedia, so who really knows what Mormon means? Maybe it's a personal truth.
If you want real truth, you have to donate.
1 BTC to Lagatha, and she'll tell you the truth. Is that how it works? Is this coin-operated truth?
Pretty much. Wikipedia and all those other dictionaries online always ask you for a donation. And if you decline the donation, it just gives you random information that doesn't pertain to what you asked.
It'd be interesting to be like if you tokenize the Oracle of Delphi.
Oh, dear Lord.
I'm gonna go back to 4th of July freedom celebration things.
You are celebrating with us right now.
I
I'm
know.
enjoying the freaking entire charcuterie board that I made, but no one fucking ate it because I scared them by putting octopus on it.
You put what on it? Octopus?
Octopus.
Baroness. First of all, I would have loved to make a charcuterie board with you and eat it. Second of all, I really don't think octopus belongs on a charcuterie board, but I would eat everything else.
I will share a photo with you, and you stay on here and you look at it, and then you tell me if it belongs or not. Okay? There.
Okay, you got 5 minutes.
All right, I just sent it to you. Open up your DMs and tell me if it doesn't look actually decent or not. I separated the other meats and cheese with pickles with the octopus.
Okay, that looks decent. That looks real decent. Because you also have it's great to have a sausagey or hard meat kind of thing, and then the pickles and the cheese looks legit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
And the octopus that's steamed, it's all fresh, sashimi style, obviously, it's steamed and sliced sashimi style. It will absorb the oils from the olives and the pickles and vinegars and so forth. So it's aesthetic, and the flavors are a good marriage. And I have maybe Lagatha can help me pronounce it. Legenjägers. They're they're a German sausage. Legenjäger.
I think it's lightning, Durgan, right? I think that's the way you say it.
I have no idea what you even tried to say.
IP is like Landjäger. I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Landjägerwurst?
Yes, that's it. That's my favorite German sausage, and as long as it is in the small skinny casings, not the fat sausages, I'm okay with it. But yeah, these ones weren't my exceptional taste, so I was sharing it with everybody else. And yes, little jerkins, pepperoncinis, Swiss cheese by the block, obviously, and it's real. So the whole
Did you call them jerkins?
jerkins.
How is it pronounced?
Why would you call them jerks? Like
the
I thought it
pickles are
was
jerkins.
gherkins.
Pickles.
I thought it was gherkins, not jerks.
I thought it was gherkins too.
It is gherkins, but I'm saying jerkins.
All right. I was just checking if you said jerkins. And
I did say jerkins.
I like how you pronounce the U or the, what is it called above the U? The umlau? Umlau? Where it makes it the ooh sound?
Umlaut.
Jerkins.
Ooh, it's ooh.
I'm trying, Lagatha. I don't know how to pronounce things. E.
You know what we're gonna try to make you say once I get totally tired to LA, right?
That word.
I get you all drunk and then I make you say umlauts.
Then reminds me of what was it? The Fitz, his joke, the whale joke. 2 whales walk into a bar. Do you remember that one?
I don't remember. Did I hear that?
So 2 whales walk into a bar. All right. So the one whale looks over at the other whale, and and then the whale looks back and is like, "Dave, you're drunk."
That's a really good joke, Baroness. Only you. I don't think I could pull that off. You did it really well, though.
Did you hear? Who was it? It was either Crypto Taz or freaking Fitz telling the same joke, but he had the whalish down for like a solid minute. Real good.
That's what I just said. If you were in the space when Fitz was telling the joke. Yes, you were.
Yeah, I still don't understand the joke though. I'm like, what does it even mean? I thought he was talking whalish. I don't understand. I'm too not funny, too unfunny.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything to understand with that joke. You're thinking too much.
Obviously, they don't speak that way, and he was just slurring his words, so he was sounding. So he looks over like drunk.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, what's the punchline? I didn't really hear it. I was laughing.
The other whale looks over and says to the other whale, "Dave, you're drunk."
I think the whale speaking whalish part is the more funny part of the joke.
It's all about deliverances.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
But you got, my whale was so off because I was laughing earlier from you guys trying to do ooh.
Ooh. It's not that hot, you guys.
Ooh.
What about ooh? Are you better at any of the other umlauts?
Uthred.
There's more than one?
Yeah, there's one for A, there's one for O, and then there's one for U. Like one for A, one for O, and one for U.
That's too much.
There's 3, girl.
It's sort of like in German how for the word the, there's die, there's der, and there's something else. It's just too much.
Die and das.
Yeah, die and das and there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's like this, like speaking Spanish with the masculine and feminine already feels like enough.
If you're speaking Celtic, then that would be dad. Da.
Just dad and da?
Da. Yeah. Da. Actually, it's it's da. Not da. It's da.
Huh. Yeah, it's not too bad.
And then DA centralized would actually mean not centralized.
doe, a deer, a female deer.
Okay, I'm gonna actually go now. As much fun as this is with you guys, I'll pop back in later. But I gotta wish you happy
have fun.
freedoms. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna celebrate real hard for all you guys' freedoms
Yeah,
that you don't
please
have.
do. Yeah, it's really a fantastic day for freedoms. Okay, love you. I'll talk to you later.
Love you. Bye.
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 Duh.
They speak in Welsh now.
Welsh?
Welsh.
Oh, Welly sheesh. Oh my gosh, no. I am now alone. I finally left the bedroom and the house is quiet and I'm by myself and I'm going to finish my day finishing up this charcuterie board and starting the new season of Dexter that I never finished.
Oh. Have fun doing that.
Yeah, I should have started it yesterday because I tend to binge watch everything, and I gotta wait. Today is Monday, right? For me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go to work tomorrow. Fuck.
Well, at least you're not working today.
I never work Mondays, so my Sundays are my Saturdays because I work Saturdays, and then my Mondays are my Sundays where I get to like just piss off. So let's see. I gotta look at my work schedule. No, I got somebody. Crap. Yeah, I can't take tomorrow off.
Well, you better not binge watch too long then.
How's everybody doing?
Chilling. It's just avoiding work.
Yeah, I almost worked yesterday, but I didn't. And then what is it? I have to work tomorrow, but I'm also off like every Monday.
Yeah, we have to be somewhere for 8:30 tomorrow. So just trying to make sure that I finish everything. And you know when you want to be packed before the day starts, so you don't have to do it in the morning.
That's what's up. I'm probably gonna I don't know, I was gonna go to Nashville and watch the fireworks and everything, but I think I'm gonna just stay home and lift some weights.
Like, I thought, would you like to do the honors?
What do you want me to do?
Read the title.
Welcome to the SquareSpace. Degenerate conversations in a broadcaster voice.
It's fantastic. I'd like to be able to have everyone record their own version of that, and then I can like mix it together on top of each other.
That sounds messy.
All right, I am going to warm up this coffee and enter the breach once more. Oh, I can't. because and I'm singing.
This is your time.
Singing about Casey, and he's here now
And I'm
to
singing,
take over the
singing
song.
through the blockchain, and I'm singing. What's up? Yo, how you doing, man?
Oh,
How's
yes,
it
give it to me.
going, man? Oh, you're doing SquareSpaces in a Degen conservative conversations in a broadcaster voice. Oh man, that's great, man. Thanks for being here.
And then keep going. Imagine I have a song that I want to sing.
Oh man, I was wondering if you'd like want to sing a song or something. You feel like singing a song?
Yes, I would like to sing a country song.
Oh, that's perfect, man. Great for sharing. Right on. Thanks, man.
Yes, this is how I know we can be friends.
Yes.
Yeah.
Making fun
Yeah.
of making fun of making fun of.
What's your impression of me?
Hold on a second. Hold on. I don't have my impression of you done yet.
Same goes for you. I'm still working on it.
Yeah,
It's a work in
yeah,
progress.
it's gonna.
I still have to learn the lyrics to your
I
song.
still have to learn bigger words.
Give me where it is.
You gotta say his catchphrase after every sentence. That's all you gotta do to impersonate him.
What's the catchphrase?
I can't remember. He has a few of them. Like, I don't
Let's
know.
say.
What is his catchphrase, Casey?
I don't know.
Are you sure? Are you right?
See, I think Kip might have it before me.
So I'm going to ask you a question like it's Kappa. So I have a question. When you encounter someone who's doesn't agree with you, what do you do in that situation where they don't want to agree?
And that's your impersonation of Kappa?
Yeah. At least in text form. You know?
Yeah. I mean, because really yeah. Okay.
The essence of Kappa is to ask you a question that there's no good answer for,
Oof.
and then give you the answer that, why did you say oof? You're an asshole, bro. The man said oof. That's
I
funnier
mean,
than any impression you could ever do. Thank you.
honest impressions. Honest impressions. Ew. Kit.
Yeah, Casey, what was up with the space last night?
Which one?
Last night's space. It's oh gosh. So Michael had his space open for like 9 straight hours and kept saying, "Oh, I'm gonna close out. I'm gonna close out." And then by the third time, he really was gonna close out. And you come in there and you brought a wave of people like America's Got Talent.
Hey, that was fun, man. I actually reached out in a DM to Priscilla and asked her if oh no, actually she'd asked me, she DM'd me earlier looking for a space to hunker down into, and then I DM'd her while I was right as I saw that his space was open. I'm like, I'll see if Priscilla's around. And then of course with Priscilla comes other people. So dude, that guy Dan.
Yeah.
That guy Dan
After
was
you
bugging me.
left, after you left and Priscilla finally left, they kept coming and got a little bit testy on who had to turn to sing first.
Oh yeah. Well, so they all operate on a rule of thumb procedure for cycling through singers. And it's this weird like cultural understanding on etiquette. And they do get really fucking testy. They do. Well, hold on a second. So some spaces will do three songs per singer.
Some spaces do one. Usually, the hardcore people don't do any chit chat. They don't like when people are having conversations in between singers because they want everybody to get a turn. So it's I don't know, but every space is different. Every little community is different. They all get their own shtick.
Yeah, we talked to Quinn today, so Quinn's down, Spooky's down.
Nice.
You know, we just need about 4 more people, like Priscilla, Spooky, maybe 2 more people,
The
and that would be
changed
a good
man.
tight show.
Changed man.
The changed man we have to have, right? And then one other person I think would be good.
Fucking one of the people that I'd really want to bring in has direct issues, or Priscilla, they have direct issues. It's a hard conflict.
I mean, people are always going to have like this happens in comedy, right? Comedy and music are kind of the same way because everyone starts at an open mic, right? And so invariably, if you want to show, Jesus Christ. So he'll figure it out. So what happens is that at comedy open mics, eventually the comedians hate each other, right? And that's okay, right? They just have to understand that when you're not on stage, nobody cares what you think about the other person.
Right.
We're doing the show now. You can leave that shit at the door, or you can leave.
Yeah. As long as you're willing to boot somebody that's acting up, then yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What's up, Lagarth? I see your hand up. You don't have to raise your hand here. Come on now.
Sometimes I do, because I don't want to interrupt, but I do have something to say. I thought maybe Robbie would be nice.
Oh, that is such a good call.
But I didn't know the person you talked about that has an issue with Priscilla. So I just wanted to say I really like Robbie. And it would be nice to, you know.
I mean, I would love to have 2 people that didn't like each other fight during the show. Right?
Yeah, that would be
entertaining.
but that wouldn't be nice for the people involved, I guess. So I think we
don't they want to launch their careers? They have to have a rap beef. How do you think that we're going to become famous? Yeah.
I guess, you know, you can still invite them and let them know that each other will be there, and then each and everyone can make an informed decision if what's more important, the beef they have or the career, you know?
Okay. Well,
and then you can text them saying like,
Robbie.
"Hey, this person said this about you." No way. And then, you know.
Okay. What about this aspect though? What about bringing in a couple products and doing some giveaways?
Are we going to give away like a propane tank?
Clean and efficient.
Well, we can give away an NFT.
Yep.
You know, and we could call it like we could give it like to the best singer and then to the bottom singer based on voting, and then like the worst person gets like last place as an NFT.
Can I do an interactive NFT? Can I code it? And that way, depending on which device, it's a different NFT.
Oh.
Yeah, like if it's an Android, it doesn't show up because it's only Apple. Yeah, be like, step up your game.
It only shows up as an Apple icon.
Yeah, I'd be like, you should have, if only you had an Apple. You know, you could join the rest of the creator economy.
Oh.
I'm a creator. Look at me. Everything I have is Apple. Creativity. The wave of the future. As long as you
I make it pop up as a penguin.
What are you doing?
A penguin for Linux.
You have Apple products? You're going to wrestle me? What? You're a creator? You have a creator economy?
I think Allie's whooping ass.
Getting attacked.
Allie's straight whooping his ass right
Because you
now.
have Apple? Oh.
Apple products.
What? Because you have an iPad?
Get it, Allie.
What?
Really good for creating.
What? Because you like the screen? You just bought into it?
Excuse me.
Yeah, because you have different chargers or dongles? What? Because you have dongles, you think you're better than me?
Dongles for the keyboard or for the mouse?
What? What? Because you have a spaceship mouse? What? You think you're better? What?
My retinal display is amazing.
Retinal display.
You shut the fuck
Just
up.
call it after your eye, so it's
I'll kill you.
anthropomorphic. They're just trying to trick you to say it's a real
Control
eye by using
of
biology
Oh, I
terms in
wish
the
I knew this
marketing.
timestamp.
All right, sorry.
All right, we need a timestamp for this. What's the hour?
It's at the end. Yeah. All right. She let me up.
Did she kick your ass?
Yeah. Yeah. I was making fun of Apple, and she didn't like it.
We need
Huh?
penguin.
Apple people.
Oh, Apple people. Thanks. Thanks. I'm using an Apple.
I know, I like that.
I use my fingers and gesture. I
Okay,
just
what's
gesture.
her name? Mocha? No, what's her character?
Oh, mint mocha.
Mint Mocha? There you Mocha. Goodness.
I'm
There
okay with it, yeah. All right. Now that she's off of me. Okay. So I think that the NFTs disparaging Android, I think, is a great idea based on that reaction. Or maybe like to make it really upset, we can invert it, right? Or we could do the NFT that it detects what type of phone they have and then makes fun of it. So even if they have an Apple, we make fun of the Apple. No, okay. So
that
either way, I
one,
think,
that one
Mhm.
won't be hard at all, because all you gotta do in the code, just the signal based off of browser, iOS or Microsoft, Explorer,
I'm gonna
iOS, Android. Android's a little harder to mess with.
throw out an idea because I'm in contact with them. What we use right now for the label to make sure we can secure the IP is something called a platform called Ditto Music. And it allows people to upload their music, get the copyright, and also send it to all stores. And so, what if the winner and the membership per year is like $70, right? So, if we wanted to, we could sell a membership to Ditto Music, and they could take their music and turn it into IP and distribute it to all platforms.
Or we could just loop in an existing project that already has stuff to give away on the regular and let them give away.
Oh, you're thinking. So done. Done. That's fucking done, bro. Because now we have like a sponsor who's an NFT project. This episode of Jenga Jenga Drew brought to you by Habba Jabba Jews, the NFTs that bangle bangaloos.
So,
What?
Like when the impression comes,
Yeah.
that's all I think of.
What?
Jingle jagaloos.
Yeah.
And no.
No. Yeah, exactly.
I'm
You're
so
allowed to laugh.
confused.
It's okay. I bestow upon you temporary Indian laughing at immunity.
So there is a project that I really enjoy. It's called Okemon.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone's ever played Pokemon Go, it's kind of cool. And it's not a play to earn, but what they do have, and everything is interactive, but no like play to earn as in like competing with other people. But the platform has it built in to where you could take that technology and create your own, integrate it into your own project. So all the characters that people can go mint their individual little Okemon from. It's just really neat. So, anyways, the idea of trying to build off of a project that already is in place, that would be something you could do.
Is it time for me to sing yet?
Hello, Mike Jackdale. That's you. Casey, can you roll out the red carpet for Sun Tzu?
what's up, dude? How you doing?
Hello?
Can you hear me, bud?
Hello?
Am I in the blockchain? Or
No,
can you hear
we
me?
can hear you. Yeah, roll out the red
Fucking
carpet
with
for
you.
Sun Tzu's song.
He's
All
just
right.
fucking with you.
Oh, Sun Tzu, what are you gonna do for us today? What's the song of choice? And before you sing, how are you doing?
I'm okay. I just woke up from a short nap.
Nice.
I have a lot of food in the fridge that I'm gonna eat soon, and the sunset is looking good.
Outstanding. Okay, well, what are you gonna do for a song?
I was gonna do Stained, but now I don't know because I feel like maybe you guys didn't want to hear Stained.
I don't even know the song, to be honest. At least by title. Who sings it?
That's the artist. The artist is Stained.
Oh, yeah, see, I know nothing. I'm down.
All right. It's been a while since I could hold my head up high. It's been a while since I could tell you. And it's been a while since I could turn on my own 2 feet again. And it's been a while since I first saw you. And everything I could remember is fucked up as it all may seem. Consequences that I render. Step myself beyond my means. And it's been a while since I could say I wasn't addicted. It's been a while since I could say I love myself as well. It's been a while since I couldn't fuck things up just like I always do. It's been a while. All that shit seems to disappear when I'm with you. All right, that's it.
Casey.
Hey guys, I'm really sorry. I have company over. I gotta go. I'll be back later on.
Casey.
Yo. I'm sorry.
Do you not hear that whole thing?
I did hear most, like, the first part
Oh
of
my
it.
god, that's so bad.
Sorry. I suck. I'm sorry. I'll talk to you guys
I heard it
later.
once. It was great.
Oh man.
Oh my
Thank
god.
you, Casey, for that. And thanks, Sensu, for that. Without both of you, that wouldn't have happened. Man, Sun Tzu, you have a way with people.
Wait, where's KC?
That was so funny. Oh
He
my
just
god.
left. Sun Tzu sang the song, and then Casey was quiet. And I'm like, hey, Casey, what's up? And he's like, "Look, I just have to go now. I think I hear my in-laws calling."
I have this je ne sais quoi about
Yeah.
me that I can just make people leave.
No.
It's not something that many people can do.
It's interesting. We could hire you to like go to like Capitol riots and stand at the building, and people would just like not come to the door.
I'm a
Sundu,
closer. I'm a
I
good
just
closer.
I just entered your space and you left me there by myself. So it ended, I guess. So
It's
you left me.
it's uh
Uh no one feels bad for you.
That's cold, dude. It's pretty cold. Gotta say.
We were the only two people in the room. And it was like silent. And then I
Damn.
just waited and then he was in this room. I was like, I don't know how you could be in two rooms, but you were as a host.
sounds like probably Twitter was up to no good. I don't know what happened.
No, you made a space, did you not? Called
did.
like singing by yourself in the shower or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, you left me. And it's been a while since I've heard you.
It's been a while.
So how's everyone doing tonight?
I have to be in the classroom tomorrow, so I'm just kind of calm before the storm.
Oh, the Sunday, Monday scaries. I have those too. I have so many freaking things to do tomorrow and I'm not excited about it.
I have
And like the more
elementary
I
and high
clean my
school
room,
tomorrow.
what'd you say?
I have elementary and high school tomorrow.
Ugh.
So it'll be an energy full day because we're teaching music.
I did not enter Springfield or Holyoke today, so
Where'd you go?
no, I didn't. I did not.
But where'd you go instead? Nowhere else?
Oh, yeah.
Where'd you go?
No, nowhere.
Oh, okay. Well, it's better than Holyoke and Springfield for sure.
Yes.
I believe so. Do you know this guy? Everyone else on the call?
Who's that?
Duke and I are trying to make Sun Tzu expand his dating horizons past some of the gateway cities, Massachusetts.
You can always do a 90-day fiance.
He could.
Lagatha or Baroness, if you're interested, let me know.
Interested in what?
Dating.
You?
Yes.
Not interested.
Okay, thank you. Baroness? Baroness?
You literally asked the two people that are not single in this room. Why do you not ask Carrie out for a date, you silly?
Because Carrie and me have an understanding that I'm too young.
Not true. You dated people way older than Carrie. Also, she's supposed to be your date on the +1. You might want to take her on a dinner so, you can discuss basics and rules that need to be applied for.
Yeah, you make the rules, Sun Tzu.
Like, brief her on the crazies in your family.
Chun-Li, are you available?
No.
Oh, she left. Okay, so she left. All right. As expected.
Oh, man.
You're asking people out. No, I'm kidding.
Amazing. No, it's really a phenomenon. Right.
Sun Tzu, I don't think I'm allowed to go out with you. I think I'm like going out with Bloomer, but I'm not sure.
Well,
Bloomer can suck it.
see, that's what I was gonna say. Lagatha says it a lot better.
He's like,
So
whoa.
I guess I mean, Dr. Carey and Baroness, kind of like open book here at this point, you know. I don't have
Is this your
anything lined
black
up.
book? Is this your black book? Are we your black book? You know, like olden days, there was a black book that you guys would go into and call up all your old ladies.
I actually had a little thing like that, but
Did you?
I wrote down no, but it was just for like phone numbers. It wasn't like just girls.
Yeah, it was like an address book or whatever. Or
Yeah,
like,
I just
yeah.
had like this little. It was
I
like a
have one
tiny,
somewhere too.
like a pocket-sized book that I had all my phone numbers in, so that way I could like have them because phones didn't exist. Well, not mobile phones. But anyway, yeah, I'm thinking maybe next Sunday. Um, any of the women date with me, kind of thing.
I thought next Sunday you're gonna go with Duke to Dr. Carey's house and give a massage. That should count as a date, shouldn't it?
Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, I didn't know. I didn't know that was next Sunday. But yeah, that works. And Dr. Carey, I can tell Duke to wait 2 Sundays if you want to just have the solo thing.
You thirsty, Sunzu.
I'll FaceTime Bloomer.
What will you say to Bloomer?
I'm gonna say watch
Carrie's busy. I'm closer.
Watch as my Chinese hands dig deep into the tissue of your beloved woman.
He'd probably be happy. He's like, you know, he can't do these things himself, so yeah.
Are you starting a rumor right now?
No, he's not here. He's in Chicago. Well, he's gonna be poor guy. I mean, they just had the shooting at his the place he's moving. Like they know people in that town. Anyway. No, he's just not close by. That's what I meant. Sunzu. Jeez, I'm not starting rumors.
Well, it sounded like you said. You know what? I'm gonna remain silent on this one. All right. Well, Carrie's out. Baroness, that leaves you. I know you're married. Unfortunately, that doesn't affect me. So, deal or no deal?
I like that you're very bold about this. You're bound to get someone to say yes. Keep asking.
Someone will say yes to this dress. Okay, I know.
I know it too. I believe in you. I already told you. You want someone who wants kids, want someone who's fun and calm and cool and able to have children. And so, yeah, you're going to find her. I swear to God. But she's not in Holyoke or Springfield. How far is Holyoke from you?
Less than 25 miles.
Oh. What's the closest city to you?
Hartford.
What are the girls like in Hartford?
Hartford's not a good place.
No? I was in Hartford, but that was like a few months ago. I don't think we were that close yet. It must have been months and months ago. Remember I went to May, maybe? March. It was in March.
Let's see. Badger. I don't know. Your PFP is a dog, but if you're a woman, same with you, Gerard. .eth.
No, Gerard is a man. I just read his profile.
Okay, Gerard's a man. Badger. Looking at you.
Yeah, I think Prime Minister of Canada might be a guy. But maybe not. But probably.
Okay, and
I think you should go to the
Unicorn,
Web3 women's spaces. Those are the ones that will have the most women. I'll report back with what I find.
All right, well, if you have to leave the space, that's okay.
I'm not leaving right now, but you want me to leave right now and look? I don't even know if there's one on, but that's where they hang out. They all are so nice and positive. Like, tell each other how wonderful each other is, which is great. It's just like a lot.
Are
I
you
can't
trying to say we're not positive?
No, I just can't like listen. I think
How
it's
dare you?
wonderful. I'm not shitting on the Web3 women at all. I think it's awesome. It's just that it's like, and it's very nice and lovely and wonderful, but it can be like a lot. It's like, it's cute, and everyone's nice to each other. And it's just like not normal for me. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm used to getting shit on a little bit, I guess.
That's how you know there's love.
Dr. Carey, if you want to come over, I'm sure there's going to be fireworks in the neighborhood soon. We could make some of our own. Oh, there was one. I don't know if you heard that. It's
They
just
did.
start.
Or was that at my house? Did they all go off at the same time?
They all go off when you're with me.
Boomer's gonna beat you up.
I'll sue him.
Dr. Carey, can you read the words at the top for me?
The SquareSpace, Degen conversations in a broadcaster's voice.
Thanks so much.
Do you need me to also read them?
Please.
The SquareSpace, Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice.
Lagertha?
You already had me say it.
But now
Also,
it'll be all together in the timestamp.
but
So I can get it all in the same place.
everybody says broadcaster's voice, and I'm like, that's not what it says. Am I wrong?
I did not add the apostrophe S. Let it be known.
So what do we want, an S or no S?
Let's see how it sounds with your voice.
So you want me to say both?
Yes, that's ideal.
Oh my god. Am I gonna get paid for this?
We are working on a path towards monetization.
All right. Welcome to the SquareSpace. We are holding Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice.
That's so good.
It's so good.
Like, that's so good.
You guys are just silly. No, I need to do it with an app at trust.
I think you have to do it as if you hate the show.
If I what?
That's
As if you
awesome.
hate the show.
Paint the show. I'm not painting.
Yes.
As if you hate it.
Hate.
Yes.
Oh. Why
Like
would I
the
hate it? Why would I
SquareSpace.
be here announcing it when I hate it?
Hold on, I wanna do over. Can I have a do over?
Yes, please.
The SquareSpace. Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice.
Maybe you can do some variations because what I want to do is layer them on top of each other. So as many takes as you'd like.
The SquareSpace. Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice.
Lagatha.
The SquareSpace. DJ conversations in a broadcaster's voice.
Why do you add the S?
I tried to hate it because I was told to do an S, so I did it.
You tried, Ali.
Oh, how am I supposed to be doing it?
In any voice you want.
Oh, the SquareSpace. Degen conversations in a broadcaster's voice.
Try again.
Ooh, I like her voice.
The SquareSpace. Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice. Do you like that?
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, I like that one. I'm gonna have to go. That was
Do it again,
good.
Taylor. Give me more breath.
The SquareSpace. Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice.
The SquareSpace. Degen conversations and a broadcaster voice.
Why do you make yourself sound stupid, Carrie?
That was the joke. It was a joke. It was like Boston, like the SquareSpace, you know? What was another one? You said to hate
Maybe
it?
Baroness should say it in her Canadian voice.
Her Michigan accent. I wish she could do the worm. The SquareSpace. Degen conversations and a broadcaster voice. Sorry, that was bad. That was the worm.
You can do the worm yourself.
The SquareSpace. Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice.
What is he gonna do with these?
I don't know, but it's going to be glorious.
Glorious.
The SquareSpace. Degenerate conversations in a broadcaster voice.
The SquareSpace. Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice.
I don't know how to do the worm. That's so cool, Agatha.
With the thingy down there. The magic one. You click on it and then you pick the helium balloon and then you're at this.
What what magic wand?
You have an iPhone, right? Or an iPad?
No. I need
The
to get
magic
one.
wand? I've heard that can change people's voice, the magic wand.
I just did it.
I have an Android tablet that I'm on, but I only have an Android phone. I need to get. Everyone has so much fun with their iPhones.
I tend to change women voices with my magic wand too.
That was awesome.
How do you do
Did
that?
you get that?
Can you explain how you do it? We need more details.
I get my blood pumping really, really fast. Heart rate, max level. Beyond that, I'm not sure I can share my secret sauce.
Well, that's disappointing.
It's not the first time a woman has said that to me.
Yeah, I can see that.
See what I mean? The Web3 women are like, I love your project. No, I love your project. No, I love your project. You guys,
Donnie, I love
talking about
you.
disappointing each other.
Oh, man.
Don't ever say that I said that because I love them. It's just a lot
I
sometimes.
haven't heard you say anything.
I think you fit right in, Carrie.
Yeah.
I do like it, but it's just like
Aw.
after a while, I'm like, oh my god, when's the trauma bonding gonna happen? Like
So,
when I don't know.
so Dr. Pierre, can you do your impression of the women in Web3 fawning over shitcoin?
Oh shit! Hold on one second.
Donnie, can you do me a favor and read the title of the space?
Oh,
Donnie just woke up. Poor thing.
oh, let's hear. All right, we're one-eyeing it. That shit. My eyes are groupy as can be. So say the SquareSpace Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice. I did it! Yay! Good morning.
Let the poor man wake up. I remember how someone rudely said this morning, "Oh, your voice is all funky," and I'm like, "Yeah, I literally just opened my eyes, you bastards."
Dude, man, my name. I've been battling the boom booms, trying to sleep through that, man. They've been going. Like, I'm hearing some loud ones this year. Holy shit. They're having some fun. How's everybody doing today?
Now that you're here, amazing.
Oh, don't stroke my ego like that. You so sweet.
You know, everybody tells me how jealous I am. I just told Sanzo I'm not interested going on a date with him.
Yeah,
And
still waiting to hear back from Baroness.
yeah, Baroness isn't talking anymore. I don't know. What time is it over there? She might be sleeping.
It's time for her to offer her hand in remarriage, I think.
What's going on, Dan? Would you mind reading the title of the space?
Sure. It is the hey everybody. Welcome back to the show. By now, substance B should be working through your primary cerebral cortex. Those of you who haven't taken the tab, you can take one now. Just take anything in the room, paper preferably, cut a small square of it, put it on the tip of your tongue, and swallow. This is one of the first new drugs that's coming out. Twitter, part of Elon Musk Boring Company, is a sonic-based trip. Anyways, this is a Squarespace. The Degen, I don't even know what that means. It's Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice. Slow and apathetic. Unwilling and yet positive. Like a slow descent into madness. One must find the space within the square or be the square itself.
Well done, my friend.
Thank you. It takes me a while to get into character for you.
What's going on? Did you listen back to the timestamps?
I not all of them yet. I had to I guess I had to figure out what to do, or I just saw that one clip. I didn't. Did you have the whole 11-hour audio? Did all that come in for you?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So there's an MP3 that I'm still waiting on, but I can, you can tap back and listen
Yeah.
to the space, right? I think it's because it's so large. That's what she said. It's taking a little while to upload.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, there's just endless little quips in there of things, and I did find it. There's a site out there called Altered AI or Altered Studio AI, and it's stupidly expensive, but it does do voice changing. So it'll has a voice AI, so you can actually it's voice to voice AI conversion versus text to voice. So you actually record the first, dramatic way of how you want it to talk, and then you can pick the different voices, and then it matches your sort of your flow and your phonetics and your intensity. So that will be fun to play with at some point when I know what I would do with it to justify to spend for it. But I did listen to a couple of the demos on YouTube, and it's pretty wicked for what you're trying to do or what we're trying to do here in terms of having power with voice.
Yesterday we had a few singers come in the room, and they were great. People like KC knew. And I was thinking about, so they want to do like a concert with some of the best singers. And I was thinking about having in between the singers comedy. All right, so get it hosted by a comic who I know.
Yeah,
And
totally.
yeah, if you're free, I'd love to.
Yeah.
Like, what do you think? Like, see, I like the spontaneity of the recordings, but are these things that you want to write out and revoice into a microphone, or do you like what you heard? Because I like what I heard, but I want to see. You know?
Yeah, I'll be honest. It's like I've done tons of recordings, but how many times I've gone back and listened is very few. So I don't know. It's like it's one of these things where like it's like I'm putting together a couple experiments now that I'm starting with animation like video first, and then I'm sort of storyboarding the scene of what I want, and then I'm gonna go back in and sort of I'll probably watch that and do my sort of my own ADR take, right? Like a first scratch tape.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll probably go and play with some voice tools and sort of give people, different characters voices. Although, I could run the room, but it all starts to sound like me after a while, especially if you start just going on. Like eventually you just, you run out of material. You know what I mean? Totally. I can't do this all day. Me either. Sucks. It's like you can't keep it going on, right? It's just so you watch it, and so that's kind of different. Whereas I think these pieces, it's more of kind of just like it's sort of improv chaos. Like you're gonna have a line, and then what I liked about that one session though is that we had like a real intent to gibber. Like it was like a rewarded gibberish to out gibber each other, and I love that because that was just at any moment you could just break into something, you know what I mean? And it was accepted versus it, sort of you being alienated on the dance floor, like Stranger Things,
Like,
right?
we're trying to talk about something serious like NFTs at the moment, Dan.
Yes.
Matthios, could you do us the honors of reading the title of the space?
Welcome, everyone, to SquareSpace, where we have Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice. My name is Matios. I'm here with Dan, Donnie, Kit, a.k.a. Baroness Lagertha, and the one and only Unicorn.
Unicorn!
Man, that was good. That was,
It's getting really good, dude.
yeah, that was really good. I didn't even know that was a unicorn. I thought it was a horse. Like, I just recognized now, it's like, holy shit, that is a unicorn. And I was trying to think about the guy's title because his name is like Attract Funding. So, like, okay, so I like it because it's already suggestive versus other names, where you meet somebody like Tim Smith. You're like, here you meet, hey, how you doing? Attract Funding. So it's almost kind of like that. It makes me think of that SNL skit where everything was like hot sex, you know what I'm saying? But what's going on with AI today, hot sex, is that basically what the NFTs in the scene are really expanding hot sex. And if you get into crypto quick enough hot sex, then you might be able to figure out what you're trying to do along with just general sex, hot sex, and just trying to understand things. I'm trying to be hot sex and understand hot sex if you can really get into a hot sex. Yeah. Remember that one? That was a great one.
Yeah. Well, the joke is, so you want to attract funding.
Oh, there you go. So you want to attract. See, that definitely brings out the announcer voice too. That's so you want to attract funding. Well, come on in, Billy. Let's sit down and get to know your a-hole. That's right. Get in our new venture capital apparatus, and you too can be explored in a unique way. No longer is your simple credit line or money that you have on hand needed. Simply get down, bend over, and let our asshole tool do it for you. We go in and look for a 100 degree of anal capacity, allowing you to take certain mentoring and at the same time enjoy your startup experience. Thanks for coming to A to Z Capital.
It's fantastic.
Yeah,
So
I think.
to attract funding.
Yeah.
You want to attract funding, you say.
Yeah.
You want to bring funding into your life, you say, but you don't understand that when you open that Stargate, you may not be able to predict what else walks through. So you want to attract funding. Welcome to the jungle.
I love that. You got that tone today of that sort of that AI kind of nasally sound.
Yes,
You know?
people often think I'm an AI.
Yes. And I like how you stress a certain degree of apathetic unity. I would like to welcome all of you to the new space, and those of you who have joined also know that the best way to potentially speak about thyself is to go on in a drony way until you fade. Fear not the space for what we are, but fear square within your soul.
Bravo.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was
So the
fucking
problem is,
brilliant.
you're an asshole because now I can't talk about anything seriously.
Wait, I'm back to
Anytime.
do. I'm back to do what you wanted, Michael. Didn't you want me to? Well, first of all, who the fuck is this guy? He's hilarious. But
He's the
also,
best.
didn't you want to? Didn't you want me to do something about like Web3 women liking shitcoin or something?
Oh yeah. So what can you do your impression of the Web3 women reacting to the pitch they just heard about shitcoin?
Oh, I really love your project. Yeah, it's awesome. It's so inventive and innovative. You're so wonderful. It's amazing. I'm so glad you're in the community. We're all here together as women. It's amazing. Is that good?
Oh,
Dr.
God.
What do
Carey.
you like most
That's
about
like a
being a
scary
woman in
chatbot right
Web3?
there.
What'd you say, Michael?
What do you like most about being a woman in Web3?
All the women, we support each other. We love each other. We cheer each other on from afar. Yeah, that's
Have
about it.
you have you found power in being able to connect with other women in this
No,
space?
now I feel bad. I feel like you're because I actually have met some nice women, and now I sound like a total bitch. I have met a few nice women. I met like 3.
No, I'm gonna cut that part out. That part's boring. Go back to making fun of them. That was better.
No. I can't do anymore because I have met a couple. It's just when they're all together, it's just so funny.
Are
They're
you
just
saying
so
that
nice.
individually they're fun to be around, but together they maybe bring out certain notes?
So my perspective on women in Web3 or women in crypto, everyone's different, right? But there's this like hot girl crypto women that like are like only they're not like they're not like on a team. They're one at a time, right? And they're like apparently my got male friends get emails from them asking them how their trade's going. But I think those are whatever it's called accounts, spam accounts. So they're like those women that I'm like I secretly want to be because they're so hot and young and rich. And then there's like the Web3 women who only do like women projects, and they're realizing that like they don't have to do that because like projects are projects. They don't have to be like women projects and men projects. They're just like projects. And like now they're only speaking at like women's conferences for NFTs and stuff like that. So they need to, anyway, they're like, we don't want to be the second tier of this whole movement. Then they're like the degens. I might be a degen a little bit. I'm like a degen at night, but like hopefully before 6, I'm like, hire me for consulting on your project. So
You're a
yeah.
How are
gen
we
in the
defining degen? How are we defining degen, by the way?
degenerate. How would you describe a degenerate to Lagatha or Kid or Carrie?
I mean, there's several meanings to it. I guess I'm not a total degenerate, but I made some degenerate decisions this year for sure. Like just like over leveraging, like trading like crazy in May with no freaking for
So,
no rhyme or reason. Like Also staying on spaces for like 24 hours, talking to Donnie about how we're crypto zombies all winter and then like don't leave the house and just eat everything. So that's kind of degen, I guess.
Okay, I
Buy a
get it.
bunch of Lunacy.
So just kind of alluring with like propensity for degen activity.
It's kind of using your time for maybe not always
Right.
the best use, but
Sort of
still it's been fun.
situational degenness.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I can definitely see
Situational
that.
degen.
Yeah, Dr. Carey's a punk rock queen.
I like
I'm
that.
a situational degen. I like that. I'm gonna put that in
Situational
my
degen.
profile.
Well, hypothetical
Situational.
situational degen with a propensity for extreme laughter.
She's so badass. She's got spiked freaking driving gloves, man.
That's awesome.
With a matching leather coat.
I need those, man.
Right? Isn't that so
Yes,
amazing? Like,
I
have all
need to
the
have some
things.
cool shit like that because,
The
like,
jacket with the spikes
Can
and
we,
fucking
should we be
the
wearing
I have a
vest.
leather
jackets?
jacket. I got like 4 of them.
Ooh, see? Fuck.
Yeah, that's cool.
Black, brown, tan, blue. I bought an 80s blue long leather jacket. It's thick. It was
And
on
then like
eBay.
some heels and stuff.
Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, it's degen. I'm just trying to play the part. You know, jeez.
Yeah, no, I can't throw it out. Something makes me not throw it out every year. I didn't wear it this year. I think it was a little snug, but I can't throw it out. I just can't do it.
I'm the same way with barbecue equipment. I figure it'll still be useful somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, sure, I like the igniter doesn't work, and I had to use like the hand starter with all the coal in it, and then you like burn your hand off, and the neighbors look at you because you haven't really fixed your deck and you haven't power washed your house in like, I don't know, 6-7 years. So there's like grime against the film of it all, and you just spent your last 15 grand on a brand new air conditioner just in time as the heat
I
wave
know, man. I feel
crosses.
you. I gotta stain my deck.
See, and that's
Yeah,
not to mention all the money that you put into your investment. See, they just don't understand us, and that's okay. They
it's
don't
true.
have to
I don't even
understand
have
us.
any
They can
money.
live in their box, and we shall live in ours.
My money's
That's
on
SquareSpace.
lockup, won't let me out. Right? What's that song?
I'm locked up, they won't let me out. Fuck around and got locked up. Yeah, it's Akon.
I think he was singing about the Mandela effect.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Well, you tell me about that. I'm gonna get dressed.
The Mandela effect is when the country rises not as a result of R&D, but because of I want to make love right now.
And Lucy smiled. Jimmy, stand on $1. Are you going to climb in the kayak or should I paddle alone? Susan resisted. She stepped into the canoe, or kayak, depending on how you call it, and they paddled across the lake. This isn't the first time they had tried to attract funding. Before, they'd gone to the village and prayed just like the others, but no Smurf appeared. Only until Papa would Smurf, or he would Smurf. Did I say Papa would Smurf? Only when Papa would Smurf would we know the true foundations. You're listening to the SquareSpace, DJing conversations in a broadcaster voice. Thank you for listening.
How's it going, Casey?
Ah, yeah. Back at it once
Casey.
again. Rolling with the
Breaking hearts
spaces.
all over Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Transformers.
Can you clear your voice for me, Casey?
Autobots, roll out.
Yeah, you best follow me back, Dan Rockwell.
Yeah, right back at you.
What's up, KC? Happy 4th, man.
Happy 4th. Happy 4th. Goes.
I'm naked.
That's a good
I'm
start.
good.
All you need now are some firecrackers
We're
and
not
some
naked no
vodka.
more, though.
Casey, can you
I'll
give
hide
me?
baronets.
Casey,
Can't
can you
believe
give
you just
me
told us
your
that. That's awesome.
you're overly nice, Casey?
Say what
That's
now?
Can you give me your overly nice, Casey? That's my favorite.
The overly nice Casey?
Yeah.
All right.
You know when you treat them like they're like a little child, even though they're adults.
Who should I do it to?
You can do it to me. Pretend that I'm a little horse. You know,
Oh,
have a short
so
throat.
you. Hi, you're such a good little horse, man. How are you doing? How was your day? Did you have a good day?
It was good.
it? Yeah. You want to tell me about your day a little bit?
I went to work and I came home.
Oh, good job making it back home, buddy. Welcome to the spaces. Glad that you're here. Glad that you're listening in and just enjoying the vibes. I hope you have a really, really good night.
I would like to sing 12 songs in a row.
Oh, buddy, I'd just love to hear him. You go ahead and sing your heart out. And if you need to take a shot of something in between or smoke something in between, just let us know and we'll take a little breather for you. No big deal.
Excellent vibes indeed. No one knew exactly what Substance B was, but that's when Manos reached across the table and said the almighty words. Guys, I want to do this. Right in the vein this time. I don't want to smoke it. You shouldn't do that, Attract Funding said, walking up to the billboard. You see what it says here? Never smoke when you can syringe. He's right.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, that was great. Thank you, Casey. I like listening to Casey talk to adults like they're children. It's my favorite.
I'd make a good elementary school teacher, you know?
Yeah, you could be Michelle Pfeiffer in Criminal Minds.
Dangerous
You what?
minds.
He'd be kindergarten cop.
Oh,
It's
there
not a
it is.
tumor. Nah,
Yes.
it's not a
I walk
tumor.
through the valley of the shadow of death.
Thank you, Dr.
I,
Carey.
I want to
That's
hear a
exactly where
whole.
my mind was at.
I want to hear a whole hip hop album by Dr. Carey. Dr. Carey sings the greats from the '90s. You know, like Time Life. Hey Dan, Time Life of music, but it's hip hop from the '90s.
I could see that. Sort of like, isn't that
So
like a Remember
cool.
When
I
thing?
like that. I like that.
Or it's
Like the
kind of like where they are now kind of thing.
Lil Wayne, where is he now? He is in a pharmacy shopping for Sudafed.
I was thinking more like the infamous singer and Twitter space icon KC, found dead yesterday in a mall just outside West Virginia. Casey, also known by his friends as Yo Transformer, was found mutilated in a stairwell just outside Albuquerque, Mexico. People identified at the scene said Casey ran into the building yelling, "Yo, everybody, I'll be back on the space in just a minute. I want to get a Cinnabon."
So apparently that's like actually a good idea. That was very good, by the way. But I had some other thought in my mind, so you can go back to that. There's a '90s con where you can find your people. Like I'm not sure who is like Salt and Pepper was in Hartford recently at the '90s con. I think I should tour '90s cons and just like I don't know,
So we're just going to
get a
skip
job.
over the part
I think
where
you
I
could
found
impersonate
mutilated in a
actresses for sure.
stairwell. We're just skipping
Casey.
over that.
Casey in New
Okay.
Mexico of all places, right? Did he say? I was like, nah. Actually, you could be there, right?
I don't know. I mean, Transformers went everywhere.
In New Hampshire. Casey, you won't die like that.
I mean, I'm not as mobile as I once have been, but I spent a little bit of time lost in Mexico. It happened.
I'm
There's a
trying to
story.
imagine Optimus Prime in a robotic wheelchair right? This is like, and this is like the Transformers, the new school, and you're like Professor X at this point, and you're like bald. I don't know how you make a robot bald, but
That's Optimus Prime, but in a wheelchair. That's fucking hilarious, man. That's great.
I don't find that funny, but Casey does.
I do. I find that very fucking funny.
Absolve myself of the joke. Right? You know, I was just saying if KC found it funny.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I don't give a shit. Everybody else can. Nope, I don't care. I found. Yeah,
kind of like
I'm gonna
the
laugh.
reverse. What? Belle Biv DeVoe
Uncle Joey from Full House.
from Full House.
Dave Coulier.
Dave Coulier.
He's at 90s Con this year.
Dave Coulier sounds like a West Indian.
Cut it out.
Rihanna.
I like me some Rihanna. Rihanna is fucking awesome. I definitely got a crush on Rihanna. Even if she is crazy as fuck. Throwing phones at her assistants, breaking their faces. It's okay. Because that lady finds love in all the wrong places. She's like, like her and Chris Brown were like the new Bobby and Whitney.
How do you feel about where he is now in his life? Or Rihanna?
Where is he now?
Like Rihanna, sorry.
He's
What do you,
getting
how do you feel?
Sorry.
Yeah, same. I don't even know where she's at. What's hers doing? Is she crazy yet?
Well, I think she had a baby.
Oh, she had a baby? Oh.
Yeah, I think with was it with ASAP Rocky?
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh jeez. That's cool, man. Babies are cool, man. Oh my goodness. Oh, my legs, dude. Oh, I don't want to go. But I'm getting double time in the house, so I just gotta remember the money. The money. The money.
Sorry about that. Double time and a half. Did you say?
Yes.
Oh
Double
wow.
half.
What could be more American than getting double time and a half on to work on America Day?
I know, right? Well, I said they better fucking feed us. It's like they better like barbecue. They better use something. They better bust that fucking grill out and bring some beef. Fire that motherfucker up.
How would you feel if they brought Beyond Beef?
If they brought the Beyond Meat, oh, that'd be fine. I would be absolutely just fine if they brought some Beyond Burgers, and we ate plant-based burgers.
If they brought
I would love to try it. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Dun, dun. I don't even know what the fuck.
Where's
I think I've
Carrie?
seen too many TikTok
She
videos.
would know the text, the lyrics.
I would know the difference. I don't know. I've heard this one
Are
story.
you taking a shower, Donnie?
Huh?
You taking a shower?
No, I don't have a time. I
Brushing your teeth or something?
Brushing my pearly whites. And then I got my badass Listerine Ultra Clean fucking for up to 3 times longer lasting clean feeling. Rinse with Listerine. Brush your teeth.
Carrie is back. She can help you with the lyrics.
Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna.
Eating macaroni, chilling with my homies as I brush my teeth. As I brush my teeth.
Yo, Matthias, can you give me another title read? It's getting really good.
Welcome to the SquareSpace, where we have Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice. We're here with Donnie Darko, brushing those pearly whites with long-lasting 2 times the freshness Listerine toothpaste. And he's naked.
Previously naked. Previously, we are strapped in now. We got suspenders on. Doing a washing machine with my hips. We're going round and round with a toothbrush in my mouth and a whole lot of toothpaste. We're getting going. We're doing it right.
Alone substance, like a dead wish, sampling on a lesson. Who is? What is? It doesn't matter. It's not what you smoke, how you smoke. It's what neurons you've parked in the parking lot. It's how you've chosen to mix it up.
So, Dan, we're going to do this on DistroKid or what? You have your account?
Well, I would. What? I'm sorry. No, just spacing out here. I just think it's important to add just enough weirdness so that you really
I'm
comes
going
off
to add
correctly.
this. I'm going to add this to the others,
Yeah.
right? But if you have your DistroKid, then you can upload everything. I'll just send you the files.
Yeah, you got to walk me through that. Sometimes I'm slow.
No, it's okay. It's either that. If you have your DistroKit, it should be good. It should be able to send it everywhere, and then your sound exchange will allow for the royalties. And then,
All right, you're gonna have to put this step by step in the DMs because I'm not gonna remember it.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I have it all.
But I would, I'm excited about it. Like a cold, dead-haired biscuit, frozen on a railroad spike as if it died down within your immortal brains. First, let's make the screen red. Nice. That's good. Now, let's make it white. Yeah, even better. Let's tell the editor to fill the screen with a bunch of ducks. Yeah, that feels good. See, I think that'd be kind of cool too, is to record audio that you actually tell the editor what to do.
Yes,
You know what I
imagine
mean?
I'm the editor. Keep going.
Yeah. And then they just have to fill the scene. You know what I mean? Like right now, I would say,
I
like,
have
where's that
falling
cursor?
rubber duckies falling from the sky. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Give me something, I don't know. Black Dahlia, go.
So imagine the scenario is, I'm always thinking about like how you would open the album, like like the broadcast, like how they're entering the broadcast.
I think you have to use a modem sound, right? Like that fax sound.
Well,
Where it's like,
I was thinking about an old time radio with the stereo sound effects.
that would be cool.
And then you have music, and it's a bit of Afrobeat, and then you hear somebody yelling, and then they finally settle on this, and they find you mid, intro.
Yeah. I've seen like my friend of mine. We played music, and he would sample those records where the guy would be like, "Stereo is here, no over here, no over here." And it would move from like one side of the ear to, or maybe we panned it all over the place. But that
But
was
what
a
if you
great
did
song.
the impressions of the different stations as it before it landed on?
That's true. Yeah, I actually have a show called Chuckles 23, which is it's like my own interdimensional cable show. I haven't really done a whole lot with it, but I basically impersonate all these different characters, and they do different like analysis on startups or it's spot tech mostly, or whatever's going on in tech. But do that through the snap filter, which is a lot of fun. So yeah, you're spot on, man. It's sort of like a radio thing where you switch channels, which is a great sort of show premise and idea, really. Especially if it was live, it'd be great to record, mix,
And
and
imagine
everything.
the tracks for the album would be you change the radio station to move between tracks, right?
Yeah, that's cool. I can see that. And of course, then each track with more plays, the songs or the tracks that make up that track, I get more valuable with the NFTs that they're part of. So based on who's listening to what, and all the traffic and volume.
Well, the weird thing that I'm finding with the comedy is that, like, one of the comics did a set at Gotham, and so we got great audio from the board, like the best audio I've ever heard. Oh, so good! Like the comedian's voice was clear, but you could
Great.
also hear the laughter in the background. It was amazing, and so we uploaded like what 33-second clip, and it got like 1,000 views in like maybe 24 hours. I think the last time I checked. So I'm
That's
seeing
awesome.
that really, really short micro content
Mm-hmm.
is currently what, and that probably sounds like obvious, but because I'm seeing it for myself, it's like, okay, yes, okay, if that's what, all right, if that's what they want, I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. Well, I think you could cut it up, and then you could also have it, processed by your own machine learning or AI, so you could auto tag it, and then that way you could sort of, either make tracks or even make things even more switchable by content. Because then you could basically make a Squarespace bot, which could come into a channel and either emote various things or sort of like if you're talking about design, it would take a quip from design and pull it from the bank, right, and then lay out that quip. Now,
I think,
now
I
you're
think,
getting closer to your virtual, our
yeah.
virtual comic. You know what I mean?
Well, I think if you added little prefaces,
Yeah.
so everyone, I've been listening to the Squarespace for a while now, and something the host said really resonated with me, and it made me think about insert,
Mm-hmm.
pat response from a bank of 1,000 pat responses about
Yeah.
design thinking. You see,
That's cool.
design thinking is all about the human experience, the customer journey, the inception, the Ulysses trying to get back to Penelope, only deciding from Tennyson that he wants to go back on an adventure because that's all he does.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Lots of cool ideas. And you start really kind of playing into it, or at least you start. I think it's funny. After I had that session with you guys, I was telling my wife the next day. I felt like I was empty. It was really weird. I was completely empty. Like I don't know, like 900 jokes out, or I'd been more my true self than I'd been in a long time, which is a good feeling. And it was also kind of like a really weird state of like, wow, there's like nothing over here in the language bank. Like there's normally like a bunch of crap in this just swear jar, right? And it was like completely empty or whatever. So it was really wild kind of feeling. And yeah, that's kind of cool. It's you opened my mind up to the possibility of doing this stuff. And also it reminded me that, and this is like something I think would definitely go into stuff I want to mentor and teach people about is I totally got like a head fake. You get a head fake living in your own area, working with the same people all the time, in the sense that you get head faked on like what you think they see of you, and they
Right.
typically will see that sort of like what you think is the worst version of yourself, right? So like the version of you that's like stuck in a corner and like just running into a wall like a bad avatar, right? Like that's what you think you are, and so then you think you see when you see them, that's how you see yourself, and that's not really true. But then the bigger thing is that outside of your community gives you the greatest reward of sort of who you are in a lot of ways, because it's the freshest take on you versus somebody who either there's a lot of people that sort of like me and don't like me because I'm usually the person who like will like everyone's supposed to shut up and I'll be the one to go like, hey, that That law seems to fuck us in the ass. Anyone else think that? Like I'm like that kind of person, right? And so I don't know. Plus, I just don't want to play the game. Like, yeah, let's keep celebrating the 7 startups that have still been here for the last 16 years. This is a great fucking game. Why are we doing this again? It's like I get tired of that kind of stuff in the community versus realness, which is let's talk to the people who are really like starting small businesses, have a real estate, you know what I mean? Or, they have overhead.
Yeah, there's only a handful of colors out there.
Yeah, exactly. So it was really cool, man. It was a great reward. So I appreciate meeting all of you and having that opportunity to sort of like unleash that and at the same time have it be received in the light that it was. Because I will say, like the more stage fright you have, like the better. This is sound crazy. The more stage fright you have, like the better the come load. Like you're just gonna shoot the hugest wad if the more stage fright you have. That's all I gotta say. Because you were already kind of hot getting on the stage, right? So not like someone already got you warmed up in the back. You really didn't want to get on stage. You really just wanted to finish that feeling back there, but no. So now your whole piece is you edging. You're just trying to get through it, and then if people receive it well, it's just great. That's all I can tell you. And maybe that's just because I've had a great day with the wife, but whatever. I'm just saying.
It's a strange thing. Voice. I was talking to Ruben yesterday, and he says, "Yeah, it's a great idea, but given where we are in the commoditization of content, very soon we can imagine a Spotify where it just consists of AI generated Drake-like music." And I'm like, "Oh, thanks, Ruben. It's whoa."
That's Ruben. Meanwhile, Ruben, once again, the arbiter of doom, has jumped into the latest meeting at Tesla. What's our status? Shit, they don't have the status. I don't have the status. We think cars are still driving just fine. That's it. That's why you brought me here. That's not why you brought me here. Why we bring you here? Not to look at these results. What do you mean? You want to see this? We don't want to see it. Look at it. It's then that Ruben revealed his third nipple. Something that only other people had ever seen on Total Recall. He was one of the few actors who was able to do a stand-in if needed. For that one scene with the lady with the 3 nipples, he wasn't required that day. But Ruben would never be changed.
All right, everybody.
We're gonna have,
I'm on the
we're gonna have a
freeway.
whole Ruben album. It's called the album Ruben, which is like feature tracks on other things.
Loud music and wake up. Love y'all, and I will catch y'all on the next time on the next Degen SquareSpace broadcasting. I can't even do it. I can't even fucking do it. But we're going. I'm on the freeway.
Excellent. Hey, see you, Donnie.
All right, take care. Bye.
Matthias, you want to give us a reset?
Welcome to the Squarespace. Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice. Our friend Donnie finally put his clothes on, got in the truck, and was on his way to work. The rest of us are here still getting... Sorry, I couldn't say my kids were.
But I think we did find that. I think, Matos, one of the things that you have to keep working on is understanding that to get down to the sort of the deeper stuff. You are a brother, right? Can I say that you are a brother? And I think as a brother, I think is that right? I can't call him. Can't call him that. I'm not allowed to. No, I can't call him that. You are a brother. You and I. We are Naga. You are Naga and brother and I. We are good friends.
I think that you give really positive speaking notions, and this is why I think that a lot of the people the people that you are with, not the people that I am with, but the people that you are part of, are very needed in society. Not where anywhere I live, but probably where you live. They are needed, and I think that I think that if you accept, the parameters that society, obviously we all work together. I mean, I don't necessarily live in the same sort of society that you might be, but I think we are sort of even, and that's what makes us whole, or make us great. So you just get hit by lightning. You have this opportunity just to take. Part of it is you sense the silence. That's one of the problems. If you have a voice, if you have multiple people inside you, you're always waiting for that silence. Who's going to take it next? Anyone over there? What?
I remember that Ali talked about reveling in the silence. Have you ever seen Ali Sadiq do a stand-up? It's really quiet, gorgeous.
I had to check it out.
Yeah,
Makes me think that you should be doing we should be doing our own ASMR, sort of version of the Degen space.
Well, it's funny because I was playing my steel pen in the background. I figured out how to play. Hold on, let me walk over to the computer. Oh, I was on the bed. So I heard these guys talking about their, you know how they talk about the things that they talk about. Talking about things. So what was it? How'd it go?
Oh yeah, I like that. That's nice. Welcome. You're listening to the SquareSpace. Degen Conversations. Take him down a notch. Just take a deep breath and let go. It's okay. Artificial intelligence will take care of you. It's going to take care of all of us. Thank you for listening to the SquareSpace. Degen Conversations brought to you by Artificial Minds.
There we go.
Yeah,
Awesome.
that's good, man. We had a whole Westworld moment there for a second.
Yeah. What is that? F major, I think. Yeah. F major. Do you mind?
That was great.
Teaching music to high school, elementary kids. So I initially, I'm not sure if you can see at the top, but we together before Twitter Spaces, we started diving deep into music theory and the harmonic theory of everything by Richard Merrick, the whole 9 yards. So it's all at the top.
The fact that you're getting to kids so early in life is exciting and frightening, but I'm excited mostly.
It is. Mattios gave me the perfect idea, which is to learn the top 5 TikTok songs and play that while they're coming in.
What are the top 5 TikTok songs? Don't they change every other day?
Yeah, so I listened to the top 30, and then I found the ones that I remembered seeing videos for. right? Usually it's like a chorus here or some kind of drop invariably. And so I'm just gonna like take the music and stitch it into like a 3-minute mix and then have that be the intro. So once we get them excited about music that they like, but hearing it on the steel drum, then that'll open up the floodgates. And then we'll teach them to play the songs they love in an hour.
Ah, the melody of fornication. It's not something the child would ever ask for or ever want to hear. And that's why it's not included in this series of reference books available on Jimmy Jack today. Our first volume covers primordial goodness, story of how mankind came out of the ooze and into the yo. That's right, like disco balls and future jicks. Everybody gets to the Studio 54 in one way or another. So collect this set today. Full line of NFTs are only available on the SquareSpace. Degen Conversations for Artificial Minds, spoken in a broadcast voice.
We've also been experimenting with breaking up the energy with sevenths chords.
Well, okay, like that. Ellis was only 18 when she found the space. She wasn't like the other girls. She was proud of her science, and she got to know shortwave radio. But then she heard Professor Manthos talk about, well, Twitter Spaces, and how that could be great for growing young minds. She did. She got online and downloaded the mobile app. She followed his exact instruction. She went to the Degen space, the SquareSpace, just like they said. They were talking on there. Crazy ideas. I didn't know, all right? I didn't know why. I just know she was there. I saw her in the space. They say she got rugged. She did get rugged. The space is haunted. Don't talk, Ruben. Ruben was the first. He was the first that met me. He was absorbed. They say he got rugged. Shut it. He didn't get rugged. He was taken by the algorithm. I don't know. I saw Carrie. I thought she was a deep fake. I didn't think she was real. That smile is just too weird. It's too weird. It said she was a school teacher. No. She's a QAnon. I know it. Stop it! I don't want to talk about this anymore. I just know that Ruben's gone and Casey's taken. And we need to get them back. So what are we doing? Are we doing this? You want me in? Yes! Let's go.
Fantastic. If I pause, it's because I want to make sure that I have air behind and before. Yeah.
I don't even know if you can hear what I'm saying when you're doing that.
I don't know how it's going to come out on the recording because what I hear, I'm not sure if I have enough.
It came through clear, but yeah, the recording might.
Yeah, if I plug in the mic, the thing is, this thing has well, let's see.
It's okay. It's all improv. It's fine. Whatever.
So let me try plugging in this mic. A few things might happen. You'll either hear the steel pan clearer, and or this space might end because it's on 4%, and it's about to.
Well,
maybe
you don't have to kill it then. It's all right.
No, it's good.
No, it's all right. It's all right. We can kill it. No, you don't have to take the pill to die. No, that's all right. I'll take it right now. You want me to take it? Ma'am, this pill may actually take your life. Well, I'm here to do it. I'm here to support whatever you need, mister. So if you take it up. Oh, where's that? That Dr. Mathis? Oh, man. He's looking real freaky right now.
All right.
All right. That was something else.
That's through the microphone. So, yeah, I'm going to teach the kids that. Did you know that you could arrange music in a non-linear fashion? Are you tired of straight lines? How do you feel about curves? We curve in dance. We curve in life. We curve on roads. Curve on winding staircases. And for those of you who are familiar with the winding staircase, this staircase made of one piece of wood by that mason who went unnamed, uncredited. You'll know what we are gathered here today to do. Yes, that's right. Convert you into masons. Welcome. There is no turning back. The exits are actually locked at this point. I apologize. You did sign the waiver. We have the waiver right here. Yes.
Like peaches and cream. Man is not here to sit on a surfboard and simply tell you something. Man is here to tell you that the virtue of life is like one big old bong take. So let's do it, America. Come on down. Are you hearing? Are you ready? Let's get it going. Can you feel it? Sherry dosey do around the There you go. Degen Spaces is more than what you need. It's what you are. And the space is in your mind. Don't be a circle or a pen. Stay square for mankind.
Perfect. I think that would be a great intro.
You get kind
when
of
they land
theatrical
on it.
here. I like getting theatrical. It's kind of fun.
It is. I always thought that Twitter Space was an open mic, right? But I didn't.
Yeah,
I don't think
totally.
I had. I didn't think I had enough people on the roster to actually do something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
To actually
yeah,
have a
totally.
show. But then when I realized, oh, okay, the singers can actually be part. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. So if you mix those, right?
Well, you could do a whole show here. I mean, you could get a bunch of, it'd be
Yes.
fun to get 4 or 5 comics and be like, okay, we're going to do a 2-hour show. And it's just like, boom, That'd be kind of fun.
Right now we have about 4 musicians and right. And so I think right now we have, because it's one of those things where comedians can be apprehensive about this format because nobody wants to bomb, right? In this new format.
I don't know, man. It's funny. It's like, I think if that's what's interesting about this format is that it's probably is for people who are used to bombing and then become comics, right? It's like we're going up the chain. Whereas, comics are would probably be like that, and that would be the sucky thing about a comic. Like if you saw a comic that'd be like, there's no way I could possibly go on Twitter Spaces and possibly do a line of jokes for a bunch of blokes I never met before. Please, I'm $9.50 an hour. Maybe $4,000, or at least a good fuck for a good hour. You know what I mean? It's like that's what it's about.
Yeah. So you're saying you want me to pay you in drink tickets? I can send you an Uber with a couple of bottles.
I guess I'm more excited about maximum exposure and sort of who gets excited. You know, I mean, that's the thing that's what's fun about the internet is just like seeing shit that you just like, wow, who did that? I mean, that's always been my quest, is sort of like the discovery of people through likeness. Um, who thinks like you, and it's not so much you want to resonate with that person. That's just it's not so much that you actually want to rummage through the stuff that they have or the stuff that they're looking at. You almost see them as a way to step into their life and then see what they see. So it's less about like, oh, I want to get to know John Travolta. No, I just want to know where he shops for shoes because I like that style. That's what it is, really.
I'm imagining trying to
not only mellow, but didn't feel any pain. It just kind of numbed things. I don't know at what point exactly it started to be a problem. I just remember liking it more and more. People tried to tell me that I had a problem. I would say, get that fucking person out of here. I can't believe they said that shit to me. They know nothing about my fucking life. Are they out of their fucking mind? I'm not out there shooting heroin. I'm not out there fucking, putting coke up my nose.
I wouldn't do it either.
You're struggling with the argument of, do you have a problem or do you not have a problem? Can you control it?
It's not that. I don't like opinions.
Thought I could control it. You're taking things that people are giving you that,
dude, it's a
you don't even
cartoon.
know what the fuck they are. They
you
look
don't know
like.
what the fuck.
one thing you learn about Sun Tzu is that he is kind of people kryptonite. If you ever listen back to this space, you'll see like every time he comes here, people leave. And it's gotten to be kind of a joke, actually, because the last time he was here, he actually left himself. Like he was talking and he left. So it kind of came it came smaller and smaller, the circles. Like he would make 5 people leave, and then 4, then 3, then 2, and then he made himself leave. I'm like, whoa, this
I
is the
thought you were testing
robber.
me. I thought it was a bot. It was like a test or something. Like I had to.
No.
My liver, kidneys, everything. They were gonna have to put me on dialysis. They didn't think I was gonna make it.
He's for this reason. He's kind of like the room kryptonite, right? Where he, like Lagertha will leave and then like wait for him to leave and then like come back. It's crazy.
I think
yeah.
I just accidentally muted everybody. I'm sorry. I didn't
No,
realize.
that's okay. That's okay. It happens.
No, that's good.
Oh, I cannot wait to follow him around, bro.
Yeah.
I cannot fucking wait.
He doesn't go many places. He usually opens up a space for our community, or he joins us wherever we are.
Yes, I need him in my life.
Yeah, he's mostly Lagertha's fault. Yeah.
Those are the kind of people that you still want in a room, but you want to be able to lock them with like a chastity belt so they can't talk at all. They're like cursed, so that you don't always have to mute the whole room. Like they can stay in the room and sort of endure your abuse, but that's it. You know what I mean? I think that would be a better feature. You know what I mean? I also think that like I've like redesigned Twitter Spaces a couple of times where I've taken it out and like dreamed up new wireframes where you could put it into like what I call scene mode. So the nest goes away and it gives you the ability to sort of like put people into like either like a pit of alligators, like you can just drag them in there, like right, or you can drag them in to like they're being burned alive or whatever, or simple human metaphors, common human metaphors. And these are not metaphors that I didn't make these. I mean, these are societal metaphors that have been made up. Like you can drag them right into Lower Chicago, or you can drag them right into East LA, or right into say old Brooklyn, not new Brooklyn. Not when they got the new pizza place, like the old one where they just had all those Indian places or Asian places or places where people of other places came from those places. So it's like I just could see that, could see it really go places.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I kind of have like an internal clock in my head, right? And the thing is, like, I've interacted with Sun so many times that we've had the conversation already. And so because we've had the conversation already and now we see it happening, it's kind of become, it went from a bug to becoming a feature, right? Because he'd come in, he'd talk about hot lunches, and Dirty Sanchez's, then people would leave, and then you get disappointed. But at this point now, it's just like a running joke. Be like, oh, look, Room Kryptonite. Hey, Room Kryptonite, how are you? Welcome to the square. Oh, you want to talk about your private? Yes, okay. Here, let me mute myself.
Yeah, I can do that. I gotta tell you, I just had a strawberry glazed donut. I gotta tell you, strawberry and glaze don't really go well together. I think they're both part of the same glaze kind of sweet profile.
You need a powder with
You just
right?
need a counter substance in there because it's just. And then what sucks is like you have this sweet aftertaste where you feel like you want to be satisfied, but you're not because you're still fighting with the strawberry and the glaze. And then you have to like just down a little bit of Gatorade before your next bong hit. Welcome. You're listening to the SquareSpace Degen Conversations and a broadcaster voice. If you're new to the space, well then you're new.
Excellent.
I'm trying to animate Sun Tzu's profile picture like I did with Ruben's.
Boom, boom, boom. I want you in my room.
Oh my god, it worked. Dude, this My Heritage thing is... What? Hold on. I'm going to post it to the top. So now we have a moving Sun Tzu. That's great.
That's when Dr. Mathos went up to the board and spelled it out for everyone. Boom, boom, boom. I like to get back into my room so we can do it all night and then I can make it feel tight. Sorry. What did Dr. Mathos mean by this? Anyone? Susan? I think he meant that if you boom, 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 you can get back into my room and we can do it all night. Yes, but why? To make it feel tight. That's right. I think the substance be starting to potentially impact my ability to at least make humor that may not offend people. I feel like that I'm crossing over to the barrier where I might be making comedy that may offend people.
Oh, I think that's the, we call that the sweet spot.
The what spot?
The sweet spot.
Oh, the sweet spot. The sweet spot.
Introducing.
In a thrilling sense of award, the sweet spot was once again found, and laborers would not have to slave away too long. Yes. People are leaving. It always happens to me. One way or another. You think you find someone, think you love someone, and then they leave you. Back then, we didn't know what to call it. It was just what it was. Pretty soon, everyone was getting cheated on, space after space. It kind of happened, just like that movie, I Am Legend. Except it wasn't Ruben. He thought he was immune. He was the first of us to die. Using his initial DNA and blood samples that we found, we were able to sort of synthesize a kind of Ruben effect. This made you immune from the disorder, but also gave you a kind of euphoric high at the same time. Pretty soon, kids all over America were abusing Ruben at home. I've done it. Hell, I smoked a shit ton of Ruben. I was fine. The car lifted itself. I don't know how I hit those people, all right? wasn't me. It was the Reuben. Fucking Reuben. Really is kind of like open mic because you can just do whatever you want, you know. Like that was just a drawn on piece of something about just letting it go, you know. Assuming you have something to let go. I think we all have something to let go. Like today, I felt the responsibility to do certain things on July 4th, right? I'm supposed to barbecue. I'm supposed to entertain. What I do instead, I kind of at 6 in the morning and just get baked, right? But let's think about that. You know, was it a good bake? Sure. Because I was super productive because I did a bunch of cool stuff with AI at the same time. I kind of like doing that. In fact, I love jacking my brain up on AI, if that makes any sense. You actually can jack your brain up on AI, playing with AI tools. And then it's funny, a friend of mine was like, hey, how many AI minions do you have now? And I was pretty excited because some of the latest AI stuff is starting to catch up with where I really wanted it to be. Like, how many people can I replace? It's not to say that I'll replace people, but how many things can I do that I couldn't do before? That's what I'm, you know, you know what I mean? And you don't really think about the force multiplier in that. Like, it's just totally not out there at all. Like, what's crazy is I was thinking about this, like, Alexa, wait a minute, why do I need an Alexa when I have GTP3 and /4 and all this other stuff? I can make my own version of Alexa, like, right now. So now we're going to go into an era where everyone makes up all their own agents, right? So we're going to make an army of our own agents. We can make all our own AI. I'm going to buy a cookie printer. That's right. It actually will print like inkjet quality stuff like on cookies. Why? Because I can. You know what I mean? That's all. That's what I love about this era. It's a can era. This is an era that of you can. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not an era of like, should we do that? What's your name? Get the fuck out of the room. This is a can room. Like you should be. Well, what else can we do? Yeah, you're welcome. Come on down. Hit the bong. Sit down. Let's talk about it. Because that's the exciting thing. Everyone wants to know, like, well, why do we need that yet? I don't know. I don't know why we need a space drill. I don't know why I would drill through the Earth's crust all the way to China. I don't know why. But you know what? We could. So let's go find the group of we could'ums. Because I'm part of could'em camp. We can. Or could've. Whatever. I'm just saying. Might as well. So I was listing them out for him. I was like, okay, voice, video, audio. I can make my own music. I can make my own. It's like this crazy amount of stuff. So then I was getting into builders, but now I kind of want to get into my own AI. I kind of want to make my own crazy AI. Yeah. Like, why not? I mean, it's going to get modularized to the point where, like, the if then this site that's out there, right? That's primitive AI at best, right? Every API site that's like takes this and turns it into that. Well, why would I want to use that primitive shit from 2015 when like here in 2022 I got like this? But I can just go to the computer and say, hey, can you just, yeah, what do you need? Yeah, can you envision me a ladder to heaven? I want to go up and talk to Christ. Yeah, not a problem. Just makes it. Doesn't even have to think about it. It knows what I wanted. Why are we still coding? Who said that you could be stupid here? Seriously. Who let these idiots in the room? Hugh Hefner has been dead for years, and yet we still let idiots in the room. A woman doesn't want to just lay with a man who sits around in a really nice velvety robe. No, a girl needs an adventure. A girl needs a conquest. And you think you're the dominant one. You don't know. No one knows. All right. Now you've done Roe v. Wade. Oh, that's just brilliant. That's just fucking brilliant. You know what you've just done? Now you've taken basically all women, right? All of them. So you're like, it's okay the ones who are like super pro-life and everything because those women can't drive. And eventually they will be either taken out or something. No, I'm just kidding. But those women, they're going to get drowned out. You know why? Because now you've united basically the whole LGBT community along with all the women, right? And basically all of tech. Why? Because anyone in tech knows women are fucking smart as shit. And if you want to have get a lot of stuff done in this world, you need women. Just saying. You just need good people. And, stuff. Someone else talk.
I tagged you in the animated version of Dan Rockwell.
I gotta go watch that.
Yeah, it's your profile picture now moving. So we have you moving now for the show.
Very cool.
Oh wow, look at it try to smile at the end. Oh, look at it try to smile at the end. Fix it. Right? It's
Very
pretty
cool.
good. I did that with Sunsu. Check out this, because it could do animated ones too. Madness. So we got everything. Wow. Every time I wake up, I say, don't do it. And I'm like, what? I haven't even, don't do it. Don't do what? You already know what. You already know what. You have to teach tomorrow, and you have to write what has become a series of 7 books on music theory. And see, you're not even listening to me. You're opening up a Twitter. Look, why do I even talk to you anymore? You know what? Yeah, that's what happened this morning.
I like listening to the recordings and then hear you say like 20 times, okay, we'll wrap up. And then no wrapping up.
You know what happened yesterday, Dan? Which was great. Which is I planted a fake conversation with Lagritha in the Twitter space. And then she told me she woke up in the middle of the night after she was playing it and started talking.
That's
It
awesome.
was not funny. I was very confused. Very confused.
Dan, can you talk to Dr. Carey as if she's here?
Absolutely. Again, I just want to please. I know what you've been asking, Carrie. No, you don't need to know my shoe size. What? No, I'm not. No, I don't. That is a circle. Okay, and that's a star, right? I don't. Why are we talking zodiac? I don't get it. You want to know zodiac? No. Yes, that's true. I am a Leo, but What? No. The fuck is that? I don't want to get in there. It's like an Iron Maiden thing. I don't. That. No. Look, you need, Carrie. You need to get some help. No, don't look at him. Look at me. Eyes forward. Go to Sears. There's one left in Kansas. Go. You have to find the rest of them. All right. I got to go to Mathos. All right. They're putting him in the ground in 4 hours. If I'm not there, his family gets nothing. I don't know where Attract is. Okay. We've had a big falling out years ago. It's on you this time. Okay. It's on you. Oh yeah, sure. Casey's in the wilderness, man. He went Canadian. I don't know where he is. Look, it's on you. Will that work for Carrie?
Well, what I'm gonna do is cut the video and definitely because I could have the picture, right? If I could, well, not if I can. I obviously can. I can take her picture, do the animation, and have the. Because I'm seeing so much success, dude, with these little 15-second videos, like overnight. The people are saying, "Yo, I got 1,000 views overnight. What the fuck is this?" I'm like, yeah, because like with comedians, it was like, how you send them your tape. That's the thing. Like you send them your video. And I was like, in this day and age, why don't we just send them the video with 1,000 views in 24 hours? Why don't we just do that? Right?
That's cool. Yeah, I gotta wrap my head around more of it. I'm sort of still kind of in the let's see where it goes, bewilderment sort of stage. But I'm familiar. Like I have that distro kit. I have those things. I just haven't thought about like a comedic album or anything. Just mostly because I haven't had like that. I don't know that group or that audience that knows how to sort of put that out there. If anything, it's always sort of been more of like a, like if I was like in my own room alone, I'd talk to myself. You know what I mean? Like just,
Dude, I did a whole Bill Burr type podcast by myself called Just Dow It.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, like now with DistroKid, you upload the WAV files, and magically in 2 weeks, you go to YouTube and you have your full album there with your copyright on it. And then you go to TikTok to pick songs, and you can pick your own voiceover. It's nuts. It's like Anchor FM, but for
Yeah, I liked Anchor
protected movie.
FM. I used Anchor FM when I was doing podcasting. I really liked the
Exactly.
way it sort of worked and everything. Yeah, I have to. Yeah, I'm following your guidance right now, my man. I'm whatever you want to do, just let me know. I'm going with it.
Yeah, you've already done it. I'm trying to find you the picture that shows you. Oh my god. Okay, so like I've been just like around comedians and around musicians, playing music and doing stand up.
Yeah.
And then when one of the artists, actually the artist from Ghana, showed me about Ditto, I was like, really? You're saying like I can just put my song here and it gets sent everywhere? And he was like, yeah. I'm like, how much is it? $70 a year to do this? To just have it sent out to all the stores and I get the ISRC? Okay. Now, the crazy thing is, the craziest thing is, like, when you realize, oh, this is where the market is, it's like, let me see if I can tag you in it. At Faluz and all right. So I tagged you guys in it. Check out all the stores your shit gets sent to automatically. You don't have to do shit.
Yeah, man, that's And yeah, do you have to? I guess you define it, and then what? It sends it to everything, and then it works like it comes back to you, or I don't know. I gotta
Sound,
go explore it.
yes. Sound exchange is the other piece of the puzzle. So Sound Exchange will collect all of your royalties and then pay it out to you. So will Ditto Music, but it's one of those things where the market is fragmented, so you cover all of your oligarchy's bases, so to speak. But yeah, I have comedians getting paid thousands of dollars every month for their stuff playing on SiriusXM.
Yo, if I were to make let's just say I recorded a review of some John Locke book and then
Yes.
recorded it as an album and
Yes.
released it as an audiobook essentially.
Yep.
Could I take that audio somehow through YouTube and get paid royalties off of making a video around it? Is that making sense?
Exactly. So what you would do, and so what I'm doing with the music is I'm treating all of Adam's instrumentals as just instrumentals. So I'm treating them as rhythms. So 90s reggae rhythms, right? And so if anyone wants to use the song, great. You can put that rhythm on your corporate video or on your next hit song or wherever you want. And the beautiful thing is one company owns the music and the other company is using it in their content, right? Both owned by the same people. So it's gorgeous.
Yeah, that's wild. I didn't know. So how does it get on Sirius? Does it get on Sirius through Sound Exchange, or is that through the other duo?
No, that's through people like me who know the people at Sirius, right? And I can,
All right,
yeah.
excellent. So yeah, please be my agent. What do I need to do? Whatever.
Well, here's the wild thing, right? What I do is I try to show people how to register the music on their own,
Yeah,
so
that's
that
cool.
they can have 100% ownership over the content, and then I take that a sound exchange recording rights owner and artist owner information, and you walk that over to Sirius.
I see. Interesting.
And
Yeah,
that's
man, that would be cool. I didn't think about that because I think Sirius is probably always looking for content just because it's trying to make as much as possible, right? So, and all this entrepreneurial sort of intellectual comedy kind of content really is kind of sort of for that sort of AI nerdy probably audience that are in those Teslas and whatever cars, sort of I don't know, listening to this
You're
kind of stuff.
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. There are. Let me see if I can find it. I think I called it "Congrats" when I saw it. Latest. Doo-doo-doo. Hold on. Where is it? I would have sent it to him. And Usatru, the picture. Found it. I wish I took the. No, that's not going to show up well. But I saw some of the picture. Where is it? Oh, editing vậy? I can't find editing nowhere. Very blasting. Um.
I sense a degree of confusion along with a mind that could be clouded. Do you feel so?
It's always cloudy in the state of Denmark,
Yeah. Stay in a cloudy state of mind. Now, again, do as Dr. Mathos would say. Breathe in through one nostril, but breathe out of one asshole.
And thus
I kind of like that.
pranayama.
Mathos makes a good universal name. It can either be a villain kind of person, or it can be it's already a great professor type.
So I just tagged you in the data. So what you're about to be tagged in is um, the recognition
Analyst,
stream from Sirius.
what you're about to be tagged in is a data file deep with a deep link into Sirius.
And then it's a separate a set of data to send to Sirius US because I know the folks in Canada.
Very cool, man. Very cool.
So, when it comes to like validating interest, it's like now we can, put out small clips and
Yeah, it's cool.
yeah. So hold on, where is it?
That's a cool idea.
Because it's one of those things where it's like, oh, hey, well, this is validated then. What is the,
Right.
if I release something, how quickly does it get out there? So I'm sending you a DM of one of the comments. She released one of the videos we made yesterday.
We
That
should
she's
do
up
like
to- yeah.
we should do like the recharge show. Like, hey, welcome back to the recharge. That's right. The only show for everyone who's sitting in the car right now, just waiting for that thing to recharge. What we have for you today is latest news. Other things that have also required just a little bit of time. Electric trucks are still not on the road yet, so things still take a little bit more time than the time it's taking you to sit in that car. So again, try not to freak out too much about the long time it's taking to that car to charge. You can go to your link or walk over to that Dairy Queen and stand in line. There's no awning, and you will burn up. But you can jump back in this car and anytime you like. And again, you're listening to the recharge. Welcome back. If you think it might be a short recharge, if you're with the Lucid Line, our regulations, set standard algorithms are to slow your charge as long as possible so that the Tesla drivers can get out before you. Also, if you're in the Ford Lightning truck, you can just get the fuck out. We're using our Tesla chargers only. We don't respect.
And that's the space. Yeah, you get so used to like recording voiceovers, right? And just like, okay, let's take it like this. All right, now
Yeah.
try taking it with a smile. Okay, now laugh before you do it. Okay,
Yeah.
now that right? That's part
Yeah.
of the thing, right? And you're in the booth for like a couple of hours, right? And they're just tuning you like a fucking fiddle.
I did on Fiverr during the pandemic because I was listening to some guy doing auctions. Hello, I was like trying to do that. Man, that's a hard thing to do. But I really liked it when someone went out there and took a bunch of auctioneers talking, and they like synced it up to hip hop. So they made like this. There's like this.
Gorgeous.
Yeah,
That was gorgeous. Yeah.
it's awesome. So I took inspiration for that, and I wrote a script piece and took it to Fiverr and found a real kind of country twang voice guy, and I wanted him sort of like hold on to your eggnog, brother. America, COVID is out there. It's gonna fuck you in the ass. You gotta get into business today, right? So I kind of did up my first take of it, and then he kind of mimicked me. I said, "Did you use script or me?" And he's like, "No, I used your kind of bad version of what I do." I was like, "Okay, good." But that was a lot of fun. But it was like my partner was like, "Yeah, it's a little too aggressive." I was like, "Of course it is, just fucking around." But it's like I've always been looking for that outlet for this stuff. So if we can, potentially use that, or be like, that would be good to use. But I'd love to do the auctioneer kind of stuff. That's
It's
like
funny because I think what was that movie with the Coen Brothers set in Texas? Remember, and they have the guy with the Stetson.
yeah. Are
And
you talking
talking
about
about
No Country for Old Men, or are you talking about Fargo, or the other
no
movie?
before it was like an '80s movie.
Oh
Coen
man.
Brothers. Um, you see the thing about Texas,
Oh
everyone
man. Yeah.
has to find for themselves. Where is it? Blood Simple. Yes. Have you ever watched Blood Simple?
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
Okay, so hold on. I think I found it. Let's see here.
Why are you looking for it? I'll just want to tell some people.
Okay.
The thing about cocaine is it makes your nose really hard. If you do too many lines back to back,
Yes, I found it.
it's
Hold
hard.
on one sec.
Well, it's
Plug
okay.
in this phone. Opening monologue from. Oh, nice. A script.
Just saying that line makes people think
Script.
about
All
it.
right, this is
Yeah.
perfect. So, it'd be interesting, like because you haven't seen the movie. If I just showed you a picture of the guy. Oh yes, the world is full of complainers. Yes. Okay. So I found it. I'm gonna send you the script, and then I'm gonna send you the um, picture of the guy. But simple characters. All right. So now let me send you these pictures. That's one. All right. The Coen Brothers, the opening of Blood Simple, opening monologue. It's hot in Texas. Hey, Dr. Carey. Welcome to Women in Web 3.
Stop. He
We're
just
so glad to
tagged me
see
in something. I
you.
feel really bad because if you go look on, I don't know, would it be on my,
Okay,
anyway,
let me see.
they just sent,
Yeah,
can you see it if someone tags me in something?
I think so.
I was just tagged in like a Woman of Web3 thing, and it said, "You all are
Okay.
wonderful." And then like the first one was like, "Oh my God, you are." And I just started laughing. But I love them. They're so great. I need to be nice. I just like, yeah. Anyway, it's a lot.
Oh man, I just had a request for Dan. It's a movie called Blood Simple by the Coen Brothers, and I sent him the opening monologue and some pictures for reference.
Are you gonna read it?
I'm still looking for it. Sorry, it hasn't arrived yet. My internet is
Oh,
crap.
it's on.
Hi,
It's on your deal.
Matias. However you say it, Matias. I always call him Mateos. Digital. Digital's here. Is Lagatha still here, or is she just chilling? I sent her.
Yeah.
I sent her a message from
trying
my
to
daughter's Twitter.
I'm trying to figure out how in the world anybody is gonna come to Boston if everybody needs to pay like $500 per night to stay.
I don't think people are like. I don't like. I think Duke and Sunzu will probably just fall asleep on the couch, right? Or on a thing.
What, they fall asleep together on one couch?
No, like on
Tune
it's a corner couch, but like there's two sections of the couch, but like they could use two different, what are they called? Those like blow up
Moon
beds.
mats?
Who
I
else is
used to
sleeping
bring
at
a
my
pool
house? I didn't
float and would sleep on that, and you could deflate it and roll it up in your backpack. You
Who
know,
else
like
is planning on coming, Lagatha?
I don't know. Baroness?
Oh, well she could sleep with me if she wants to. Or
Ooh.
I could sleep on the I don't know, I can put I don't know what they're fucking called again. I can have those things readily available.
We
I
might
don't
need to
know.
pitch a tent on your patio.
Yes. Baroness can sleep on my patio with the pigeons. No. I don't know.
You telling
What?
me I need to share my bed with someone?
No, I'm just saying, like, I didn't even know who was coming that you were worried about.
I was just thinking if someone wanted to come. They're certainly not gonna come if they, need to pay like $700 to stay.
No, I know. They don't have to stay. Well, I was gonna
So
say they
where's
don't have to,
Bloom gonna stay?
well, I don't think Bloom's coming, but
Good.
tell us what you really think.
What about if I told, for example, I told Messi and Goro to get their ass over. I don't think
Okay.
they will be coming, but they're certainly not coming if we need to pay like $700 to stay over in like a hostel that's like 3 hours drive from wherever you are.
hostels in America. Do we have those things?
We do actually
You
have
can
some.
Google it. You can Google for them. You find some. The YHA is an American like thing. Youth Hostels International. That's that's something we use here, but it's an American thing.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, I don't know. Like, we can fit however many you tell me. I'll figure it out, I guess. I
You should
don't
get a
fucking know.
storage unit and slam a window unit in it, and just everyone stay in the storage unit together.
I mean, like, people could stay with, like, Duke and,
I don't
like,
think
Sun
anybody can
Tzu.
stay with Duke because his cat is freaking out.
Oh, okay. Well, there's only so much I can control right now. I had a gummy,
No, and I'm
but
not
no,
saying
like,
you should.
no, I know, but I know what you're saying. It's expensive. Yeah, I fucking just like I was just watching the tourists. I'm like, they all look so happy buying like a slice of pizza for $9. Like,
Yeah, a pizza for $9 isn't an issue anymore if you pay $800 to sleep.
right. I just was taking a walk outside. I'm like, now the fireworks are going off. I'm such an old lady. I'm like, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, wait, did you see what I was tagged in? Michael, did you see it?
I didn't.
Okay, it says, in case you didn't hear, Alt Mom tagged me in case you didn't hear, celebrating women in Web3. And it says, it has Meryl Streep going for the people in the back. And then there's a response that says, oh my God, stop it. You're the amazing one.
Oh, Mom.
Yeah.
I'm lucky I didn't smash my phone on the ground because Alt Mom is like the zenith of Web3 names.
She's like what do you mean? Like she's important?
Like, just just that portmanteau of alt mom. Like,
Yeah.
it just stops me in my tracks, and it makes me rethink this whole Web3 world. I think I want to go back to TradFi.
She looks cute. Alt mom.
Look, I'm sure that picture, whether downloaded from Pexels or not, looks quite attractive.
Oh, she's got some videos too.
There you go. Hey, look, I animated Dan Rockwell just now. You know?
Alt
It-
mom.
no, it's a great name. I would love to. You should invite Altmom to join us.
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta like play it cool at first, you know?
Hold on. What's her name?
Alt mom. Hold on.
Altmom Trades?
Yes. Yep. Alt
Very
mom
cool.
trade.
All right, so maybe just invite her in.
You're gonna invite her? What do you mean? I never talked to her before.
That's fine.
I'm like, I never talked to her before and I had a gummy. Like, I want to be cool, Michael.
Look, beta is the new alpha, so why shouldn't we get to know Altmom?
Hey, do whatever you want to do.
I'm going to tell her that you introduced us.
Don't make me paranoid. Lagatha, I don't know. We'll figure out the other stuff, okay?
Yeah, I know.
Like, I'm going day by day. I got some shit out of my bedroom. I packed up all of Matt's stuff, but I keep finding he had so many clothes here. Oh my God. I have a whole, like, one of those
Burn
huge.
it.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I don't know where to put all of the stuff. Like, well, he wants to like pick up his stuff, and I kind of want mine, but I don't really have anything that important. But he
You
wants
know,
to take the
he can pick it
microphone
up
that I
once
thought he
I'm
gave
there.
me. He wants to pick up stuff, and he said I owe him money. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, okay, whatever. No
Tell him
way.
you can't remember you owe him anything.
Man. Yeah, you guys, when you come, you can get the stuff from him.
Yeah. Oh, I would love
so
to.
good.
We should do that once I arrived. I'm like really cranky and like, haven't slept and like jet lagged. Oh, that get me fired up.
Or should I be nice to him?
I will go pick up your shit from his place and I'm gonna dump his shit on his lamp.
And you should
he
go
might
on
get to
his
hear one or
rooftop
the
deck
other.
pool. I forgot that he has that shit. That would have been nice this week. But that's okay. I can't be bought by a rooftop deck pool.
No. Plus, would you even get to enjoy it anyways? With him there?
No. He doesn't really.
See?
Yeah. I don't know. He can't even really swim.
What can he do? He can't drive, he can't swim, he can't talk. What can he do?
Oh, Agatha, you're so funny. Oh my God, that's so mean.
No, it's not.
We made him go on this what do they call it? The water slide last year, my daughter and I. He was like horrified. He did it. Poor guy, almost like oh well.
Oh well, tough shit. Tough for him.
Yeah. I walked today, guys, a half an hour. I'm so lazy. I gotta get more walks in.
Good for you.
Yeah, it was something. What, did everyone fall asleep?
No.
I'm here. I'm writing a made-up story about Solon from Plato's Timaeus for the kids tomorrow. What are you guys doing?
I don't really have any good excuses. I was playing around with some of these art tools, so that's lame. and I admit it.
Here's the thing. If we're going to be together, we have to donate. We have to donate. We have to sacrifice our attention to the altar of the Squarespace. This wishy-washy kind of paying attention here, paying attention there kind of tomfoolery is.
I get it. I realize that, and I took an oath. Just like we all did, except for Mathos. I don't know why he got that exception. Somebody said he's got more of sort of a honky tonk way of things. I don't know what that means. I know that his family worked on Hee Haw, the first and second season, and then his father lost the rights to it, and he's been really mad about that. And then he's just there's been a lot of complicated things I don't want to get into, but I understand what you're saying.
Well, he's working on Ha He right now.
I think he did all those it's not the ass's bowl, it's your own ass, whatever NFTs. I saw those, but I thought they were rude, and I don't think a lot of people really appreciate them in the 4-H space. You can't just have a bull's ass, as like a mask to wear for Halloween. I think that's dangerous.
I mean, the thing is, when you're going to bet on a bull, as in the market or as in your brand, when the bull market
that's
becomes
you're defending him, and I know that you're defending him because that is how you are. You're a unicorn, and you want to rush in there just because you want to run in there and to defend him. I know that's how you think this is your space, but you have to remember that we are speakers too. Okay.
What's happening?
So what I'm going to do is make sure that I invite Dan up to be a co-host, so that we can
No,
share the
I'm not
power.
accepting it. I had to leave soon.
The thing is, what a sneaky kind of trick is to keep things going. You invite people to be co-host, and then they feel like ownership over things, right? And then
And again, I believe in what is it, Mathos 4? Mathos 4. Know not what you are, but know what you are. Meaning, if somebody wants to give you something that is not you, you don't take it. Because if you do, you fall back on Mathos 3, which is come as you are, but don't come on the deck. You know what I mean? It's like you're welcome to cross the threshold, but it not in the yard. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know how many Mathos we're up to now. It's like 72.
as we wind down the Squarespace, degenerate conversations in a broadcaster voice, as a final sacrifice, I would like us to follow the Tao and share a narrative like Homer and Paul Mooney before us. I can go first, or I can go last, or I can go second. Matthias, Dr. Carey, I know Bilal it has gone through quite a transformation recently, and I'd love to hear a story from him. I can go first.
I thought we're winding down.
We are winding
If we
down.
get Bilal to
This is the
talk,
winding down.
we're gonna be here for another 5 hours.
All right.
That's awesome.
It's as I wind down is like a stand-up thing, when you have your last joke, right? Just to kind of signal. All right, guys, before I get out of here, you know what I mean? This story is called Truth, Falsehood, Water, and Fire. Once upon a time in a small, small village, there were 4 friends, and their names were Truth, Falsehood, Water, and Fire. Now one day the 4 friends became very hungry, and Truth heard a rumor that on top of the great mountain was home to the sweetest of mangoes. And the 4 friends' mouths began to water. And so, mouths watering, they decided to set out on a journey to the top of the great mountain and fill their bags with mangoes. When they reached about halfway to the end of their journey, Falsehood took Water aside and said, "You know, if you quench fire, there'll only be 3 of us, and that means there'll be more cows for the 3 of us to eat, more mangoes for us to eat, more water for us to drink." Water thought about it for a moment and decided that, Falsehood was right. So he quenched fire. And then there were 3: Truth, Falsehood, and Water. Now finally, after a long journey, the 3 arrived at the foot of the great mountain. Standing there at the foot of the great mountain, it finally dawned on Water, "Oh, I only flowed downhill." Water without fire couldn't go up the mountain and quench his hunger. And so today we find Truth and Falsehood still starving on the top of the great mountain, fighting over who should get more mangoes.
Touch Me by Ethan Mathos. Do you fear or do you stand? How may I ask those who are here? Who do you wish to touch? Do not touch me, dear. Who do you wish to fuck? Do not fuck me, dear. Who do you wish to be? Mathos would say. All of us, we would say, pray, pray, pray. However, the gods have left us. The new marching men come in order. AI is here to pray, but you do not this. You stand before those forsaken to must. Or are you just sucking, oh Elon Musk? Who do we want? Oh, Gary V, tell us how it is. The man is a hippie. He who drinks wine at night and sells it by day is not who you think. This is what we call a lush. Listen. It is not those who have been kind. It is the Mathos in mind. And if you are of the one, then you'll be true. So touch me true.
Matthias, Lagertha, any final words?
I'm just glad we're finding an end. Because I need to eat something.
I love the notion that you're held hostage. Well, folks, it's been good. I am going to be the first to actually walk the plank in this space. As all SquareSpaces, as we come to a close, we all choose to walk the plank and give our regards. Much like how my cat has just seemed to knock the pizza box off the counter, I too will walk the plank. Good night, my good friends, and may you all stay within the guidelines of your confines, and may you find the soul that makes you sweet inside. I give you but one piece of homework for tomorrow. Find someone new and simply say, "Hey, dude. Hey, dude." Thanks.
This is a SquareSpace. Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.